Chapter 15:01. 10 years. In these 10 years, the 8 supreme gods had broken through their limits and returned to the battlefield. A year ago, the Jochian gods were already invading the outside world. More than half of the 4 supreme demons and the 8 demon lords had died. The Jochian realms finally heaved a sigh of relief. They were about to win this war. Although the 8 supreme gods did not care about the survival of the Jochian realms and initiated the war, it would be good for everyone if they could really rule the outer world. At least for the weaker realms, they did not have to worry about their realms being destroyed. However, a year ago, an unknown demonic beast suddenly appeared on the battlefield and killed 7 supreme gods on its own. It turned the situation around and wiped out more than 500 Jochian gods. This battle became the turning point of the alien battlefield. In the following year, wherever the demonic beast appeared, the Jochian gods were wiped out. No one escaped. More than 40 sovereigns had died at its hands alone. As for high gods and gods, it had probably killed more than 10,000 people. In the myriad spirits star cluster, the supreme spiritual god swept his palm across, and a strange space appeared. In this space, he could see the other 7 supreme gods at the same time. The mad demon war god is getting stronger and stronger. If we don't kill him soon, there will be trouble in the future. A gray-brown-skinned man in the space said calmly, "We are pursuing the peak of the supreme Tao, but he is the peak of the demon Tao." A beautiful woman said, "If that's the case, why should we be afraid of the mad demon? He's just a lunatic without reason. Can he really comprehend the ultimate demon Tao? If those supreme gods, and intermediate gods die, so be it. As long as we have the strength to enter the 9th heaven, the mad demon war god is nothing to worry about." That's right. Since we have this opportunity to comprehend the heavenly Tao, we must seize every second. We don't have the time to care about these things. Once the heavenly Tao is completed, we can rule the world. A mere mad demon is not worth mentioning. Everyone quickly comprehend the heavenly Tao and see if you can enter the 9th heaven domain. The other supreme gods had the same idea. Kongu raised his hand again, and the space disappeared. Then he looked at the stone tablet in front of him. There were 2 sentences on the stone tablet: spiritual emptiness, wheel of life and death. If you see through it, you can glimpse the heavenly Tao. Comprehend the heavenly Tao, control heaven and earth. All gods and demons are ants. It was impossible to tell what Ancient Kong was thinking. After a moment of silence, he murmured, "Hegemons are just 1 level below paramount gods. If I become a ruler, will I be able to enter the 9 heavens, where no one has ever been before?" Even as a supreme god, Kongu did not know the answer. The only way was to verify it himself. Kongu turned around and looked at the portal behind him. He had already entered this portal countless times. There was a strange space inside, and this portal was the key to helping him comprehend the 10,000 spirit heavenly Tao. The Sovereign's Gate. Ancient Kong took a deep breath. "I hope I can reach large success in the divine Tao this time and step into the sovereign realm." After saying that, Kongu stepped into the portal. 10 years passed by in a flash. The nameless waterfall of Polar Star poured down in torrents. In the splashing water curtain, a figure sat cross-legged. There was half a stone tablet in front of him, but there was no teleportation door behind him. Water was the place where spirit chi gathered. The endless spirit chi of Polar Star gathered here in countless ways. The water curtain seemed to have isolated Lu Chun from all contact with the outside world. His white hair had already reached his waist, and his body size had also returned to its original one, 75 meters. It was just that between his eyebrows there was less ignorance of the unruly youth and more tranquility. The road of Jiuqian was hurried for a few decades, but he had experienced far more than that. At this moment, he had reached the end of his strength. On his chest, it was written, 9 stars, wild divine demon human emperor variant. What was the heavenly Tao's origin? Lu Chen did not find it. What he found was the end of the mortal world. Even if he broke through the limit again and again, even if he had far exceeded the strength of an ordinary 9-star human emperor. But in the end, mortals were not as good as gods. However, the interesting thing was that he had to continue on this path. Opening his eyes, Lu Chen took a deep breath. He had just completed the breakthrough to 9-star human emperor, and his whole body was indescribably comfortable. He stood up and came in front of the water curtain. Through the water curtain, he looked at the hazy world outside. It was as if he had returned to his hometown, Earth. This place is really good. Lu Chen sighed. I wonder how Little Beast and the others are doing with their cultivation. Lu Chen checked his voice-transmitting talisman. Having cultivated to 9-star human emperor, Lu Chen had reached the end of his realm. Now, Lu Chen suddenly had nothing to do. Speaking of voice-transmitting talismans, Lu Chen had a lot of them in his hands. They were all given to him by the friends he met along the way. They always said, "Send me a message if you need anything." However, Lu Chen's pace was too fast. In the end, many people lost contact with him. Unfortunately, most of these voice-transmitting talismans were not myriad world voice-transmitting talismans. They could not transmit their voices over such a long distance. Lu Chen could only dismiss the idea of harassing them. Lu Chen thought for a moment. Little Beast and the others would contact him if they were in danger. Since there was no news from them, it was good news. My strength has reached the level of a superior god. However, Senior Pangu and Senior Juyo have repeatedly reminded me to go back and synthesize the souls of gods and demons. I should wait until I go back. Qianji and the others protected Little Green while they searched for herbs outside. Lu Chen had nothing to do. He walked out of the water curtain and jumped upstream of the waterfall. The birds were singing and the flowers were fragrant. The water was calm. The air was mixed with the fragrance of flowers and the smell of soil. It was especially refreshing. Lu Chen lay on the grass with his hands behind his head. He felt the slightly moist breeze caressing his face. He had not rested like this for a long time. At this moment, Lu Chen seemed to have merged with his surroundings. Unknowingly, Lu Chen fell into a deep sleep. In his sleep, Lu Chen dreamed of a woman. She came to his side gently, bent down, and gently stroked his cheek. Her eyes were filled with love and heartache. He heard the woman talking to him. My Chun has already grown so big. You must be very tired after all these years. Fortunately, you are still that kind child. You are still the same Chun who adheres to your heart. If you are tired, then rest well. Go and experience everything in the world. The flowers, the grass, the wind, the clouds, the rivers, the earth, the sky. The gods have severed their ties with the mortal world and jumped out of the 5 elements. They are no longer in the 6 paths. They are comprehending the heavenly Tao. But why do they have to jump out of the 5 elements? We are in the 5 elements. We are the people in the painting. Since that is the case, then stop and experience everything. Feel the meaning of existence. Chen, the heavens and earth give birth to all things, but at the same time, they ignore all things. This is their heavenly Tao. However, the beauty of the world needs someone to protect it. If the human sovereign is the limit of mortals, then go and surpass this limit. If the human sovereign is the limit, then go and become the limit. Chapter 15:02. The woman looked at Lu Chen lovingly and leaned over to kiss Lu Chen's cheek. Chen, wake up. It's time to go." Tears fell from the corners of the woman's eyes and landed on Lu Chen's cheek. She stood up and looked back 3 times with each step, but in the end, she disappeared into the forest. Lu Chen struggled to get up, but his body seemed to be filled with lead, and he couldn't move. Was this a dream? Lu Chen suddenly woke up. He tried his best to wake himself up. "Mother!" Lu Chen opened his eyes. However, the stars were in the sky, and night had fallen. Insects and birds were everywhere, but the woman was nowhere to be seen. Lu Chen suddenly realized that there were tear stains at the corners of his eyes. He couldn't tell if they were his or his mother's. He quickly chased in the direction his mother left in his dream. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Chen returned here dejectedly. He didn't find his mother. He didn't even find a trace of her. Maybe it was really just a dream. Become above the limit. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and fell into deep thought. The answer given by Polar Star might be true. The human sovereign realm was the limit of cultivation for mortals, but who was the one who set the so-called levels? Or rather, when someone cultivated to 9-star human sovereign, he didn't pass the tribulation for some reason. How did he become the first human sovereign? Rules. Rules determined that those above human sovereign could pass the tribulation and become human sovereign. Rules determined that human sovereign was the limit of mortal cultivation. Lu Chen had broken countless rules, but in the past, he had only broken Jiutian internal rules. Now, he wasn't just facing Jiutian rules. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen's brows furrowed. Since no one had done it before, then he would create a precedent and become the first person in history. Perceiving the connection between all things, Lu Chen recalled his mother's words. It was said that there were 4 stages of spiritual energy. The first stage was spiritual energy, the second stage was spiritual energy following the heart, and the third stage was spiritual energy observation. These 3 known stages were the process of making spiritual energy more and more detailed, but they didn't involve the connection between things. Could this be the 4th stage? It's not the refinement or materialization of spirit energy, but the connection of perception. Thinking of this, Lu Chen immediately sat up. The polar star was full of vitality and spiritual energy. It was the best place to sense the spiritual energy of things. Lu Chen quickly shifted his attention from the spiritual energy emitted by a certain object to the interconnection of spiritual energy between objects. The strands of spirit threads intertwined with each other and reacted. Some died, some reacted, and new spirit energy was produced. Lu Chen saw countless possibilities in his eyes. As he sat down, Lu Chen seemed to have entered a meditative state. He turned into a stone and blended into it. After an unknown period of time, Lu Chen began to observe an even greater spiritual energy connection. Mountains and rivers, clouds and earth, forests and soil and air. Even the spiritual energy coming from the stars was reacting with each other. In the past 2 years, Lu Chen had been observing the connection between the spiritual qi of all living things. The polar star in Lu Chen's eyes had become completely different. Here, countless types of spirit energy intertwined. They were intricate and inextricably linked, and together they formed the current polar star. On this day, Lu Chen closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Celestial demon observation, heavenly eye. The moment the heavenly eye opened, the whole world became unusually clear. The earth gave birth to life, and life allowed the former spirit energy to spread further. Water vapor evaporated, and after cumulus clouds turned into rain, it spread to a wider area. Life absorbed nutrients, and after death, it turned into nutrients to enrich the earth. The connection between all living things was endless. They affected each other and helped each other. Gradually, in Lu Chen's eyes, These connections gradually merged into a complete cycle, becoming more and more complete. Luchan narrowed his eyes slightly. Fourth level of spirit energy refinement, spirit as one. Immediately after, Luchan began to perfect his spirit core according to this theory. His spirit energy was already in a liquid state, circulating around his body like rivers, removing the impurities in his body and providing energy. In the past, these spirit veins only had their own roles, but now Luchan needed to form them into a whole. With the spirit core as the core, he needed to achieve mastery. Not long after, Luchan suddenly found that the spiritual liquid began to improve his physical strength again. Not only that, but the spirit core also began to absorb spirit energy. Is there really room for improvement? Luchan widened his eyes. This discovery meant a lot to Luchan. As long as he could continue to improve his spirit core, it meant that he could break through to the 9-star human emperor realm. The demand for spirit energy is too large. The spirit energy around me can't meet the spirit energy supply. Luchan quickly found another problem. After thinking about it, Luchan immediately activated the divine power of heaven and the devil power of defiance after being strengthened. When the dual powers were used alone, in addition to increasing his attributes, Luchan could also become an extremely strong spirit-gathering body. Now, what Luchan needed was not to increase his attributes, but to absorb more spirit energy. In other words, he wanted to become a spirit-gathering body and crazily absorb the spirit energy of the polar star. Luchan's body slowly flew into the air, and the spirit energy on the polar star surged toward Luchan. Here, Luchan was like a huge whirlpool, crazily absorbing the spirit energy of the entire planet. Lu Yi was collecting herbs at the foot of the mountain when she suddenly felt a strong wind blowing around her. She stood up and looked into the distance. She saw a small black dot floating in the sky, and a whirlpool had formed around him. It was like a black hole. Boss! Lu Yi's eyes widened. What's going on? Qianji also saw this scene and frowned. It can't be. Even if he becomes a 9-star human emperor, there shouldn't be any changes. Why is there such a huge movement? He must have broken through. Lu Yi exclaimed. Boss must have broken through. I knew that he could do it. He is a heaven-defying person. Qianji was confused. That works? Didn't we say that human emperor is the peak? How can this guy still break through? Where's the law? Lu Yi did not care about what Qianji said. Qianji, quick, let's go and find boss. All right, the earth puppet escorted Lu Yi to the ground below Luchan. At this moment, Luchan was like a god, sitting cross-legged in the air. He looked extremely holy. Lu Yi saw the changes in Luchan and suddenly burst into tears. Boss finally broke through. That's great. Before this, Lu Yi was also sad for Luchan. But now, she was only happy and happy. Qianji shook his head. Sigh, looks like I won't be able to kill this guy even if I return to the past. This guy is a lunatic that can't be suppressed at all. Not long later, the surrounding wind stopped. Luchan opened his eyes slightly and saw Lu Yi and the Earth Guardian below him. In an instant, Luchan appeared in front of Lu Yi. Lu Yi was a little nervous. Boss looked a little scary. The feeling he gave off was like a stranger. Maybe it was because he was too powerful that Lu Yi felt that way. Was this man still the same boss as before? Chapter 1503. Boss. Lu Yi looked at the man in front of her nervously. Are you okay? Luchan looked at Lu Yi calmly and frowned. This action made Lu Yi nervous. Boss had changed too much this time. Even she was not sure if Boss was still the same as before. Boss, you... Luchan finally spoke. You How long has it been since you bought clothes? Look at the clothes you are wearing. They are almost worn out. When we return to Joqian, I will buy a few more sets for you. Lu Yi had been running around for more than 10 years. Her clothes were already worn out. However, LVE couldn't care less about her clothes. She threw herself into Lu Chen's arms and said excitedly, "Boss, I thought that after you broke through, you would be as cold and ruthless as the others." Lu Chen frowned. "Silly girl, if I were to become like that, I would have changed long ago." Qian Ji could not help but ask, Lu Chen, what level are you now?" Little Green immediately thought of this question. He quickly let go of Lu Chen and looked at his badge. 9 stars, Wild Divine Demon Human Emperor, mutated. Why didn't you change? Lu Yi tilted her head and asked curiously. "Oh, right. We are in outer space." However, Lu Chen shook his head. "I don't know. I only feel that I am stronger than before. However, I am not sure if I have broken through to the next level. You have become stronger again." Qianji opened his eyes wide. "All right, I really admire you this time. I admit defeat to you." Lu Chen glared at Qianji. "So, you were not convinced before?" Qianji looked at his hand, and his expression changed. No. What I mean is, Piak." Qianji slapped himself. Qianji cried, "Lu Chen, you're already so strong. Why are you still torturing me? I've helped you so much. Can't you treat me a little better?" Lu Chen snorted. "Although you've been doing well recently, you tried to touch my sister. That's unforgivable." Qianji immediately lost his temper. He felt wronged and tears welled up in his eyes. Looking at Qianji's aggrieved face, Lu Chen felt both angry and amused. After all, it was impossible for Qianji to become Lu Chen's confidant. If Qianji had lost the battle back then, things would not have turned out this way. "Boss, Little Beast, and the others have been training outside for over 10 years now." Little Green said. "I kind of miss them." Lu Chen nodded. "Yes, 13 years have passed in the blink of an eye. I wonder how strong they are now. Let me ask them." Lu Chen took out a voice transmission talisman and sent a message to the little beast. After a while, the little beast replied, "Dad, we're doing pretty well. However, we still want to train outside for a while." Lu Chen was surprised. Since when did these guys become so hardworking? "Boss, are we going to wait for them here?" Little Green asked. Lu Chen thought for a while and said, "Forget it. We've been out for too long. Let's return to Jiutian first." "All right." Lu Chen called Little Green and the earth puppet back and looked at the planet again. The mother in his dream might not be real, but this planet gave him new hope. "Jixing, thanks." Lu Chen disappeared and arrived at a planet at the edge of the Milky Way in the blink of an eye. Netherworld, Withered Claw, and Bone Wraith were still training. When they saw Lu Chen, they immediately stood up. "Lone Tyrant." Lu Chen briefly examined the 3 of them. Their strength had actually risen to the level of a 3-star god. He smiled and said, "You guys rose in stars again?" Netherworld said with embarrassment, "Sigh, it's all the death energy that we accumulated before. Now, there are many undead creatures on the battlefield. We don't have much of an advantage in training anymore. Yes, and our level has risen, but our corresponding strength still needs to be strengthened. With our aptitude, it won't be as easy to rise in level as before." Lu Chen nodded. At least their level was much higher than before. "Big Brother Kwang, did you gain anything in Jixing?" Bone Wraith asked. "You're now a 9-star human sovereign. You've improved so much. Jixing is very suitable for my training, so my level rose quickly." Lu Chen did not explain too much. After all, he did not know what level he was at now. Since there was not much room For improvement here, Lu Chun took Netherworld and the others back to the Jiutian. Previously, it took Lu Chun 4 or 5 years to go from the transmission formation to Jixing. However, this time, it only took Lu Chun 3 months to go back. His jumping distance was 10 times longer than before. Through observing the star chart, Lu Chun also understood the current situation of the alien battlefield. The alien beasts fought back desperately, and the Jiutian gods were retreating. However, the 8 supreme gods did not appear. It was worth mentioning that the demon-sealing war god appeared a few times at the beginning of the alien beasts' counterattack. However, after the alien beasts regained their advantage, he suddenly disappeared. Strange. Why is the demon-sealing war god helping the alien beasts? Netherworld said, "Isn't he extremely crazy? How can he differentiate between friend and foe?" Lu Chun also thought about this and said, maybe it's his obsession. He was originally the guardian of that world. In order to obtain power, he became a demon. Even if he woke up again, his hatred for the Jiutian has not been completely eliminated. Therefore, compared to the alien beasts, he should prioritize killing the Jiutian gods. I didn't expect the demon-sealing war god to be such a pitiful person. Bone Demon sighed. There are too many helpless people in this world. A few days later, Lu Chun and the others returned to the planet where they had landed when they first arrived. Lu Chun transmitted his voice to the 3 elders of the Tao department and asked them to open the transmission formation again. Soon, a black hole appeared in front of them. Can we still use this transmission formation now? Withered Claw suddenly asked. Lu Chun smiled. The reason why we can't pass through this transmission formation is that there is a one-way defense formation hidden inside. Now that we have entered the Jiutian, it is equivalent to passing through. You will be fine. Big Brother Kwong, how did you know? I didn't know at first, but later on I thought about it and realized that the spirit chi in the transmission formation is interconnected, similar to a defense formation. Interconnected spirit chi, Netherworld, and the other 2 did not understand. Lu Chun smiled. All right, don't worry. I will bring you back. Since Lu Chun said that it was fine, Netherworld and the other 2 did not hesitate and stepped into the black hole at the same time. This time, Lu Chun did not even feel the familiar dizziness during the transmission. He could feel that the spirit chi was interconnected, and they followed these spirit chi channels to enter the Jiutian from outer space. When they arrived at the exit, Lu Chun realized that the people waiting for him were not the 3 elders of the Tao department, but 2 people who were very far away. De Zhuang and the marshal were dozens of meters away. When they saw Lu Chun come out, they hurriedly went up to him. Good Lord, little Lu Chun, you are preparing to combine. De Zhuang was excited. However, when De Zhuang looked at Lu Chun again, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Little Lu Chun, you are now... Lu Chun looked at his badge. It was still a 9-star human emperor. However, Lu Chun was not depressed. In front of everyone, he raised his hand, and the badge disappeared. This mark that could not be removed in the Jiutian had been erased by Lu Chun. Chapter 1504. Lu Chun spread his hands helplessly. Now, I don't know what realm I'm in. Da Zhuang and Marshall frowned. They looked at each other and walked back to whisper. What's going on? Even a 9-star human emperor can't erase the badge. I don't know either. Strictly speaking, you and I are not gods of the Jiutian. It's fine if we don't have badges, but this guy is from the Jiutian, but he can erase the badge. Could it be that he has surpassed the 9-star human emperor, and the Jiutian can't recognize him? Lu Chun walked up to the 2 and frowned. Seniors, do you want to test my current strength? The 2 exchanged a look and said in unison, yes. Lu Chun smiled. Okay, Then please wait for me in the world of the Bone Demon's faith. I'll go see the 3 elders of the Taoist faction first. I'll be back soon. Okay, we'll wait for you. Hurry up. Lu Chen nodded. He raised his hand again, and the badge on his chest appeared again. 9-star Human Emperor was still written on the badge. The 3 elders of the Taoist faction were definitely not on his side, so Lu Chen didn't want them to know too much. Then Lu Chen used a transmission talisman and came to the residence of the 3 elders of the Taoist faction. The 3 elders of the Taoist faction already knew that Lu Chen was coming back. They were waiting in the cave residence. When they saw Lu Chen, they hurried to Lu Chen's side. Lu Chen, how did it go? Lu Chen cupped his fists and said, Seniors, the 9-star clusters contain important information about comprehending the heavenly path. The 8 supreme gods should be comprehending the heavenly path now, and the places where they are comprehending the heavenly path correspond to the 8-star clusters of the 9-star clusters. I guess the heavenly path guidance hidden in the 8-star clusters should be different. As for what it is, I can't be sure. Grand Truth frowned slightly. You've already mentioned the 9-star clusters. After careful observation, we discovered that the 8 supreme gods comprehended the heavenly Tao in the 8-star clusters according to the sequence. As the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes. The 3 elders of the Tao faction had schemed to let Lu Chen go to the outer sky, but they didn't expect that Kong Gu had already comprehended the heavenly Tao 1 step ahead of them. You went to Polar Star? Lu Chen said frankly. Yes. Did you find anything? The Polar Star was of great help to my cultivation. I cultivated to the level of 9-star Renhuang. There is a stone tablet on the Polar Star, and the information on it tells me that the Renhuang realm is the limit of mortal cultivation. That's why I'm certain that the 8-star clusters have the same hint. Xian Zhen frowned and said, It seems that our initial guess was right. The key to breaking through to the 8th level of the heavens lies in the outer space. It's a pity that the overgods aren't any more stupid than we are. Instead, they found a way to comprehend the Tao before we did. The 3 old men sighed. Currently, the 8-star clusters were occupied by the overgods. It seemed that they couldn't use them for the time being. Tai Xing looked at Lu Chen and asked, Have you found the nightmare taper? Yes, Lu Chen said. Seniors, please tell me how to find Mu Sheng. The 3 of them looked at each other. Finally, the worldly Taoist said, Now that Hongmeng is comprehending the heavenly Tao, and the aliens are about to invade the Zhouqian, they haven't made a move yet. It seems that they don't plan to make a move before they fully comprehend the heavenly Tao. Now is the best time for you to find Mu Sheng. She's in Hongmeng's world of faith, on the tree god planet. But you have to be careful. Mu Sheng has lost her previous memories, so she'll see you as an intruder. In the end, Lu Chen nodded. Thank you, seniors. Although the 3 elders of the Tao faction and Lu Chen were in a cooperative relationship, the 3 elders were very trustworthy. In this regard, Lu Chen didn't dislike them. After reporting everything that needed to be reported, Lu Chen turned around and prepared to leave. At that moment, Tai Xing asked, Lu Chen, if the Emperor realm is the end, what will you do next? Lu Chen stopped in his tracks and smirked. The Emperor realm is the end of a mortal's cultivation, but it's not the end of mine. Lu Chen led the group to a barren planet after departing from Bone Wraith's world of faith. The planet was filled with yellow soil that stretched as far as the eye could see. The undulating ground formed a winding mountain range, but there was not a single plant in sight. On the spacious field, Nether Spirit, Withered Claw, and Bone Wraith stood aside and watched the 3 of them nervously. Little Lu Chen, are you ready? The test is about to begin. De Zhuang smiled. Don't be nervous. I'll only have the ability of a 1-star high-level god, at most. I can use 2 star. De Shuai said suddenly. He was a star higher than De Zhuang. De Zhuang glared at De Shuai. Is that interesting? Yes. Lu Chun was speechless. The two of them were still the same. Seniors, you don't have to limit your abilities. Lu Chun said. I also want to see how strong I can be. Lu Chen's words quickly drew the hatred away. Oh, little guy, your confidence is off the charts. De Shuai chuckled as he looked at Lu Chen. After being in outer space for less than 20 years, your confidence has changed. All right, you said it yourself. Don't say that we're bullying you. De Shuai crossed his arms in front of his chest. Show us your weapons. Lu Chen frowned slightly. The two of you don't need weapons. I can't bring my sky-splitting axe out, De Zhuang said. But it doesn't matter. Against a kid like you, not to mention weapons, I can even give you 2 arms and a leg. De Shuai's situation should be the same as De Zhuang. They couldn't bring their weapons out from the space-time turbulence. Little Lu Chen, don't cry later. Lu Chen smiled and obediently took out the Void God-destroying spear, God-demon limitless sword, and chaos magic staff. Damn, we don't need weapons, but you actually took out 3 at once. That's too much. Pangu looked at the 3 weapons and couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Lu Chen smiled. I want to test my abilities, so I naturally have to go all out. Anyway, the 2 seniors should be able to handle it. After saying that, Lu Chen shouted, God-demon symbiosis, dragon god form, devil transformation, war god possession, emptiness of gods and demons arm, god-demon heavenly eyes, inner demon, god-demon astral form, great void form, dragon god form, deathland, dragon blood boiling, god-demon heaven's might. Suddenly, a surge of incomparable spiritual power instantly exploded around Lu Chen. The violent spiritual energy stirred up the dust in the air. A huge pit with a diameter of 1,000 meters appeared under Lu Chen's feet. Yu Ming and the other 2 were directly sent flying hundreds of meters. When the dust settled, a man with white hair, dragon scales, and demonized arms was floating in the air. Around him, 3 divine artifacts floated around him. Seeing this scene, De Zhuang and De Shuai's expressions were a little unnatural. This guy? What kind of strength is this? Cough, cough. That little Lu Chen. As the saying goes, a lion and tiger will use all their strength to catch a rabbit. What we said just now was just a joke. If we really fight, you have to be careful. We will still use a little of our strength. Lu Chen looked down from above and smiled. Seniors, in short, I am the strongest form. As for the 2 of you, do as you wish. Chapter 15:05. Pangu and Nine Nether finally became serious. Both of them released a shocking amount of spiritual energy at the same time. For a moment, on this unknown planet, a sandstorm rose and the atmosphere rotated. It was like a world of primal chaos. Nine Nether, I'll go first. Panga shouted and instantly appeared in front of Lu Chen. Little Lu Chen, you'll lose within 3 moves. All right, I'll let you make the first move. Nine Nether was still 1 step slower and shouted in dissatisfaction, Pangu, you despicable person. Pangu was Pangu after all. His face was still very important. He let Lu Chen make the first move. Lu Chen did not hold back and grabbed the god-slaying spear. Void form. 9 spear, shadow spear. Instantly, Lu Chen turned into a golden light and shot toward Pangu. Pangu's eyes widened. 9 spears. This guy. Grand Universe Spirit Shield. A huge spiritual energy shield appeared in front of Pangu. With a loud bang, the 9 spear shadow spear collided with the Grand Universe Spirit Shield, creating a huge spiritual energy turbulence. The aftermath flattened the surrounding mountains. Seeing this scene, Yu Ming and the other two were shocked beyond words. Are you kidding me? This isn't even Lone Tyrant's strongest move. It's already so terrifying. I heard De Zhuang and Senior Marshal talking just now. These two are Creation God Pangu and Chaos Demon God Nine Nether? Heavens, so it's these two who have been following us all this time. Big Brother Kwang can actually exchange blows with two ancient gods. Then his strength. No, he's definitely not just a 9-star superior god. After the huge spiritual energy collision, the two figures were sent flying. However, Pangu suddenly stopped halfway and sneered, "Little Lu Chen, the 9-spear shadow spear is indeed powerful. Unfortunately, it's far from enough." Seeing that Pangu was about to catch up, Lu Chen held Limitless Sword in his left hand and shouted, "Primal Chaos Storm. Tiger descends the mountain. Sacred Lotus Sword Heart." The Sacred Lotus Sword Heart was supported by the power of the Primal Chaos Storm. The power of each sword was not to be underestimated. Countless sword chi smashed toward Pangu. After fending off the sword energy a few times, a trace of surprise flashed across Pangu's eyes. The elemental changes in the chaotic storm were too difficult to comprehend. Every sword was different, and even he found it difficult to completely block them. Not bad. Pangu finally stopped trying to be brave and stopped taking the Sacred Lotus Sword Heart head-on. After a few space jumps, he caught up with Lu Chun. On the side, Nine Nether had a look of schadenfreude. "TSK, you still need to dodge to fight little Lu Chun. Pangu, you only have this much strength." At this moment, Pangu had no time to talk to Nine Nether. "Little Lu Chun, watch carefully. This is the first move. Galaxy Quake." Pangu threw a punch at Lu Chun. As soon as this punch was thrown, Lu Chun felt an unparalleled pressure. Even though this punch had not yet been thrown, it made him feel suffocated. This was the terrifying pressure produced by the infinite accumulation of spiritual energy. Seeing that this punch was about to land, Lu Chen's eyes widened, and he roared, "Arrogant spear shield." The god-slaying spear spun rapidly in front of Lu Chen, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy and forming a spiritual energy shield. However, the power of Pangu's punch was too terrifying. It shattered the spiritual energy shield with one punch. At this critical moment, Lu Chen roared, "Reverse Soul, Roaming Dragon." The god-slaying spear blocked the Galaxy Quake perfectly and slightly changed the direction of Pangu's attack. Lu Chen took the opportunity to turn sideways and counterattack with his spear. Pangu blocked Lu Chen's spear with his left arm, and the Star Core Quake with his right fist directly hit the ground. However, what shocked everyone was not Lu Chen's defense, but the fact that Pangu's punch was deflected. This punch directly penetrated the planet from the side. Yu Ming gasped. Great God, Pangu almost blew up the planet with one punch. Is he sure this is a test? And this attack was weakened by Lone Tyrant. If this punch really landed, wouldn't it turn into ashes? Originally, the three of them only thought that since it was a test, they should just casually practice. It was only now that they realized that the level of this test was enough to scare them to death. Let's leave behind the Shadow Stone and leave this place. This planet is most likely going to be lost. The three of them hurriedly teleported away. "Ha ha ha, little Lu Chen, you actually blocked my move. Fortunately, I left a way out for myself and didn't say that I would defeat you in one move." Pangu laughed loudly. "I'm known as the strongest physical body. Do you think your move can hurt me?" Pangu roared angrily, and a phantom exploded. It was the phantom of Pangu's true body, which was hundreds of meters tall and incomparably mighty. The enormous spiritual energy directly sent Lu Chen flying. "Take another move of mine." Infinite shattering. Pangu punched again, and the momentum was even more violent than the galaxy quake. The strongest physical body, Lu Chen's eyes burned with a raging fire. His fighting spirit had already been ignited. I want to see if great God Panga's physical body is the strongest. Buddha body clone. Void, shattering triple attack. Iron fist against iron fist. Lu Chen actually punched at Pangu. With a bang, a white light flashed through the galaxy like a white line. The entire planet could no longer withstand the exchange of blows between the two and turned into dust amidst the white light. Nine Nether's body was surrounded by black mist. Even he had no choice but to raise his defense. "Are the two of you crazy?" Nine Nether scolded them. At this time, the battlefield had already shifted from this planet to the vast galaxy. Lu Chen and Pangu were both sent flying. Lu Chen's two Buddha body clones were directly defeated. His right arm, which was strengthened by the emptiness of gods and demons and the dragon god form, was actually hanging by his side, unable to move. However, Pangu was not much better. His thick arm was also hanging by his side. Ha ha ha, great. Pangu did not have the slightest expression of pain. Instead, he laughed loudly. "Kid, I can now tell you with certainty that your strength should be above that of a Lord God, let alone a superior God. However, although you have already passed the test, when I said that I would defeat you in 3 moves, there is still one more move." Nine Nether's face was full of displeasure. "No, you think he passed the test just because you said so? Then what am I doing here?" Panga did not care about Nine Nether's protest and raised his left hand. The shadow of an ordinary-looking axe slowly appeared. When this axe appeared, Lu Chen could clearly feel that the void god-destroying spear and the chaos magic staff were trembling. Just the shadow of the axe had already caused the 2 divine weapons to feel unprecedented pressure. They were already suppressed by this weapon's shadow. Heaven-splitting axe. Lu Chen's eyes widened. Then Lu Chen saw that there was another weapon. The black and white dual weapons around it began to revolve wildly and fuse with each other. The limitless sword of gods and demons was extremely excited at this time. It was as if it had searched all over the world and finally found an opponent that it was interested in. Lu Chen covered the limitless sword of gods and demons. At this moment, Lu Chen felt the turbulent spiritual energy coming from the limitless sword. It seemed to be telling its master that it wanted to fight with the heaven-splitting axe. "Good, limitless, this opponent is worthy of your excitement." Lu Chen's eyes emitted rolling green mist. Chapter 1506. "Kid, watch carefully." Pangu put away his usual sloppy look and became a little serious. Big Bang technique. A 10,000-mile-long sword chi shot toward Lu Chen, as if it wanted to split space and time apart. "Pangu, you're crazy." Nine Nether shouted angrily. One had to know that he was defeated by Panga's move back then. Under this move, all movement skills couldn't be used. Either block this attack, or use offense as defense to offset the spiritual power of this move. The power of this move was beyond his expectations. However, this was how battles were. Since it was here, either take it or die. Even though Lu Chen was now in the galaxy, there was still a lot of spiritual energy around him. The planet that had just been destroyed, the stars around it, and the residual spiritual energy left behind when the two fought before. These spiritual energies intertwined and entangled. Lu Chen took a deep breath. Billions of spiritual energies for my use. Great void form, chaos storm, hell of ice and fire. Countless spiritual energies were attracted by Lu Chen and gathered on this sword. Then Lu Chen swung his sword. Under this sword, the galaxy was illuminated, the sun and moon dimmed, and the stars retreated. With a loud bang, Big Bang technique and hell of ice and fire collided in the universe. Like a star being destroyed, a dazzling white light burst out. The aftershock of this collision had far exceeded the concept of aftershock. The spiritual energy turbulence formed a spiritual energy storm in the universe, and a large number of elements changed wildly. The entire battlefield was like the beginning of chaos, chaotic. Under the huge recoil, Lu Chun instantly lost consciousness, and his whole body was quickly shaken out of the storm. At this moment, a black gas quickly protected Lu Chun and wrapped him up. Lu Chun opened his eyes slightly and saw 9 Nether in front of him. Senior 9, Nether, don't talk. It's a miracle that you're still alive. Now, the spiritual energy in your body has been shaken into chaos. I'll help you adjust your breathing, or your spirit core won't be safe. Pangu, that lunatic, although he didn't use the sky-splitting axe, he's still too crazy. Lu Chun felt a gentle spiritual energy enter his body, relieving the pain caused by the chaotic spiritual energy. He took the opportunity to quickly organize his spiritual energy. 10 minutes later, Lu Chun was finally able to catch his breath. His injuries were much better. Senior 9, Nether, where is Senior Pangu? Don't worry, he won't die. Not long after, a white light appeared in front of them. At this time, Pangu was also covered in blood. His hair was messed up, and his arms were hanging in front of him, unable to move. Brat, you actually survived my Big Bang technique. Pangu said heartlessly. I say, Pangu, this is just a test. You actually used Big Bang technique. Are you crazy? 9 Nether cursed. What do you know? Pangu was unconvinced. This kid obviously didn't use his full strength at the beginning. Besides, do you think a guy who can break through to the Runhuang Plain will die so easily? After Pangu finished speaking, he looked at Lu Chun and said with a smile, Kid, your spirit chi refinement has already entered the 4th layer? Good fellow, it seems that you have comprehended the 4th layer and helped you break through to the Runhuang Plain at the same time. Senior Pangu, if you use Big Bang technique with the sky-splitting axe, how is the power compared to just now? Lu Chun asked. Pangu thought for a moment. It should not be too far off. Not too far off. Lu Chun frowned slightly. If that was the case, was he not too far off from Pangu's strength? Pangu explained, your sword technique and spear technique are close to completion. You should be able to understand. For example, your spear of heaven and earth sometimes does not need the god-slaying spear. When your fusion with the weapon gradually improves, this kind of spiritual attack does not need the weapon itself to launch. Doesn't that mean Pangu had already seen what Lu Chun was thinking? He said, how should I put it? It's actually like this. 9 Nether, and my current strength is not at full strength. After all, we came out of the space-time turbulence. We are only about 1% of our peak strength. When Lu Chun heard this, he could not help but shake his head. It seems that I am still far away from surpassing the 2 seniors. Pangu smiled slightly. Not far away? Boy, the rest is just a quantitative change for you. You already have the possibility of surpassing us. That is the most amazing thing. 9 Nether also nodded and said, although I don't know what realm is above the Runhuang Plain, I think you have just broken through. There is still a lot of room for improvement, right? If your level is calculated according to 9 stars, then when you reach the peak of your current realm, you will definitely improve more than 100 times. It's just that. I found a characteristic of your realm. Pangu continued 9 Nether's words. If my guess is correct, your strength needs to borrow external forces. Lu Chun nodded. When he resisted Big Bang technique, he did borrow external spiritual power. Pangu thought for a moment and said, Using the connection between spiritual powers as a foundation to borrow external forces is nothing. As long as you can use spiritual power for your own use, it is your own strength. In other words, when you improve your level in the future, you must further strengthen your ability to control spiritual power. When you can observe more detailed connections, you can borrow more spiritual power. This is a very terrifying power. Lu Chen cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior." Nine Nether's face was gloomy. "Pangu, you injured Lu Chen. Did you deliberately not want me to fight with him?" "What do you mean?" "I didn't." Pangu said, "Little Lu Chen's strength has long reached the level of a superior god. The reason you want to test him is that you want to test little Lu Chen's limits, right? At worst, when he recovers, you can fight with him again." Lu Chen said, "Senior Nine Nether, before I fight with you, I want to merge with the soul of the demon god. Then my strength will be further improved." Hearing this, Nine Nether was immediately interested. "That's good, right? Merge with the soul of the demon god. Let's see how much you can improve by then." "Oh, right. Little Lu Chen hasn't merged with the two souls yet." Hearing this, Panga seemed to have suffered a loss. Lu Chen still needed some time to recover from his injuries. This time, Panga was generous. He brought Lu Chen to find Netherworld and the others, and they returned to the world of the Bone Demon's faith. A month later, Lu Chen's injuries had recovered. The Bone Demon specially found a quiet place for Lu Chen. It was in an open basin in the middle of several snowy mountains. Pangu and Nine Nether stood in front of Lu Chen, and Lu Chen had already taken out the demon god souls. Pangu said solemnly, "Lu Chen, split your spiritual power into two and pour it into the two souls. Note that the two souls will only be fully activated after absorbing enough spiritual power. After activating the two souls, you need to fuse your spiritual power into one. This process also consumes a huge amount of spiritual power." Nine Nether also said, "The fusion process is extremely dangerous. Remember not to use force during the fusion. The demon god souls are not of the same kind and repel each other. If there's a slight mistake, the two souls will be annihilated, and your spirit core may be damaged. If it's light, you'll be seriously injured, and if it's heavy, you'll die. You need to control your spiritual power to an extremely fine degree so that the demon god souls can restrain and reinforce each other. Only then can you fuse them. When the two souls fuse because they have already formed a connection with your spiritual power, they will automatically recognize you as their master. If the fusion fails, our main task is to protect the two souls. At that time, we won't have time to ensure your safety. You understand?" Lu Chen nodded. Pangu asked, "Are you ready?" Lu Chen took a deep breath. "I'm ready." Chapter 1507. Lu Chen followed Pangu and Nine Nether's instructions and injected his spiritual energy into the souls. Due to Lu Chen's special physique, the injection of spiritual energy did not encounter any resistance. The two balls of light gradually brightened. The next step was to fuse the two souls. At this point, Lu Chen needed to be extremely cautious. To promote the fusion of the two souls, he could not use too much force, which would cause the two souls to reject each other and cause an accident. Pangu and Nine Nether did not dare to speak. They just stared at Lu Chen. Once an accident happened, they must seize the two souls. The two souls floated in the air, and under Lu Chen's coordination, they were looking for some kind of balance. Time passed by, but no one dared to rush Lu Chen. 7 hours later, the two souls began to converge at the center, and Pangu and Nine Nether also became nervous. They had reached the most crucial step. The two souls each stretched out their spiritual threads like tentacles, trying to touch each other. Most of these tentacles were instantly canceled out. After repeated attempts, finally, a few tentacles connected with each other. Don't rush. Don't rush. Take it slow. Panga stared at Lu Chun, not daring to speak. He seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be hoping that Lu Chun could hear him. More than 10 hours later, more and more spiritual threads connected with each other. When Lu Chun had been fusing for more than 20 hours, countless spiritual tentacles had appeared between the two souls. Under the pull of the tentacles, the two souls slowly approached each other. The moment the two souls touched, Pangu and Nine Nether's nerves also tensed up to the extreme. Suddenly, a spiritual energy ring exploded in an instant, raising wind and snow all over the sky. Then, the two souls merged into a Tai Chi disc, rose into the air, and slowly rotated. Not long after, the fish eye of the twin fish pattern was successfully formed. A Tai Chi disc fell from the air and floated in front of Lu Chun. It's done. Panga's eyes widened in excitement. The fusion of the two souls is successful. Lu Chun was already exhausted. Not only was his spiritual energy empty, but the high-intensity and high-precision operation had also exhausted him. He looked at the disc in front of him and smiled. Have you finally succeeded? The disc slowly rotated in front of Lu Chun for a moment, and then suddenly flew to Lu Chun's chest. Lu Chun watched helplessly as the disc merged into his body. Where is the soul of the fiend god? Lu Chun's eyes widened. Pangu and Nine Nether hurried over. Didn't I tell you that it has already recognized you as its master? It has already merged with your body. It's another body strengthening technique. It doesn't just strengthen your physical body. Most importantly, it strengthens your soul. Lu Chun frowned. Strengthening the soul? Yes. Nine Nether said, if I'm not wrong, your god's blood demon seed should have improved. In addition, the strength of your soul has improved. Illusions, charms, and mind attacks are all ineffective against you. Not only that, but it has also increased the attributes of your life reverser divine demon set. Since it has already recognized you as its master, you can check it directly. Lu Chun hurriedly checked his various skills. The soul of the fiend god had increased the level of dual polarity heaven's might. At the same time, it was immune to all soul control skills. Now that Lu Chun's heaven's might of the fiend god had risen to level 5, the upper limit of absorbing attributes was removed. The range of influence was based on the maximum range that Lu Chun could sense. The life reverser divine demon set's cultivation techniques had all improved. The cooldown period for the fiend god astral body and heaven's might of the fiend god had been removed, and their effects had improved. The inner demons would no longer be able to control Lu Chun's soul. The great void arm had been strengthened, and its attack had increased from 2 times to 5 times. In the great void form, its attack had increased from 5 times to 20 times. The heaven's eye was no longer limited by distance and obstacles when Lu Chun could sense spiritual energy. In other words, Lu Chun could see any area within the range of his spiritual energy perception, and he could ignore illusions and other charms. The heaven's eye had always been a supplementary skill. After Lu Chun obtained the soul of the fiend god, it finally had the degree that the fiend god set should have. Although the soul of the fiend god did not have any skills, the limitless sword of the fiend god finally had a skill that Lu Chun could use. Limitless Firmament has a total of 3 moves, namely Destruction, Ultimate, and Limitless. The level is unknown. However, he could only use Destruction and Ultimate. The last move was Missing Empyrean Gods and Demons. The effects of the soul of the fiend god could only be described as powerful. It had greatly increased the other fiend god sets. it could be said that without the soul of the fiend god, and with it, many pieces of equipment were on two completely different levels. Lu Chen took a deep breath. He had finally found the soul of the fiend god. At this point, the limitless sword of the fiend god, heavenly might, fiend god lotus heart, fiend god 9 transformations, fiend god origin sutra, emptiness of gods and demons' arm, fiend god heaven's eye, and the soul of the fiend god set. Lu Chen had already collected 8 of the 9 pieces of the fiend god set. Now, he only lacked the 9th transformation of the fiend god 9 transformations, as well as the Empyrean gods and demons that gave Lu Chen a headache. Pangu and 9 Nether looked at each other, and the two enemies actually smiled at each other. We actually succeeded. 9 Nether, our mission has finally been completed. 9 Nether nodded in relief. Yes, that person's commission has finally been completed. We finally have one less thing to worry about. Speaking of which, I really did not expect that someone could actually collect so many pieces of the Fiend God set. Lu Chen recovered from his excitement and looked at the two great gods. Many thanks to the two seniors for helping me. If not for the two of you giving me the soul of the Fiend God and teaching me how to fuse them, I reckon it would have been very difficult to fuse the soul of the Fiend God. Panga smiled faintly. Little Lu Chen, this is the result of your own efforts. Why are you thanking us? Yes, it's not the first time we've fused the soul of the Fiend God with someone else, but you're the first to be able to truly fuse them. Well, seeing that you can fuse the soul of the Fiend God, our mission can finally be completed. Pangu heaved a long sigh of relief. 9 Nether, do you still want to fight with him? 9 Nether actually shook his head to express his refusal. Actually, there's no need. Little Lu Chen's fighting skills are not inferior to yours or mine. This time, his actual combat skills have increased by at least 20 times. This can be calculated. If I were to fight with him, I reckon I'd be beaten up by this kid. Panga laughed mischievously. At least you have some self-awareness. Kid, little Lu Chen, even the Chaos Fiend God is afraid of you. Lu Chen smiled faintly. Senior must be joking. You're not at your true strength now. If I were to really meet the Chaos Fiend God himself, I'm far from being his match. 9 Nether shook his head. You're not his match now, but you still have potential. This is something that people like us don't have in the past. Kid, take care of yourself in the future. If you have the chance, come visit us again in the turbulence. Lu Chen frowned. Seniors, are you leaving? Yes, our mission has been completed. Now that your strength is one level higher, we can't show off as much as you. What's the point of staying here? By the way, little Lu Chen, this is for you, Panga said, and threw over a scroll. Lu Chen lowered his head to look at the scroll. On it were the words Big Bang Theory. This. Lu Chen stared at Panga with wide eyes. This was Panga's famous skill. Panga smiled. Don't be happy too early. This move doesn't suit you. As for its power, you can't unleash it without the sky-splitting axe. It's not as good as your own cultivation method. However, if you want to save Mu Sheng, you still have to learn this move. It can cut off Mu Sheng from Hongling's control. 9. Nether was a little anxious. Pangu actually gave Lu Chen a cultivation method in front of him. Then wouldn't he be falling behind? Speaking of which, both of them came from the turbulence and couldn't bring anything with them. In other words, Panga's technique was secretly handwritten by him. This despicable person actually secretly wrote a cultivation method when he wasn't paying attention. Cough, cough. I don't have anything to give you. However, little Lu Chen in the Jiutian stellar space, that is, the extraterrestrial Fiend God Palace, quickly break through to the 9th level. There's something you want there. Chapter 1508. Well, little Lu Chen, We'll meet again if we're fated. Seeing Pangu and Nine Nether turn around, Lu Chen suddenly felt a sense of reluctance. These two guys were somewhat unreliable. Even if they had helped him, it was because of him. However, they and Goddess Nuo had both helped him, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Moreover, without the two of them, there would be one less pair of clowns on the road. Seniors, don't fight on the way back. Lu Chen shouted to the two of them from afar. However, the two of them didn't seem to hear him at all. They were just talking to each other emotionally. They were probably arguing about something again. After the two great gods left, Yu Ming and the others finally dared to come to Lu Chen's side. Brother Kuang, is my current appearance useless? Are you still seeing my original body? Bone Demon asked worriedly. Lu Chen smiled slightly. No, as long as you don't use the heavenly eye, it's fine. Oh, that's good. Then don't use the heavenly eye to look at me in the future. Yu Ming and Dry Claw looked at each other and smiled. Then Yu Ming asked, Lu Chen, are you going to find your friend right away? Lu Chen nodded. It's been more than 20 years. This time, while Hong Meng is not here, I'm going to bring Mu Sheng back. Bone Claw frowned. However, even if Hong Meng is not here, he must know that you've taken Mu Sheng away. I'm afraid he'll still look for you. Lu Chen snorted coldly. I don't care so much. The alien battlefield is already a mess, and he hasn't come out yet. I don't think he'll come out specifically for Mu Sheng. Even if he wants to find trouble with me, I'll have to accompany him. Just as Lu Chen was about to leave with Yu Ming and the others, Lu Chen suddenly stopped. Wait. Yu Ming and the others looked at Lu Chen in surprise. What's wrong? Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Someone's coming. As soon as he finished speaking, the clouds above their heads rolled, and several golden lights fell. This, who came to the world of my faith. Bone Demon shouted angrily. Following the golden lights, 5 figures quickly appeared beside Lu Chen, encircling Lu Chen, Netherworld, and the others. These people were all from the evil spirit race. The leader was dressed in a purple robe and had a fierce face. The death god scythe in his hand was especially eye-catching. Solipsistic, I've finally found you. It turns out that you've actually gone to outer space. No wonder there's been no news of you for so many years. Lu Chen looked coldly at the 5 of them. The leader was a high god, while the other 4 were high-star gods. Instead of going to the alien battlefield, you've been looking for me everywhere. Who are you? What are you trying to do? Lu Chen said coldly. We're from the spirit faction. We've already investigated the identities of the 2 people who were following you. The leader said, it's actually Pangu and Jiyo. Originally, we didn't dare to touch you when they were by your side. However, the 2 of them have returned to the Firmament Palace and Jiyo Devil Cave. That is to say, you have no more helpers. Lu Chen snorted coldly. This group of people obviously came prepared. Then again, the 2 seniors, Pangu and Jiyo, had returned too quickly. Since Pangu and Jiyo have returned, you must have combined the souls of the celestial and demon. In that case, you only need the 9th transformation of the celestial and demon fate-defying suit. One of his subordinates frowned. Isn't there still the celestial and demon Wu Qian? The leader said impatiently, that thing doesn't exist. There are only 8 pieces of the celestial and demon fate-defying suit. He has almost collected all of them. We have to kill him now and get the suit. Lu Chen sneered. So you're after my celestial and demon fate-defying suit. So what? We have to thank you for collecting the celestial and demon fate-defying suit. It saved us a lot of trouble. Solipsistic. Hand over the celestial and demon fate-defying suit, and we may leave you and your friends intact. Lu Chen's eyes were already burning with killing intent. Spiritual system. It seems that Kongu sent you here. That guy only cares about comprehending the way of heaven and doesn't care about the lives of his subordinates. I can't believe there are people who are willing to work for him. It's not about working for him. It's just that we have completed the task given by the Supreme Spiritual God. If we make a great contribution, we will have the opportunity to enter the All Spirits Star Group first. Oh, so it's an exchange of interests. Lu Chen sneered. But since you have found out about Pangu and Jiyo, you also know that I have been to outer space these years. Why didn't you find out what I experienced there? I don't care what you experienced. Didn't you just defeat a few low-star medium gods? Even if I give you 20 years, I will still kill you like killing a chicken. Brothers, the opportunity to enter the All Spirits Star Group is right in front of you. You must take this man down. After saying that, the 5 of them quickly surrounded Lu Chen, Netherworld, and the others looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen had just merged with the God Fiend's soul and had consumed a lot of energy. They didn't know if he could still fight. Lone Tyrant, we will help you hold on for a while. You go to the market and rest. Lu Chen smiled and patted Netherworld's shoulder. Brother Netherworld, why do I need to rest to kill these bugs? Wait a moment. The 5 of them had already rushed toward Lu Chen. Lu Chen's eyelids contracted, and he suddenly turned into a golden light and shot into the enemy's formation. 9 Spear Shadow Spear. The higher god didn't even have time to react before the god-slaying spear pierced through his heart. However, after Lu Chen killed the enemy with this move, he didn't stop his attack. In the blink of an eye, God's descent coordinated with Lu Chen's movement, and Lu Chen consecutively fired several spears. Boom, 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 boom. A series of spiritual energy explosions caused by the shattering of spiritual shields rang out. In just an instant, the 5 of them were all killed by Lu Chen. In the battle between Lu Chen and Pangu, Lu Chen had always been at a disadvantage. Therefore, Netherworld and the others hadn't directly seen how terrifying Lu Chen was. However, after killing 5 gods in an instant, they truly realized how exaggerated Lu Chen's combat strength was. A higher god couldn't even withstand one move from Lu Chen and was instantly killed. The leader still had a breath left. He looked at Lu Chen in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. How can you be so strong? You are just a mortal. How can you be so strong? Lu Chen coldly snorted. It's true that I am a mortal, but I have also killed many gods. How can you only remember that I am a mortal, and not that I have never shown mercy? After saying that, Lu Chen directly killed this person with a single spear strike. After a perfect ending, Lu Chen looked at Netherworld and the other 2. You'd better move to another belief world first. I estimate that there are many people looking for me. It's not safe for you to block me here. I want to go to the Tree God planet. This time, the pursuers had chased them to the belief world of Bone Demon. Lu Chen believed that there would be many more to come, so he asked Netherworld and the others to temporarily avoid them. On the other hand, Lu Chen had already gone to the Tree God planet alone. Standing on this continent that was more than 80% covered by forests, Lu Chen took a deep breath. Is this the world where Mu Shang is? Mu Shang, are you okay? This time, I must find you and bring you back to see our son. Just as Lu Chen was about to open his heaven's eye to look for Mu Shang, suddenly Lu Chen felt the ground under his feet shake violently. A familiar voice sounded. How dare you? How dare you trespass into the belief world of the primordial god? Today, I will make you fertilizer here. Chapter 1509. Countless vines shot out from the ground. The vines spread and intertwined, quickly forming a huge cage that trapped Lu Chun within. A beautiful woman slowly walked towards Lu Chun. When she passed by the cage, wooden vines extended from her body and connected with the cage vines. Just like that, she walked directly into the cage. Lu Chun stared blankly at this woman. In order to find her, he had waited for 20 years. Mu Sheng, the woman's eyes did not waver at all. She only narrowed her eyes slightly. Mu Sheng? Lu Chun felt a pang of pain in his heart. Mu Sheng had always yearned for freedom, yearned to fight against fate. But now, she had even forgotten her own name. No matter who you are, since you dare to trespass into the territory of the primordial god, you should be prepared to die here. Killing intent flashed in Mu Sheng's eyes. All of a sudden, countless vines shot toward Lu Chun from within the cage. It seemed that Mu Sheng had already forgotten her past. Lu Chun suppressed the grief in his heart and dodged Mu Sheng's attack. However, the vines were endless. Before the first wave subsided, another wave rose and pounced towards Lu Chun. Mu Sheng, I won't hurt you, Lu Chun said as he dodged. Mu Sheng saw that Lu Chun only dodged and did not counterattack. Her attack could not even touch the corner of his clothes. She was infuriated. Arrogant. Do you really think that the primordial god's territory is somewhere you can trespass? There was no end to the vines, and the entire cage was almost filled with vines. Lu Chun could no longer dodge, but he still did not counterattack. Why are you still not fighting back? You dare to look down on me? Then die. Divine skill, eternal vitality. The vines quickly connected and filled the space in an instant, forming a towering tree. Lu Chun was trapped on the surface of the trunk. He could feel his spiritual energy being wildly sucked away by the countless vines. His face grew paler. Mu Sheng walked up to Lu Chun and lifted his chin slightly. He looked indifferently at Lu Chun, who only revealed his face, and said coldly, I told you, I will turn you into fertilizer for this place. However, no matter how fierce Mu Sheng was, she could not see a trace of anger in his eyes. There was an indescribable feeling in the eyes of this strange man. Gentleness, concern, longing, accommodating, indulging. He didn't care about her injuries at all. He only looked at her affectionately. Even if Mu Sheng had lost her memories, she was no fool. Looking into Lu Chen's eyes, Mu Sheng could not remain calm. Why didn't you fight back? You're Yao Er's mother. How can I possibly harm you? Lu Chen looked at Mu Sheng gently. Yao Er's mother? Who is Yao Er? Who are you? Mu Sheng was a little agitated. Lu Chen weakly smiled. Yao Er is your son, and I am your husband. We are family. You're spouting nonsense. I'm a branch of the Hong Meng divine tree. I was nurtured by the Hong Meng divine tree. He is my only master. I have something to show you, Lu Chen said. Mu Sheng hesitated for a moment, then opened a gap in the tree trunk, revealing Lu Chen's right hand. Lu Chen's arm was already fixed, but he still held something in his hand. It was a wooden carving of 3 people. The woman was holding a child in her arms, nestled in the man's embrace. The wooden carving was lifelike. The woman was Mu Sheng, and the man was the man in front of her. Mu Sheng's eyes widened, and a pained expression suddenly appeared on her face. What is this? You lied to me, Lu Chen calmly said. You carved this. You should be able to recognize the materials used, right? Of course, Mu Sheng could recognize them. This was the reason why she was becoming crazier. You're a heart demon. You're a heart demon. Lu Chen looked at Mu Sheng with a pained expression. I'm sorry, Mu Sheng. I couldn't protect you. Shut up. No. Lu Chen angrily shouted. Mu Sheng, Didn't you want our child to be someone who can control her own destiny? Why don't you dare to go against your own destiny? If you don't remember, then I'll help you remember. Suddenly, a ball of light appeared in his hand, and he crushed it. A large number of images appeared in front of Mu Sheng. The dream in front flashed by, and towards the end, the speed of the images began to slow down. She and the man in front of her were on a beautiful planet, walking in a paddy field, leaning against each other, watching a boy chase the wind, laughing happily. Hubby, if only time could stop at this moment, I would be the happiest person in the world. The woman leaned on the man's chest sweetly. The man said, "Yes. Hubby, what do you want me to look like tonight?" The woman looked at the man playfully, her gaze somewhat charming and teasing. "Do you want me to look like Miss Jiao, Miss Luo Yao, or Twig Fence, or all three of them together?" The man seemed a little shy, and after pondering for a moment, he said, "You can even transform into three at the same time." The woman's face instantly stiffened, and she angrily said, "Humph, as expected, you're still thinking about them. You men are all good things." Wasn't this your suggestion?" The man looked wronged. "I was just asking out of curiosity. You're still thinking about them." Right at this moment, the beautiful image suddenly collapsed, and a figure appeared. An enormous figure appeared in the collapsing world. He stood in the void, and the vines on the ground wrapped around the man, tearing him into pieces. The woman screamed, "Mu Sheng, you dare to betray your master." The man's voice was loud, and he was unable to restrain his anger. After saying that, the vines wrapped around the child. "Lord Primordial Chaos, I beg you, let Yao go." "Yao, humph, let him turn into ashes together with his father." The boy cried out in pain, "Mommy, mommy, save me." At this moment, the dream came to an abrupt end. Following that, one after another, similar dreams appeared one after another. The dreams were always strangely similar, and the beautiful dreams eventually turned into nightmares. When she and Lu Chun were creating humans underground, Lu Chun was sucked dry by the vines. She personally sent Yao away, but was killed by Hongmeng on Earth. She tried to resist, but was ruthlessly suppressed. She gave Lu Chun a cultivation technique, but was cruelly tortured to death by Hongmeng after he found her. At this moment, Lu Chun finally understood why Mu Sheng wanted to leave him and their child back then. He had never understood the fear in her heart. Each and every dream, although not all of them were reality, they were incomparably realistic. In fact, compared to reality, they allowed Mu Sheng to return to the past and recall her feelings back then. After an unknown period of time, the large number of dreams attacked Mu Sheng's heart again and again. Finally, when the dreams disappeared, Mu Sheng's face was already covered in tears. Mu Sheng looked up, only to realize that Lu Chun was trapped in the giant tree. His face was pale, and he had lost consciousness. "Lu Chun!" Mu Sheng hurriedly removed the giant tree and hugged the falling Lu Chun. Looking at the man in her arms with heartache, Mu Sheng's tears fell like rain. Trembling, she gently caressed Lu Chen's cheek. I remember now. You're my husband. I remember now. You're Yao Er's father." Chapter 15:10. Under Mu Sheng's care, Lu Chen finally woke up. "Mu Sheng, you remember now?" Mu Sheng nodded with tears in her eyes. "I remember everything. Why you're too foolish. Even if you want me to recover my memories, you can't just not fight back." Lu Chen smiled. "If I really fought with you, how am I going to explain it to Yao in the future? Follow me back to Earth. Yao misses you a lot." However, Mu Sheng did not agree immediately. She shook her head while crying. "I can't go. Master has trapped me here. I can't leave the tree god planet anymore. Lu Chun sat up and said, What did he use to trap you? The Hong Meng divine tree's roots? Mu Sheng nodded. I'm a branch of his roots in the first place. I gradually gained my own consciousness. No matter where I go, I can't completely get rid of him. Lu Chun smiled. That's not necessarily true. After saying that, Lu Chun turned over and got off the bed. I can cut off the connection between the two of you. No, Mu Sheng hurriedly said. Hong Meng will know. He will kill us. Lu Chun coldly snorted. Don't worry. I will convince him to give up on this idea. Mu Sheng, don't think too much. Trust me. Really? Mu Sheng's eyes lit up with hope. Lu Chun nodded heavily. Fourth heaven. A team of Earthlings was following the natives to the Wildlands Hunting Zone's flame field. They were waiting for the hunting zone's strongest boss, Skyfire Armored Dragon. There were very few places to train in the fourth heaven, and the Wildlands was one of them. It turned out that the natives' leader, the Saintess, had already reached the high-level heaven domain. However, there were still many who stayed here. They were still operating the hunting zone here. Lu Yao, uncle came here before. A tall and handsome young man said to his brother beside him. Extreme E Netherglow also killed the Monster King in front. Later on, uncle accomplished the impossible and killed Extreme E Netherglow and Extreme Yangshine. The young man beside him was 8 meters tall, about 20 years old, with a slender figure and an extraordinary handsome face. His eyes were resolute, and there was a shadow of Lu Chun between his eyebrows. Cousin, you've already told me 800 times. Lu Yao shook his head and complained, It's a pity that the Extreme E Netherglow is already dead. Otherwise, I would also want to meet it. The leader of the group was a beautiful woman from the tribe. She had an explosive figure. When she heard the conversation between the two, she couldn't help but look at them in surprise. Aren't you talking about Mad God? Bei Shui smiled. Yes, of course it's Mad God. Who else could it be? Mad God is your uncle. Can't I? Lu Yao glanced at his cousin and frowned. This guy was using his father's name to pick up girls again. As expected, the other party quickly left behind a voice transmission talisman. Bei Shui raised his eyebrows at Lu Yao. Bei Shui, you said that uncle wholeheartedly comprehended the way of the sword, and aunt also worked hard to become stronger. Why didn't you inherit any of their strengths? Aya, how is my realm low? Other than a pervert like you, who else is higher than me? Lu Yao's face was full of disdain. Then can't you surpass me? Can't you give me some strength? Where's your childhood dream? All you want is a girl's voice transmission talisman. Surpass you? Forget it. You're even scarier than your father. I'm the world's second best in the Jochen Academy, but I can't even see your shadow. Look at my dad. He used to say that he wanted to surpass your dad, but now he's still obediently going home to farm. Bei Shui shook his head and sighed. Sigh. The tragedy of the previous generation is actually repeating itself in our generation. At this moment, another 17 or 18 years old girl, after communicating with her companions, followed the directions and found Lu Yao's side. This girl was even more beautiful than the previous girl. Her skin was as white as snow, her eyebrows were picturesque, and her eyes were clear. You're the descendant of Mad God. The girl tilted her head and looked at Lu Yao with a pair of bright eyes. The eyes of the surrounding people from Earth were straight. What a beautiful girl. No, Lu Yao said indifferently. You're not. I've seen a portrait of Mad God, and I think you're somewhat similar to him. Don't all humans look the same? 2 eyes and 1 mouth. Lu Yao said impatiently. Seeing that the other party was so fierce, the girl could only tactfully leave. Bei Shui watched anxiously from the side. Lu Yao, can you not be so straightforward? Why don't you talk to such a beautiful girl more? Look at her eyes. They're shining like stars. Lu Yao shook his head. She admires my dad. Sooner or later, I'll use my own hands to make a name for myself. All right, I really can't communicate with you. Oh, right. My mom wants us to go back to Earth for dinner after defeating the boss. Go back to Earth? I still want to learn swordsmanship from your dad. Stop being so long-winded. Do you dare to not listen to my mom? Be careful. She'll chop you into pieces. Thinking of his aunt's fierce look, Lu Yao couldn't help but shiver. All right, let's go back to Earth. Not long after, the Skyfire armored dragon that everyone had been waiting for appeared. When the people in the tribe saw the dragon, they couldn't help but be shocked. Oh no, this isn't the Skyfire armored dragon. It's the sacred armored dragon. Quick retreat. Before they could finish their words, a figure suddenly shot towards the sacred armored dragon. Tiger descends the mountain. Galaxy sunset slash. Lu Yao had already rushed towards the sacred armored dragon alone. Everyone was so frightened that they didn't dare to speak. Only Bei Shui looked calm, as if he was used to this. Sai, I already said that this guy is even fiercer than his dad. With his strength, he can already go to level 5. Lu Yao was still forced to use a voice transmission talisman. The brothers kept their spoils of war and returned to Earth together. Li Muhua drove the brothers back to the villa. Lu Yao looked out of the car window and frowned slightly. Uncle Muhua, is there a big shot coming over? Why is there a guard of honor standing there? Li Muhua looked at Lu Yao and smiled meaningfully. Yes, there is a big shot coming over. Lu Yao didn't think much of it. After all, there were many big shots that came here usually. Did Big Brother Yi Fan find the treasure? Not yet, but I heard that there was a huge discovery. Li Muhua said, Sovereign Yi Fan has already traveled back and forth between Macau and Las Vegas many times. He said that there's a high possibility that the treasure is located there. Bei Shui frowned. What kind of treasure can there be on Earth? Could it be that Big Brother Yi Fan made a mistake? But Big Brother Yi Fan is really strong. While looking for the treasure, he reached Sovereign Immortal at the same time. As they spoke, they had already arrived in front of their villa. At this moment, there were 3 people standing in the courtyard of the villa, Lu Yi as well as Lu Chun and another unfamiliar woman. The moment he saw the 3 of them, Lu Yao's heart instantly fiercely thumped. Father! It's father who has returned, Li Muhua sighed. Yao, not only did your father return, he also brought someone back. The person you have always wanted to meet. Chapter 1511. Bei Shui realized that no matter how strong the opponent, Lu Yao's hands would never tremble. But now, Lu Yao's hands were shaking nonstop. Lu Yao, who had always been strong, had his eyes blurred. He tried hard to control himself and not let himself cry. Bei Shui hugged Lu Yao's shoulder and said in a deep voice, Good brother, you should be happy. Don't let them look down on you. Lu Chen pulled Mu Sheng's hand. At this moment, the woman's hand was full of sweat. Her eyes were anxiously looking at the car door. Finally, the car door opened. 2 young men got off the car from the back seat. Lu Chen smiled faintly. These 2 little guys have already grown, so big. Why did it feel like he was raising little beasts? In the blink of an eye, they became adults. Little E, come here. Lu Yi called Bei Shui over. Mom, I haven't greeted Uncle yet. Bei Shui protested. He looked like he was not going to leave. What greeting? Don't make trouble. Come in with me. Lu Yi pulled Bei Shui's ear and entered the house. Mom, you're abusing the world's second-ranked youth. Second your head. Your brother is the world's number one. Let's see if he dares to resist." The noise behind them gradually faded away. In the garden, only Lu Chen, Lu Yao, and Mu Sheng were left. Yao, these two words from Mu Sheng's mouth were heartbreaking. "You've grown so big. Yao, this is your mother," Lu Chen said. Just as Lu Chen finished speaking, Lu Yao walked in front of Mu Sheng and knelt down in front of her. Lu Yao cried and said, "Mom, Brother Yi Fan has already told me about you. I'm unfilial for not being able to save you earlier." Mu Sheng could no longer hold it in and hugged Lu Yao tightly. Lu Chen's eyes were also red. The mother and son could finally be reunited. He was gratified, but also a little sad. As a father, he did not properly accompany the child as he grew up. It took him 20 years to save Mu Sheng. He was not a good father, nor was he a good husband. Then, Lu Chen silently turned around. "Dad!" Lu Yao's voice suddenly came from behind. Lu Chen turned around. This child was willing to call him father. "Thank you." Mu Sheng pulled Lu Chen back. "Lu Chen, don't go." Behind the French windows of the villa, Lu Yi and Bei Shui were hiding behind and peeking. Lu Yi touched the corner of her eyes and said excitedly, "My brother's family is finally reunited." "Mom, Annie is really... how did Lu Yao come here?" Lu Yi slapped Bei Shui's head and said fiercely, "Why do you care so much? This child. Why is it that the older she gets, the more improper she becomes?" Lu Chen borrowed the portal of the 3 Taoist elders to return to Earth. He only had 3 days. Fortunately, Mu Sheng had reunited with Yao, and he had finally resolved one of his worries. After the family had dinner in the evening, Lu Yi told Lu Chen about the treasures on Earth. "Brother, can't you stay for a few more days?" Yi Fan said that the treasures are on Earth. Lu Chen shook his head. "I have to return to Jiutian in 3 days. If there are any treasures on Earth, it's not a problem to give them to Yi Fan. Mu Sheng, you stay here." Mu Sheng looked at Lu Chen with some worry. Then about the primordial chaos over God. "He won't come out for the time being, so I need to improve my strength as soon as possible." Li Muhua suddenly asked, "Chen, what level are you now?" I don't have a level now." Lu Chen said, "I was a 9-star human emperor before, but after I broke through, there are no records of me in Jiutian." Everyone, including Mu Sheng, was shocked. "No level? That's possible," Bei Shui said in shock. "Uncle's level is beyond the knowledge of Jiutian." Li Muhua sighed. "Well, no matter how high your level is, it's nothing strange. We're used to it." Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. "Muhua, what level are you now?" "Me? I'm a cultivator now. I wanted to be a rogue cultivator like you, but it's popular among young people now. Later, I realized that it's better to join an organization," Li Muhua said with a smile. As he spoke, Li Muhua suddenly shouted, "It's 7 o'clock. Xiaoi, hurry up and turn on the web TV." 7 o'clock. Oh. Xiaoi quickly turned on the TV. Lu Chen looked at the two of them strangely. Was 7 o'clock some special time? News broadcast? However, they were watching a live broadcast on the internet, which was directly connected to the Jiutian official website. The host was reporting the otherworldly beasts are launching an all-out attack on the teleportation formation. After adding in 6 otherworldly demons, the otherworldly beast army is unstoppable. They have already broken through several defensive lines of the 9 heavens. If the 8 supreme gods don't appear this time, I'm afraid the alien beasts will break through the Jiutian defenses. Lu Chen frowned. Were the alien beasts going to attack the Jiutian? The scene changed to the battlefield. In the past, the battles were fought by hundreds of people. Now, millions of alien beasts were charging at the Jochian defenses. The master gods, superior gods, intermediate gods, and even lower gods had all arrived at the alien battlefield and were fighting fiercely with the alien beasts. In this unprecedented war, planets were destroyed, the Milky Way was shaken, and countless techniques illuminated the Milky Way. Judging from the current situation, it's only a matter of time before the alien beasts break through the defenses. The demon-sealing war god hasn't joined the battle yet. The host said excitedly, "Why haven't the supreme gods made a move yet? They were the ones who opened the path beyond the heavens. Are we just going to watch as the 9 heavens are broken through? In their eyes, our survival is not in their consideration at all. They only want to comprehend the heavenly Tao. But if the Jiuqian is about to fall, what's the point of going to the 9th heaven?" With a bang, Lu Yi turned off the television. "Mom, why did you turn it off? This matter concerns our survival," Bei Shui shouted. Lu Yi glared at him. Then, she secretly glanced at Lu Chun. Bei Shui was still too young. He didn't understand Lu Chun, but Lu Yi knew her brother well. "Big brother, you haven't been home for a long time. Spend some time with Yao, and sister-in-law." How could Lu Chun not know what was on Lu Yi's mind? The beauty of the world always needed someone to protect it. If the supreme gods didn't make a move, then there was one more person who would. Lu Chun didn't say much and only nodded. At night, Lu Chun brought Lu Yao to the courtyard. "Yao, what realm are you at now?" "I'm a 4-star great practitioner now," Lu Yao replied. Lu Chun nodded. "Maybe it's still a little early." As he spoke, Lu Chun took out 3 martial arts books. "These are 2 sets of divine martial arts books. You should be able to practice them when you reach the human king realm." Lu Yao took the martial arts books. They were Devil Abyss and God's Arrival. The other one is the application of spiritual energy. It contains some of my insights. Currently, I've just comprehended the 4th level, so I don't have much insight on the connection of spiritual energy. But these insights don't belong to you, so it's good to have less. You might have different gains if you rely on your own insights. Dad, you're going to the alien battlefield, but whether it's the Jochian gods or the alien beasts, they will only treat you as an enemy. Lu Yao said anxiously. "Besides, this is the battlefield started by the 8 supreme gods. Why should you clean up the mess for them?" Lu Chun looked up at the starry sky and faintly said, "No matter who's at fault, my family and friends are here. With all of you here, I won't let anyone destroy this place. Take good care of your mother." After saying that, Lu Chen's figure flashed and disappeared. Chapter 15:12. In the end, Lu Chen left without saying goodbye. Lu Chen had to improve his strength as soon as possible, regardless of whether it was the impending invasion of the alien beasts or Hongmeng coming out to hold him accountable. As soon as he returned to Jiuqian, Lu Chen entered the core area of the Kaitian Holy Land and began to cultivate. Nine Nether said that there was something Lu Chen needed in the extraterrestrial divine devil palace. Lu Chen focused on practicing his control of spiritual power while cultivating to raise the level of the Jochian stars. At the same time, the alien beast army broke through the Jochian gods' line of defense. However, the Jochian gods were not completely unprepared. They had set up hundreds of defensive formations outside the passage. With these defensive formations, they were able to hold back the alien beast army. Although the alien beast army had the absolute advantage, they could not break through these defensive formations in a short time. They could only be patient and break through them one by one. The alien battlefield entered its final stage of defense. After holding on for 7 years, there were only a dozen or so defensive formations left. Furthermore, They were all in imminent danger. Many of the Jiuqian gods no longer had the heart to cultivate. Now, everyone was praying that the 8 supreme gods would come out in time to defeat the alien beast army. 4 years later, the last line of defense was completely breached. Tens of thousands of Jiuqian gods looked at the alien beast army surging toward them with despair. On the main star of the myriad spirits star, a figure walked out of a whirlpool. The moment he appeared, the stars in the sky dimmed instantly. The surrounding spiritual energy naturally gathered toward him, emitting a soft white light. His long hair and white robe fluttered without wind, expanding at an extremely slow speed, like slow motion in water. This person was the first supreme god of the 8 supreme gods to comprehend the heavenly Tao. Kongu's eyes wandered as he looked down at the earth. His voice was completely different from before. It was extremely deep and heavy, not like a human's voice. I have finally comprehended the heavenly Tao. Now, I am the master of this world. Suddenly, Kongu thought of something. Ninth heaven, yes, ninth heaven domain, I am coming. In the next second, he arrived at the Jiuqian defensive line. Countless people witnessed this existence that surpassed the gods. The Jiuqian gods prostrated themselves in succession. It's the supreme spiritual god. Supreme spiritual god, quickly kill these exotic beasts. Nearly 20 otherworldly demons stared at Kongu. The feeling this person gave off was different from 30 years ago. The current him was detached from the world and looked down on the universe. Kongu stood in the Milky Way, looking at the million-strong army of beasts. Countless people in the myriad races and realms were watching Kongu. He might be the key to turning the entire situation around. The supreme spiritual god is already above the supreme god level. Please save us. You're the ones who released these otherworldly beasts. Hurry up and deal with them. Everyone placed their hopes on Kongu. Kongu narrowed his eyes and looked at the endless alien beasts. He unsheathed his sword and said, "Cut through the sea of stars." This sword had a sword chi that spanned 100,000 miles. A white light flashed, leaving only a white line in the pitch-black galaxy. Seeing this sword strike, everyone was shocked to the point of being dumbstruck. This is the power of a ruler. This is enough to destroy heaven and earth. Oh my God, the supreme spiritual god is too strong. He can wipe out millions of exotic beasts with one sword. After swinging his sword, Kongu no longer looked at the battlefield and turned to leave. Suddenly, that shocking sword chi was swallowed by a black light. The expected scene of a million-strong army being wiped out didn't happen. The cut through the Milky Way disappeared into thin air, like a clay ox entering the sea. What's going on? The Jiuqian gods and immortals were all dumbfounded, their brains short-circuited. Such a terrifying sword actually disappeared into thin air. At this moment, a person slowly walked out of the million-strong army. This person was emitting a turbulent black mist, and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. The huge black mist was like a planet, and his 2 blood-red eyes were terrifying. Kongu slowly turned around and frowned slightly. That sword of his was actually blocked by someone. "Who are you?" The black mist's voice was low but deafening. "Demonic war god. Demonic war god." Kongu's eyes widened. Haven't you disappeared for many years?" "Disappeared? No, I have never disappeared. Before I kill all of you, it's impossible for me to disappear." Ha 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 ha. Demonic war god suddenly laughed wildly. "You think you have reached the ruler realm? Ha 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 ha. Ruler is good. The one I kill is a ruler." Kongu narrowed his eyes. "What did you say?" "I said, I will kill you." At this moment, countless people were watching the battle in front of them. Kong-gu's appearance had already shocked everyone, but the greater shock had yet to come. Demonic war god, who hadn't appeared for a long time, suddenly appeared in the battle lineup. Demonic war god effortlessly blocked Kong-gu's sword. Could it be that his strength is stronger than Kong-gu's? Then aren't we finished? No, not necessarily. Kong-gu just now was just a casual sword. He also didn't use his full strength. Listening to Demonic War's tone, it seems like he has full confidence in Kong-gu. I really can't imagine when the peak of martial arts will end. There are actually two existences surpassing Supreme God all of a sudden. Stronger than God, that is the ruler of the universe. Stronger than Demonic War God. What should that be? Kong-gu looked indifferently at Demonic War God and said coldly, "What big words? Seeing that you blocked my sea of stars just now, it means that you have some skill. Today, I will achieve the body of a ruler and use you as a blood sacrifice." Demonic War God laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha ha, blood sacrifice, blood sacrifice. I like blood, I like blood." With that, Demonic War God suddenly attacked. A cloud of terrifying black gas directly smashed towards Kong-gu. "Die for me." Kong-gu's eyes widened in anger. Holding a long sword in his hand, a sword chi cut through the galaxy and directly blasted towards the black gas. However, Kong-gu's sword was once again swallowed by the black gas. Not only did the black gas not weaken, it was even stronger than before. Kong-gu was secretly shocked and quickly dodged with a displacement. However, the guards behind him could not dodge in time. The black gas directly blasted into a large group of guards. With a loud explosion, the galaxy trembled. Countless Jiuqian gods were directly sucked into the black gas. In the blink of an eye, only a pile of white bones was left. "Delicious, delicious! It's too delicious! Ha 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 ha! No, killing these people is meaningless. I want to kill the ruler. The ruler! If you have the guts, don't dodge." With that, Demonic War God attacked again and again. Kong-gu coldly snorted a few times. Arrogant, eternal domination. Thousands of terrifying sword chi shot out. "Explode for me." These sword chi did not wait for the black gas to absorb and directly exploded in midair. In the galaxy, the explosions were like fireworks. Demonic War God became more and more crazy. "Ha ha ha ha! Again, again! Is this the strength of a ruler? Today, I will trample over the Jiuqian world and let you feel endless darkness and terror." Demonic War God had an incomparably huge battle axe in his hand and chopped down. "Die for me." Primordial Demonic War Axe. World annihilation. The axe tore the space apart and arrived before Kong-gu in the blink of an eye at an unbelievable speed. Kong-gu's eyes were filled with shock and hurriedly released all the spiritual energy in his body. Supreme divine skill, all spirits returned to one. As the two peerless moves collided, rings of spirit chi exploded outwards like rings of stars. Countless people were affected, and some lesser gods were even seriously injured. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. At the same time, Kong-gu only felt an unimaginable force hit his body, and then his entire body flew out, piercing through a star. Finally stopping his momentum, Kong-gu spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He held his chest and looked up at Demonic War God. Demonic War God was not injured and laughed crazily. "Ha ha ha ha, blood, you are bleeding. I said I like blood. Since that is the case, you can bleed until you are dry." Kong-gu looked at the demon-sealing battle immortal in horror. This guy was already so strong that he defied the heavens. He had already broken through to the supreme god level, but he was still no match for him. Chapter 15:13. Kongu never thought that he would be suppressed by the demon-sealing battle god in his first battle after breaking through to the sovereign realm. At this moment, 7 beams of light shot out from the 7-star clusters and appeared beside Kongu. The 8 supreme gods of Jochen had appeared at the same time. The demon-sealing battle god didn't just comprehend the pinnacle of the demonic Tao. His power comes from darkness, and beyond the heavens is endless darkness. His power is limitless. A middle-aged man said calmly. This man was also surrounded by demonic aura, but he was different from the demon-sealing battle god. He was also a demonic cultivator. There's no Jiuqian classification outside the heavens. His strength is probably enough to enter the 9 heavens. A beautiful woman rubbed her ears and looked at the huge mass of black gas in front of her. Although we have comprehended the heavenly Tao, we haven't entered the 9 heavens. Our strength hasn't completed the final transformation. I'm afraid we're not his match. Kongu looked at the others and frowned. The Supreme Demon God and Supreme Demon God were right. After the 6 heavens, the cultivator's strength would increase greatly, opening the path to immortality. After the 7 heavens, they would undergo the trial of the gods and awaken the godhead. Although they had the qualifications to enter the 8 levels of the sky-reaching tower, they still hadn't completed the transformation. In fact, they were still lacking a qualitative transformation before they could truly become sovereigns. Don't tangle with him. Let's enter the sky-reaching tower. Kongu frowned, seeming to have some concerns. A man with a faint green glow around his body said calmly, 10,000 spirits, the wheel of life and death, 10,000 races and 10,000 creatures are born in accordance with the heavens and die in accordance with fate. This is fate. The 8 of us want to pursue the pinnacle of the martial Tao. We should follow the cycle of the heavenly Tao, see through life and death, transcend all races, and cut off all mortal thoughts. Only then can we integrate into the heavenly Tao. An undead skeleton said, "That's right. Destruction is also a part of the heavenly Tao. Without destruction, there can be no construction. Only after destruction can we be reborn. Gods, immortals, mortals, all living things are ants. The death of the weak is the will of the heavens. Letting them die on their own is in accordance with the heavenly Tao. We don't need the power of faith anymore, and we don't need to protect these worlds." Kongu thought for a moment and finally nodded. The 8 figures disappeared on the spot. Countless people were filled with hope as they watched the 8 overgods arrive, only to watch helplessly as the 8 overgods resolutely left. At this moment, the glimmer of hope that had just been ignited instantly fell into the abyss of despair. The 8 supreme gods had left to pursue the great Tao, but they had left behind this undefeatable demonic sovereign. It's over, it's all over now. The overgod has abandoned us. Why? Why did they leave? How could we possibly defeat the demon-sealing battle god? Our world of faith has been destroyed, and we can no longer improve our godhood. This is the heavenly Tao. All of us are just sacrifices for the heavenly Tao. In the instant that the 8 overgods left, the starlight of 8 of the 9 star clusters began to dim. They were like the most inconspicuous dark meteorites in the vast universe, devoid of life. The demon-sealing battle god was furious. He actually ran away. When I flatten Jiuqian, none of you will be able to escape. Jiuqian, accept your doom. Earth. Many people had put down their work and were watching the final battle with their families. If even the gods couldn't resist it, what could they do? The only thing they could do now was to witness the final moment of extinction. The alien beasts were like a hot knife through butter. The Jiutian gods couldn't organize a defense at all. The gods even gave up on resisting and fled in all directions. The Jiutian was about to be destroyed, but for them, there was still a chance of survival in the outer world. Unfortunately, only the gods could escape. The rest of the mortals and even the immortals could only wait for destruction to descend. In the sixth heaven, a woman returned to the fifth heaven through a teleportation gate. She arrived at the snowy mountain on the northwestern border of the Eastern Peak Nation. The wind and snow blew her long hair up. The projection stone beside her was still playing the scene of the alien beast army charging toward the entrance. However, she didn't care about that at this moment. She raised her hand and untied the red ribbon. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, but it couldn't hide her peerlessly beautiful face. After letting go of her hair, she transformed from a valiant empress into a gentle woman. Carefully looking at the ribbon in her hand, the woman's tears flowed down and turned into sparkling ice flowers. "Luchan, I can't find you. I can't even see you one last time. I'm sorry, I can't keep up with your footsteps. Do you still remember that this was the place where we first met? You didn't know that I was the Eastern Peak Jade Empress. I didn't know that you were the one in a million hope. We walked together in the snow. How good would it be if life was just like the first time we met?" Lung Nua arrived at the first heaven's level 10 main city alone. Looking at the empty main city, there were still 2 statues of her standing there. Cultivating immortality allowed her to remain youthful and beautiful. However, 60 years of memories made her no longer as ignorant as she used to be. The record of the Twin Towers had been broken long ago, but that person's legend was engraved in everyone's heart. Ah. Do we need a guild challenge? Then, hey, let's just form a guild. She still remembered that person's reason for forming a guild was so casual. However, it was this casual decision that created the strongest guild on Earth, Wild Waves. What's wrong? Were you bullied? He stood in front of her and beat up the people of friendship. That guy probably didn't know that because of this sentence, her heart could no longer hold anyone else. Loving someone didn't necessarily mean that you had to obtain them. You just had to hope that they could be happier. How good would it be if life was just like the first time we met? How good would it be if time could stop at that moment? Everyone was waiting for the end of the world. At this moment, they no longer had the ability to resist and could only accept the arrangements of heaven. Heaven and earth were heartless. Gods and demons were heartless. Transcendental people cared about themselves and pursued the heavenly Tao. Lowly people could only wait for the arrangements of fate. At this moment, Luo Yao inadvertently saw that in the dim universe, there was a shining star. It hung alone in the Milky Way. It was lonely yet powerful. The endless darkness couldn't steal its light. It only made its light more dazzling. In the splitting heaven-holy land, a certain person spoke a few words into the myriad world sound transmission talisman. "Come back." As soon as he spoke, his figure disappeared. In an instant, he appeared thousands of miles away. Under the lead of the demon-sealing battle god, the million-strong alien beast army rushed towards the entrance of the Jotian. Right at this moment, a figure appeared in front of the army in a trance. The gods of the myriad worlds and races all stared at that figure in astonishment. When they saw this figure, many people already had tears in their eyes. He had come. That mortal had come in the end. Chapter 1514. An army of 1,000,000, a passage, and a myriad of worlds. One person guarding it. It's mad god. Look, it's mad god. Countless people on Earth were shouting this name. Earth's war god. Solipsistic? Why is he here? Bai Yi frowned, but at this moment, he had already forgotten the supreme god's order. He was only shocked and confused. Lu Chun, Kong Luoyao's eyes were filled with tears. Although his hair was already white, she still recognized him at a glance. You're still the one in a million hope. This brat, my entire planet is filled with his worshippers. Tears streamed down Suowing's face. It didn't matter what the result of Lu Chen's battle was. Suowing only felt pride. When the gods abandoned their people, this brat didn't abandon everything he protected, just like before. Father, it's Uncle Lu Chun. Fiery Demon forgot to answer his son's question and just repeated, brat, brat. Guing clenched his fists and stared at the back. Lu Chun. Inside the immortal spirit grotto heaven, there was a sea of people. Mulong, Xiao Zhan, Ling Long, Feng Wu, Skyfall, Black Armor King, Wu Xian. Everyone was watching the image on the projection stone excitedly. Master. In Las Vegas, Celestial Supremacy Yifan placed all his chips on Mad God's defeat and smiled. Master, this is all I can help you with. Lu Chen had experienced too much along the way, but he also had countless friends. From the first layer of heaven to the 8th layer of heaven, his friends included the most ordinary mortals, giants like-minded friends, and confidants who had turned enemies into friends. There were the human clan, the demon clan, the heavenly fox clan, the myriad spirit clan, and so on. Along the way, he didn't want to be a saint, nor did he fall into the demonic path. He only wanted to have a clear conscience. The godly demon, limitless sword, the void god-slaying spear, and the chaos magic staff hovered beside him. His white hair covered his fox ears, and his body was covered in golden dragon scales. He looked like a white-haired war god in golden armor. As if they had sensed the aura of an expert, the army of exotic beasts suddenly stopped. In front of the demon-sealing battle god's enormous body, Lu Chun was as tiny as a speck. At this moment, 5 white lights flashed in the distance and stopped beside Lu Chun. Little beast god, little source of heaven and earth essence, Furball the heaven-devouring god-slaying rat, Rhubarb the dark demon sovereign, and Little Golden Carp the 9-clawed golden dragon. After receiving the message, the 5 beasts returned. Their auras were completely different from before. Lu Chun looked at Little Golden Carp. Little Golden Carp, did you make the great leap? Yes. Little Golden Carp doesn't want to just look for treasures. It also wants to fight alongside its benefactor. The 9-clawed golden dragon nodded. Lu Chun smiled and looked at Rhubarb. Rhubarb, I can cheer for you spiritually. Rhubarb said with great vigor. If one didn't listen to the content, one would think that he was also preparing to join the battle. All right, 10 years was still too short for Rhubarb. Dad, ask me. After waiting for a long time, Little Beast couldn't help but ask Lu Chun a question. Little Beast, you went to bed again. Aya, that's not the question. Ask me about my strength. Then what's your strength now? Hee. Finally, they got to the point. Little Beast said proudly, during this period of time away from Dad, my strength improved by leaps and bounds. Now, I can still kill a few high gods. Lu Chun was speechless. Little Beast's growth was indeed fast. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Boss, I'm level 3 now. Just one more level, and I'll be in my complete form. Lu Chen's eyes widened. Little Furball had also advanced. Roar. Little Originator's voice was much louder than before. Its roar intimidated all the exotic beasts. Little Originator's roar had intimidated all the beasts. Little Originator's strength was also much higher than before. Little Originator has also grown a lot. In the 6th heaven, Old High and Etion tugged at Mabe's sleeve. Old Mo, did you see that? Our president's answer is correct, right? Battle pets should be free range. Hurry up and add the 2 points to our academy. Ma Bei was speechless. No, Lu Chun can free range. Why don't you see what kind of monsters his battle pets are? The god of beasts, the sky-swallowing god-slaying rat, and the other two that I don't know. I don't know where he got them, but they can't be weak since they're with the other three. One of those battle pets is enough to stir up the Jiutian. Who else can get those legendary battle pets? Old Hai wouldn't let it go. I don't care. Our president's answer is correct. The demon-sealing war god narrowed his red eyes and looked at Lu Chun. Huh. There are only 8 superior gods in the Jiutian. Even they fled without a fight. Who do you think you are? Lu Chun looked at the huge black ball and suddenly said, Mad devil, turn back. The demon-sealing war god was stunned for a moment. Lu Chun went on. The Jiutian tried to swallow your planet, but you didn't hesitate to turn into a demon and gain strength from the darkness to protect your world. Even though you managed to protect your world, the darkness swallowed your sanity. You didn't want to see yourself become what you are today, did you? That's why you sealed yourself. Your people woke you up because of hatred, but you're no longer the war god you used to be. If you still have a bit of consciousness left, just stop. I can promise you that if there's no need for the Jiutian to exist, I'll destroy it with my own hands. The black ball of air became unstable. Lu Chen's words hurt the scar in his heart. Shut up. I'm the real me now. During the thousands of years I was sealed, I constantly absorbed power from the darkness. At the same time, I also understood one thing. Only power is the eternal truth. When I have the power to dominate everything, the Jiutian and the outer world will all be mine. Protection, sacrifice, that's for the weak. What the strong need to do is to rule. Lu Chun narrowed his eyes. Were they all wrong? Was the demon-sealing war god still rational? Had he completely abandoned his original heart and only pursued strength? Ha 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 ha. No matter who you are, you can't stop me. I'll suck your flesh and blood dry. Lu Chun heaved a long sigh. It seems that you and I have to fight. Lu Chun entered his virtual form and looked at the demon-sealing war god calmly with the god-slaying spear and Wuji sword in his hands. We have the same goal. However, I can't appease your hatred, and your hatred will hurt everything that I want to protect. So, I'm sorry. I won't let you enter the Jiutian. Guardians of the Earth, get into formation. Little beast, guard the entrance. After Qian Ji appeared, he realized that he was facing an army of millions of beasts. Oh my God, these are all god-level beasts. Lu Chun, can't your opponent be more normal? Qian Ji cursed as he and Guardians of the Earth set up their defenses. The demon-sealing war god laughed coldly. Ha 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 ha. You, even your supreme god escaped. You, who don't even have a godhead, want to stop me? Fine. You're all going to die anyway. Lu Chun snorted. Why do mortals need to become gods? You want to kill me? Try it. Chapter 15:15. Mad Demon and Mad God. One is crazy, the other is crazy. Who is stronger? Venerable Saint Marshall anxiously looked at the battlefield. Suddenly, the demon-sealing battle god's giant axe chopped down. Primordial demonic axe, world annihilation. This spiritual energy split the sky and covered the earth as it slashed towards Lu Chun. Would Lu Chun be able to block this attack that even the supreme spiritual god, Konggu, was at a disadvantage? Many people's hearts were hanging by a thread. Lu Chun slightly narrowed his eyes. His demonized arm grabbed the limitless demonic sword and roared, great void form, chaotic storm, ice and fire hell. A terrifying sword energy came out and collided with world annihilation. With a loud bang, a white light flashed in the galaxy. Immediately after, a large amount of spiritual energy gushed out from the center of the battlefield. The alien beast army was directly forced back hundreds of meters by this collision. Many of the weaker ones, whether they were alien beasts or Jochian gods, were directly affected by the spiritual energy storm and were sent flying with heavy injuries. He blocked it? How is that possible? Among the gods, Bai Yi's eyes were wide open. Even Kongu was at a disadvantage. Solipsistic actually tied with the demon-sealing battle god. However, before Bai Yi had time to think, a golden light flashed in the battlefield. Lu Chun had already forcibly stopped his momentum and turned back to attack the demon-sealing battle god. 9-spear shadow spear. The demon-sealing battle god roared, time and space distortion. Without feeling anything at all, Lu Chun shockingly found that his speed had been reduced by 50%. Falling stars. The demon-sealing battle god raised his hands above his head. From his incomparably huge palms, endless black fog gushed out. Lu Chun used the arrogant spear formation to resist the spiritual energy storm and blocked it. I heard that you are called solipsistic. Let's see if you are crazy, or if I am crazy. Come, don't just defend. That would be too boring. Lu Chun said in a low voice, then as you wish. Tiger descends the mountain. Sacred lotus sword heart. Countless collisions exploded in the air. Sealing sky, setting sun, arrow, fall of sun and moon. The limitless godly demon sword transformed into a longbow, and Lu Chun shot out thousands of spiritual arrows. Endless darkness, darkness invasion. Streaks of black air clashed with the falling sun and moon, like countless fireworks blooming in the sea of stars. Tens of thousands of spiritual energies collided and exploded into rings of chi that swept outwards and were annihilated in the endless universe. My God, the amount of spiritual energy consumed by the battle between these two must be terrifying. Is their spiritual energy inexhaustible? Mad Demon's spiritual power comes from the endless darkness. Then what about solipsistic? This level of battle isn't any weaker than the battle between the supreme spiritual god and the demon-sealing battle god. Could it be that solipsistic's strength has already reached the ruler realm? Both sides unleashed their battle skills, and in just a short moment, they had already exchanged countless blows. The demon-sealing battle god did not seem to have expected that Lu Chun would be so powerful that he was on par with him. However, Mad Demon was not afraid of Lu Chun at all. Instead, he laughed even more savagely. Ha 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 ha, good, interesting, refreshing. I didn't expect that there would be an expert in the Jochian who could fight with me to such an extent. Ha ha ha, I want to tear you to pieces even more. After several rounds of spiritual energy consumption battles, a small black dot separated from Mad Demon Battle God's planet-sized body and shot toward Lu Chun at an extremely fast speed. That small black dot was Mad Demon Battle God. However, at this time, his body size had changed to be almost the same as Lu Chun's. Not good. Mad Demon is going to switch to close combat. However, those who understood Lu Chun knew that when it came to close combat, Lu Chun would not lose to anyone. Lu Chun also moved and shot toward the black dot. The two figures flashed and jumped wildly in the sea of stars. Every time they collided, it would inevitably cause several spiritual energies to vibrate. Then, both sides would quickly separate and exchange blows again. Both sides' speed had reached the extreme. Distance could no longer restrict their direct pursuit. The entire sea of stars had become their battlefield. Because the speed and frequency of their exchanges were too fast, he could only determine the location of their exchange from the spiritual energy vibrations. But even so, this level of close combat was enough to make everyone gasp in amazement. They have completely broken free from the restraints of space. This kind of battle is beyond our understanding of combat. Now, both sides have been fighting for more than an hour. The mad demon battle god and solipsistic have yet to decide a victor. What kind of spirit core can support such a terrifying battle? Isn't solipsistic a human? Isn't he immortal? How can a mortal from the human race do this? Not long after, the two sides returned to the entrance of the Jyotian. A violent spiritual energy fluctuation sent both sides flying. However, this time, neither side pursued the other. The mad demon battle god glared at his opponent, narrowing his scarlet eyes. Panting, he asked, "What level are you?" Luchin looked at the mad demon battle god indifferently. "I have no level." "No level?" The mad demon battle god's eyes widened in anger. "How is that possible? You're a product of the Jyotian. How can you have no level?" Little Beast was bored waiting and said, "Hey, mad demon, my dad broke through to the 9-star human emperor level long ago. His current level is unprecedented." "What's so strange about it?" "An unprecedented level," Little Beast said. "So what if you're strong? You're just following the path of the predecessors. My dad created his own path. He's an existence above the extreme number. He broke through to the human emperor level, above the extreme number." This time, not only was the demon-sealing battle god shocked, but the Jyotian immortals and gods were also shocked. Realms above the human emperor level were already extremely rare. Even if some mighty figures had heard of the human emperor level, Lu Qin had broken through the human emperor level and reached a realm that no one knew of. "Impossible. How can you break through to the human emperor level?" The mad demon battle god roared. Lu Qin said indifferently, "Immortals and God's goal is to follow the heavenly Tao and merge with it. But the path of humans is different. The path of humans is to constantly break through the limits, constantly break the rules." The mad demon narrowed his eyes and suddenly laughed wildly. "Ha ha! What a great above the human emperor, above the extreme number, breaking through the limits, breaking the rules. Then let me see if you can block the darkness of the world with your mortal body." The mad demon merged back into the huge black fog. A huge mass of air quickly formed in front of him, like a black hole. In this universe, darkness is the key. Life may seem great to you, but I want to tell you how fragile life is in front of the great Tao. Power is the eternal truth, and darkness is the pinnacle of power, supreme godly technique, universal destruction. The huge black ball jumped through space and instantly arrived in front of Lu Qin. In this black space, even light couldn't escape. It was like an endless abyss, only endless darkness. Facing the universal destruction, people could feel the fear that came from the depths of their souls. Bei Shui realized that his mother's fingernails were already embedded in his skin, but he couldn't bear to wake his mother, who was staring at the scene. Because he was also very nervous. Would Uncle be able to take this move? Chapter 15:16. If you dare to hide, universal nirvana will directly destroy your Jyotian passage. At that time, let's see if you can still defend the entrance with just the few of you. Mad demon, mad god, said coldly, "Darkness is the pinnacle of strength." Lu Qin sneered, "I can only say that you know nothing about strength. The true pinnacle of strength is the spirit of all things." Lu Qin roared, "Heavenly might of gods and demons." Lu Qin turned into a spiritual energy vortex, and countless spiritual energy rushed toward Lu Qin. Everything in the world had spiritual energy. All the spiritual energy in the area I see and feel is intertwined with each other and can be used by me Lu Chun held the limitless demon god sword and stared at the black hole in front of him. Limitless, fight with me. Limitless demon god sword, destruction. An extremely fast sword chi swept out. This sword cut off the connection between spiritual energy, but what was even more terrifying was that this sword could also cut off the spiritual energy connection that formed universal nirvana. The sword chi swept past and instantly disappeared into universal nirvana. Inside the universal annihilation, a white light flashed, like lightning flashing in the dark clouds, and disappeared in a flash. Immediately after, the huge black hole collapsed inwards. A moment later, universal nirvana collapsed and shrank into a point. With a soft sound, it disappeared without a trace. Mad Demon, war god's bloody eyes widened in shock. How is this possible? Suddenly, Mad Demon war god woke up and looked at Lu Chun in disbelief. You have comprehended the fourth stage of spiritual energy, refinement. Lu Chun was not in a hurry to follow up and only looked at Mad Demon war god indifferently. You think that the universe is filled with darkness, so you think that darkness is the pinnacle of strength. But in my opinion, darkness is only a part of everything. Where there is darkness, there is light. Where there is gods, there is demons. Where there is life, there is death. Everything is connected. This is the meaning of existence. With that, Lu Chun raised his right arm again. Mad Demon, you still don't want to stop? No, impossible. I have no way out. Mad Demon roared. Even you can't stop me. I want to flatten Zhoutian. Lu Chun shook his head and took a deep breath. I will definitely fulfill my promise to you. This sword is my strongest attack, and it is also my greatest respect for you. Limitless Fiend God Sword, Ruin's End. In the galaxy, only a golden ray of light was left, piercing through the demon-sealing battle god's massive body. It was like a comet tail left behind by a meteor, not dissipating for a long time. The golden light streaked across, and the demon-sealing battle god's body quickly disintegrated, turning into specks of light. They were like stars in the sky, flickering with all the energy he had accumulated in his life. In the end, the specks of light disappeared into the pitch-black, starry sky. Solipsistic, a calm voice came from behind. Can you really do what you promised me? Lu Chun turned around and looked at the dying demon-sealing battle god. He didn't feel any joy from his victory. In this world, some people were willing to become demons, while others were forced to do so. He had become demons in order to protect his own world. From this point, perhaps he was the one who had more in common with him. Lu Chun nodded heavily. My father was imprisoned in the heaven-piercing prison above the Zhoutian, enduring endless pain. Just based on this point, there is no reason for the Zhoutian to continue existing. Your father is really interesting. The demon-sealing battle god said weakly, those gods are high and mighty. In order to comprehend the heavenly Tao, they gave up everything. In the end, in my opinion, Ancient Kong is not necessarily stronger than you. On the other hand, you never forgot your identity, and yet you were able to reach this day. Solipsistic. It's a pity I didn't meet you earlier. I killed all my people because I can no longer see the light. Ha 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 ha, how ironic. I became demons in order to protect my mother planet, but now I have personally destroyed my own planet and race. Don't you think it's funny? Lu Chun sighed. At least you have won my respect. Solipsistic, can I ask you for a favor? Please speak. Can you leave my body behind and bury me on my mother planet so that I can nourish it? I miss that beautiful planet. As the demon-sealing battle god's power dissipated bit by bit, his consciousness seemed to return to its original state. In his heart, there was still a deep longing for his mother planet. Lu Chun closed his eyes and waved his hand. The golden light immediately dissipated. After the decomposition, only a small part of the demon-sealing battle god's corpse remained. However, the surrounding black gas had already dissipated, leaving only the remains visible to the naked eye. Lu Chen looked indifferently at the million-strong alien beast army in front of him and said loudly, "Juqian expansion, so it is natural for you to resist. However, every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. This decision was not made by those innocent Jiuqian people. Your enemies are the 8 Jiuqian gods and the Jiuqian gods. Both sides have fought fiercely for 30 years. You should be well aware of the number of casualties the Jiuqian gods have suffered. It is already more than your casualties. The war started by the 8 Jiuqian gods has caused countless deaths. I will make them give everyone an explanation for this matter. Whether you think it is fair or not, your enemies are definitely not the myriad races of the Jiuqian. Your invasion is only to eradicate those who have nothing to do with this. If you are willing to leave, I will let you go. However, if you wish to continue invading the Jiuqian, then any invaders, no matter how many there are, will be killed without question. After witnessing Lu Chen's terrifying strength, these alien beasts had no choice but to take Lu Chen's words seriously. The outer realms were already extremely chaotic, and competition between various factions was a common occurrence. Now that Lu Chen had given them such a generous policy, many of the otherworldly demons understood that it was time to end this war that had lasted for more than 30 years. Solipsistic, we have a condition. A tall black demon with 4 arms shouted. Speak. Lu Chen replied indifferently. The 8 Jiuqian gods said that they will go to the 9th heaven. However, if they do not go to the 9th heaven, then they will attack us again. Then, won't our retreat be a joke? Lu Chen thought for a moment. Then what do you want? We do not believe in the Jiuqian gods, but we can believe in you. You must guarantee that the Jiuqian will stop their expansion into the outer realms. I cannot guarantee this. In fact, I cannot guarantee that there will be no war between the Jiuqian and the outer realms. Lu Chen did not beat around the bush. However, I can guarantee that the 8 Jiuqian gods will no longer be able to incite a war. This war in the outer realms is already over. If any of the 8 of them are still thinking things through, I will take their heads as an apology. The moment these words were said, the Jiuqian gods and alien beasts were all stunned. Take the heads of the Jiuqian gods as an apology? Only the solipsistic could say something like this. The 20 or so alien demons looked at each other and no longer had any objections. It is enough that you can give us such a promise. All right, on account of the solipsistic, we will withdraw our troops now. However, the war between the Jiuqian and the outer realms may never end, unless you can truly solve the mystery of the Jiuqian. Chapter 15-17. Seeing the alien beast army retreat, the various worlds cheered for the next few days. People kept mentioning that person's name, God, and Devil Heavenly Emperor Lu Qiandi. Even though Lu Chen was still immortal, and his new level did not have a proper title, people had already recognized Lu Chen's strength and called him Heavenly Emperor. Whether it was strength or status, he had already surpassed the 8 paramount gods. The war of the heavens had ended, but the 8 layers of heaven had suffered an unprecedented loss. Hundreds of thousands of Jiuqian gods had fallen, and only a few master gods and upper gods were left. The number of intermediate gods had decreased greatly, and the lower gods had become the main force of the 8 layers of heaven. Countless faith worlds had their faith destroyed. This situation would probably take a few hundred years to recover. After all, establishing a faith world was not an easy task. However, This had nothing to do with Lu Chun. Lu Chun brought the mad demon war god's body back to his hometown. He buried the mad demon war god's body under the level 9 altar. Dad, I actually quite admire the demon sealing war god. From his point of view, what he did was not wrong. The little critter said. Rhubarb sighed. If he hadn't met Boss, he might have really flattened the Jiutian. Lu Chen quietly looked at the ground where the mad demon was buried. Due to the destruction caused by the mad demon, it was now a barren land filled with deathly stillness. Sighing, Lu Chen said, there were too many similar people along the way, but we had no choice but to fight to the death. Dad, look, there are new sprouts in the soil here. The little critter pointed at a pile of dead wood. Everyone looked over, and indeed, there were new green sprouts in the charred ground. Looking carefully, there were even more new sprouts emerging from the ground. A breeze blew past, and the new sprouts swayed with the wind, giving this dying land a sliver of life. Lu Chen smiled. Mad demon, your world will come back to life. It's a pity that we are enemies in this life. After returning to Jiuqian, Lu Chen did not rush to challenge the tower. Lu Chen's cultivation level had increased, but he still had room for improvement. He had yet to reach the 9th level of the extraterrestrial Divine Devil Palace, so he was still looking forward to the things on the 9th level. While Lu Chen was still cultivating in the splitting heaven holy land, 8 figures simultaneously appeared beside him. Lu Chen opened his eyes slightly and looked at the 8 people in front of him. The 8 overgods? Lu Chen was rather surprised. You didn't enter the 9th heaven? The 8 of them stared fixedly at Lu Chen. After a long silence, Konggu said, there is nothing in the 8th level. We have the ability, but we can't pass it. Lu Chen sneered. You opened the outer heaven road, but only cared about your own ascension. As a result, you haven't entered the 9 levels of heaven. How ironic! You, Hongmeng said angrily. Lu Chen, don't think that I don't know. I haven't settled the score with you for snatching Mu Sheng. Lu Chen looked coldly at Hongmeng. Are you sure you want to settle the score with me? Hongmeng said angrily. Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you defeated the demon-sealing battle god. Why didn't I see you so courageous when you fought with the mad demon? Lu Chen mocked. If you continue to be so arrogant in front of me, I don't mind making you the first overgod to be killed by me. Lu Chen did not have a good impression of Hongmeng. At that moment, Konggu suddenly said, stop arguing. If we can't find a way to open the 9th heaven, it won't be good for anyone. Lu Chen, Hongmeng didn't control Mu Sheng against you and Mu Sheng. His main body is the Hongmeng divine tree, and there are millions of roots. If the roots want to leave his main body, he won't be able to handle it. 9-tailed supreme demon, God, said, in my opinion, why don't you put aside your grudges and open the entrance to the Jiuqian first? That's the most important thing. Lu Chen said coldly, sorry, but I don't plan to cooperate with you. With that, Lu Chen stood up. Since our paths are different, we can't work together. Everyone, please. Lu Chen, Konggu said. Don't you want to enter the Jiuqian? This is the last level of the heaven-reaching pagoda. Didn't we go through millions of years just to solve the last mystery? Perhaps the last level needs people who correspond to the 9 stars to open it together. Lu Chen snorted. I have a problem. If I can't stand someone, I can't stand them. As for the Jiuqian, just because you can't enter doesn't mean I can't. Lu Chen, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Hongmeng couldn't take it anymore. With the 8 of us working together, do you think you can win? Lu Chen looked at Hongmeng, killing intent flashing in his eyes. If you want to know if I have a chance of winning, you can try. Immediately after, a surge of spiritual energy exploded from Lu Chen's body, engulfing the entire core area of the splitting heavens' holy land. The 8 supreme gods saw this. This guy didn't fear the 8 of them at all. Instead, they felt a huge pressure in front of Lu Chen. Don't think you can talk to me like this just because your supreme gods are rulers. Lu Chen looked at the 8 of them. Ever since you knew you couldn't match the Devil War God, your so-called Tao hearts have been damaged. Although your combat strength has increased, in my opinion, you are even more vulnerable. If not for the fact that Kong Gu and Mad Demon had fought, the 8 of you would already be 8 corpses. The 8 supreme gods looked at each other and found that they no longer had the courage to fight Lu Chen. Good. Lu Chen, I want to see if you can open the 9th heavens without us. Hong Meng said, and the 8 of them disappeared. In Bone Demon's world of faith, Lu Chen told Netherworld and the others about what had happened in the splitting heavens' holy land. Haven't the 8 supreme gods already comprehended the heavenly Tao? Why can't they enter the 9th heavens? Netherworld frowned. Is there really no way to enter the 9th heavens? Or perhaps the 9th heavens wasn't prepared for us at all? Bone Demon suddenly said, "Don't tell me there's no 9th heavens at all." Lu Chen shook his head. "There is. My father is imprisoned in the sky-piercing prison at the top of the 9 levels of Sky-Split Tower. I speculate that although the 8 supreme gods comprehended their own Daos, the appearance of the demon-sealing war god made them doubt their own Daos. If they were rulers, how could they doubt their own heavenly Tao? Perhaps because of this, they couldn't become true rulers and enter the 9th heavens. Speaking of which, didn't you notice that the demon-sealing war god was stronger than Kong Gu, who was the first to comprehend the Tao? Perhaps he firmly believed in the power of darkness. If it was the mad demon war god who challenged the tower, his chances might be higher." Everyone nodded. "That's possible. By the way, Lu Chen, when do you plan to challenge the tower? They said that there's nothing in the 8 levels of Sky-Split Tower. How are you going to challenge the tower?" Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, "I'm not too worried about this. With my experience, I've always been treated as a VIP every time I challenge the tower. This time shouldn't be an exception. I want to see what kind of surprise this last level of Sky-Split Tower will give me." Chapter 1518. It was very difficult for Lu Chen to improve his realm, so he put all his energy into controlling his spiritual power. As long as his ability to control spiritual power improved and evolve into a Jiutian star, it would not be difficult to break through the temple. Lu Chen had already comprehended the 4th level of spirit energy refinement, so it would be very easy for him to upgrade his Jiutian star. Half a month later, Lu Chen entered the extraterrestrial divine Devil Temple again. When the old man and the guards on the first 4 levels saw Lu Chen, they put down what they were doing and surrounded him. "You should have come earlier," the old man said. Lu Chen smiled slightly. "I was delayed by some things." Seeing that the old man's back was still facing him, Lu Chen said on a whim, "Old man, when can you turn around?" The old man was silent for a moment and said, "If you can pass the 9th level, I can let you see my true face." Lu Chen shook his head. "So mysterious." "Well, anyway, my mission now is only the Divine Devil Temple. When the time comes, let me see your true face. I will pass the 5th level today. There are no special rewards on this level, so I will pass it quickly." The old man chuckled. "With your current strength, there is no need to challenge the 5th level." "Ah." Lu Chen was a little surprised. "No need to challenge it? The guards on the 5th level are only superior gods. You can even defeat a superior god. What's the point of fighting a superior god?" The old man said. there is no need to challenge the main god on the 6th level. After a few days, when you upgrade your Jiuqian star to level 7, you can challenge the superior god. Lu Chen nodded, then frowned and asked, Old man, is the guardian on the 8th level of the Divine Devil Temple a dominator? The old man thought for a moment and said, That's right. Then there shouldn't be another level after the dominator, right? The old man said faintly, You will have to find out for yourself. Well, after the Jiuqian star was upgraded, the cultivation function has become very powerful. Make good use of the cultivation system in the internal space. I believe you will soon be able to find the answer by yourself. This is a storage ring, but for the current you, these materials won't be too much. Lu Chen nodded heavily, took the storage ring, and left. After returning to the splitting Heaven Holy Land, Lu Chen tested the cultivation space of the Jiuqian star. It was as if he had returned to the scene when he had just subdued this treasure. Boundless spiritual energy had attacked him madly, and Lu Chen had to neutralize it one by one. Cultivating here would not increase one's cultivation by much, but it was very effective in controlling one's spiritual energy. Since the Jiuqian star was a portable cultivation space, Lu Chen no longer needed to stay in the splitting Heaven Holy Land. With Lu Chen's current status, he could return to Earth at any time. He also planned to spend some time with his family. As night fell, Lu Chen returned to Earth. This time, he was no longer in a hurry. He finally had time to spend with his family. Today, Bei Shui Gufei happened to be on Earth. Lu Yi's family and Lu Chen's family gathered in the villa's living room. Uncle, Lu Yao has met his match. Bei Shui, he said, Our Bei Shui clan has produced a genius. That guy has the bloodlines of 4 different races and is especially strong. He said that he will teach Lu Yao a lesson at the disciples' sword competition next month. Lu Chen frowned slightly. His own son had also encountered such a thing? Bei Shui Gufei said, Brother Chen, you weren't home before. Our martial Dao level is higher than Earth's, so I brought Yao to the Bei Shui clan. He can be counted as an elite disciple, so our child can have more resources. Lu Yao glared at Bei Shui. Brother, why are you saying this? Besides, so what if he has the bloodlines of 4 different races? Do you think I'm afraid of him? I know you're not afraid, but Bei Shui Sheng is an emperor cultivator, 2 realms higher than you. Bei Shui said, Uncle, you're still the strongest in Jiuqian. You can't just watch Lu Yao get bullied, right? Mu Sheng said, If he's 2 realms higher, I'm afraid it'll be a little difficult to win. The cultivation technique that Lu Chen gave Lu Yao was still unable to cultivate it. As for the insight of spiritual energy, he could only widen the gap between him and others after reaching the last 2 realms. Thus, Lu Yao did not have much of an advantage right now. Little E, why does that person only go against Yao? Bei Shui said, Aunt, Lu Yao's identity is special. He's the strongest son in Jiuqian. Who doesn't want to step on him? Since he was young, Lu Yao has always been targeted. Uncle, why don't you go and watch the battle? With you here, I'll see who dares to be arrogant. Lu Yao hurriedly said, No need, I can handle it myself. After saying that, Lu Yao lowered his head and ate. After dinner, Lu Chen called Lu Yao to the courtyard. Yao, are you confident about the sword competition next month? Dad, I'm afraid I can't beat Bei Shui Sheng. Lu Yao lowered his head and said, In the past, Lu Chen spent most of his time in Jiuqian, so he naturally did not know about this. But now, he understood that the greater his reputation, the greater the pressure on Yao. Those people did not dare to find trouble with him, but he could imagine that if anyone defeated his son, this battle record would become their bragging rights. It seemed that Lu Yao did not have an easy time in the past 20 years. He also had to face challenges that were more severe than others. Many times, it was far beyond his ability. Dad, don't go and watch the battle. Otherwise, there will be people gossiping, Lu Yao said. Lu Chen smiled and patted Lu Yao's shoulder. I'm not going, but my son is not someone that anyone can bully. Don't go to Jiuqian during this period. Don't go to Jiuqian? I still want to advance to earth cultivation. When the time comes, I should be able to fight. Lu Chen smiled and said, I have a place for you to cultivate. As for how much you can comprehend, it's up to you. After saying that, Lu Chen pressed Lu Yao's shoulder and brought him directly into the Jiuqian star. Lu Yao had just arrived inside the Jiuqian star when he realized that countless attacks were coming towards him. He immediately became nervous. Lu Chen pressed on Lu Yao's shoulder, indicating that he should not be nervous. In the past, I eliminated these attacks and finally subdued this treasure. Yao, the attacks here are beyond your ability to deal with. I will weaken all the attacks to a level that you can withstand. As for you, you will have to neutralize all these irregular attacks. 1 day here is equivalent to 20 days in the outside world. During this period, unless your life is in danger, I will not help you. After saying that, Lu Chen directly leaped into the air. With a light movement of his sword finger, he released spiritual energy to neutralize most of the attacks. All right, let's begin, Lu Chen said. Lu Yao immediately drew his long sword to deal with the surrounding spiritual energy attacks. Although the attacks inside the Jiuqian star were already within Lu Yao's ability to withstand, dealing with so many chaotic attacks put a lot of pressure on Lu Yao. Streaks of spiritual energy scratched Lu Yao's body, leaving a large number of wounds on his body. Lu Yao's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He shouted angrily, I must eliminate all the spiritual energy here. Chapter 15:19. Lu Yao's spiritual energy was only at the entry level. Facing the Jiuqian star's trial, it was hard for him to resist. After enduring for less than half an hour, Lu Yao was already powerless to resist. Lu Chen once again landed on the ground and let Little Green take care of Lu Yao while he cleared the spiritual energy beams. Yao, watch carefully. The most important thing is to change the circulation pattern of your spiritual energy. Lu Chen personally demonstrated to his son how to deal with these spiritual energy beams in an orderly manner. Lu Yao watched very carefully, afraid that he would miss out on any information. All right, try again. The special training lasted for a month, and to the people inside the Jiuqian star, the trial lasted for 600 days. Under his father's careful guidance, Lu Yao's spiritual energy level increased by leaps and bounds, and he could already persist for 4 to 5 hours. Seeing his son's strength increase, Lu Chen felt very comforted. Yao, although you still can't completely control all your attacks, your spiritual energy control is already much more refined than before. I won't be watching the sword competition this time, but you must remember one thing. Our Lu family will definitely not yield to anyone. Father, your son is stationed. On the second day, Lu Yao and Bei Shui left with Bei Shui Gufei. Mu Xing also wanted to see his son's performance, so he also went to participate in the sword competition. Lu Chen followed his promise with Yao, and, as expected, did not follow. All of a sudden, only Lu Chen and Lu Yi were left in the huge villa. Brother, you gave Yao special training? You're finally acting like a father. Lu Yi tilted her head and looked at Lu Chen. But you're too biased. You didn't even give me special training. Lu Chen stroked Lu Yi's head and said with a smile, Silly girl, after I save Father. When I have time, I'll bring you guys to level up every day. Speaking of which, Lu Chen's stroking of heads was a habit he developed when he was young. Back then, Lu Yi was still a little girl, but in the blink of an eye, they were already in their 60s and 70s. Fortunately, after becoming immortal cultivators, everyone's age had increased, but their appearance still remained in their 20s. Brother, you're still stroking your head? I'm a 60-year-old lady now, Lu Yi said with a smile. TSK, aren't you still my sister when you're 600 years old? Lu Chen said disdainfully. Brother, are you and sister-in-law Mu Sheng considered husband and wife? Lu Yi asked curiously, since there was no one else in the house. Lu Chen sighed. I don't know either. Actually, back then, she and we had children. It wasn't because she liked me, but because I was a suitable candidate. So, brother, you have 2 sons now, but you're still single? Lu Yi's eyes widened. Let me tell you, Xiao Yi has changed girlfriends a few times. Sure enough, the only one who could deal critical damage to Lu Chen was Lu Yi. Oh, right, the Jade Empress went to the 6th heaven to look for you. And Sister Zhou, and Sister Lung. Brother, find a good wife. You're not young anymore. Lu Chen shook his head. Father is still locked up in the heaven-penetrating prison, and I haven't reached the 9th heaven yet. I don't want to hold them back. Tisk, you're a straight man. You'll be holding them back if you don't marry them. Lu Chen thought about it, and was a little tempted. If he died, wouldn't he still be a virgin? But after hesitating for a while, Lu Chen said, Forget it. I don't have time to talk about this now. Brother, do you have any news about Mother? Lu Yi suddenly asked. I don't know. I only heard Lady Nuo mention it once, but she refused to say more. Also, when I was in Polar Star, I dreamed of a woman. She was the one who inspired me to reach the 4th level of spiritual qi refinement, and finally helped me break through to the human sovereign stage. But it seems like it was just a dream. Lu Chen was also confused. Maybe only by saving Father can we hope to know Mother's whereabouts. Lu Chen felt like he was listening to a book from heaven. Brother, you've seen Lady Nuo? Yes, I've met her twice. Once in her remnant soul, and once in the space-time turbulence. She didn't say anything else? Anything else? What do you mean? Lu Chen asked. Lu Yi looked at Lu Chen's puzzled expression and stammered, Oh no, nothing, I'm just curious. Silly girl, you're so weird. Lu Chen didn't think much and patted Lu Yi's head. Let's go, I'll take you to eat barbecue. Little beast. And the others want to eat too, but I don't know if old Sue is still here. Oh, by the way, call Muhua too. Yes, I'll call Brother Muhua. Lu Yi returned to her room and glanced at the phone on the bed. She didn't rush to call Li Muhua. She went to the desk and opened the drawer. There was only one brocade pouch in the drawer, shining with a golden light. Lu Yi picked up the brocade pouch and murmured, Lady Noah, what's in it? Why must it be opened after my brother enters the 9th heaven? During this time, Lu Chen had been living on Earth just like an ordinary person. Other than cultivating his spiritual energy, he would also take time to guide Lu Yao and Bei Shui, or Take Little Beast, and the others to wander around. Speaking of which, Yi Fan was nowhere to be found recently. It was said that he hurried back to Zhouqian a while ago. He didn't even come to see his master, as if he was being hunted down. Lu Chen also didn't understand. He was a dignified celestial. How could he be hunted down? After returning to Earth, Lu Chen went to the headquarters of the Frenzy Waves Guild to meet his old friends. Frenzy Waves was now the largest guild on Earth. Its forces were mainly distributed in the 5th heaven, and it was also Earth's main defense force. Seeing how Frenzy Waves had developed, Lu Chun, as the guild leader, felt ashamed. It seemed that not only did the battle pets have to be free-range, the guild also had to be free-range. Jiu Qian's threat to Earth was temporarily gone. Lu Chun spent 7 years of leisure here. During the time he was cultivating on Earth, Lu Chun successively passed the 6th to 8th levels of the extraterrestrial mythical palace. The reward for the 7th level was an ultimate god skill. As for the 8th level, the reward had been taken by Lu Chun, and it was the Jiu Qian star. When Lu Chun passed the 8th level of the extraterrestrial mythical palace, the old man called out to Lu Chun, "Lu Chun, you can go directly to the 9th level now." "Huh, old man, don't I need to upgrade the Jiu Qian star? Your spiritual energy control has been perfected. How can you upgrade it? The Jiu Qian star is the last level. There's no need to upgrade. As long as you pass the 9th level, you'll automatically upgrade," the old man said. "Of course, you can come here whenever you're ready. There's no rush." Lu Chun narrowed his eyes slightly. His spiritual energy control had been perfected, and his level had once again reached the upper limit. In other words, he had now reached the current bottleneck. He could either go to the 9th level and see what was there, or he could go directly to the extraterrestrial mythical palace. After considering all the factors, Lu Chun still felt that he should go to the extraterrestrial mythical palace first. Somehow, he felt that he was going to meet the most powerful enemy in Jiu Qian history. Since that was the case, he had to adjust himself to the best state. He had to get the treasure that Pangu had mentioned, and then he would try to go to Jiu Qian. Skirt numbers randomly inserted: 6666 365 144. "Old man, I'm going now." Chapter 1520. Lu Chun stepped into the 9th hall of the extraterrestrial divine devil palace. As soon as he arrived at this hall, Lu Chun saw a familiar figure in front of him, with his back facing him. "Old back." Lu Chun was surprised. "Are you the guardian of the 9th hall?" Old back's voice sounded. "The 9th hall of the extraterrestrial divine devil palace is not me, but you." Lu Chen's eyes widened, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Even if Old Back was the guardian of the 9th hall, he would not be surprised, but the result was definitely beyond Lu Chen's expectations. "What do you mean? You want me to guard the 9th hall? Isn't it only the dead who can stay?" Old Back said, "No, Lu Chen, you are already the master of the extraterrestrial divine devil palace, so you should guard the 9th hall." "But I can't stay here." "You don't need to stay here. From now on, you can enter the extraterrestrial divine devil palace at any time." Lu Chen frowned. At this moment, Old Back slowly turned around. Lu Chen's eyes widened as Old Back turned around. This guy was finally willing to see him with his true face. When Old Back turned around, Lu Chen almost vomited blood. To be precise, Old Back did not have a true face at all. His face was a mass of black. It was unclear whether it was fog or space. "Old Back, what are you?" Lu Chen was shocked. "I am the consciousness of the extraterrestrial divine devil palace." Old Back calmly recounted the past of the divine devil palace. Lu Chen, at the beginning of creation, the spiritual power in the universe was chaotic, and it was this chaos that gave birth to all things, including the divine devil palace. Later, the divine devil palace gradually separated into 9 halls and developed its own consciousness, which is me. Because each hall of the divine devil palace has treasures of different quality, I did not stop anyone from obtaining the treasures, but I gradually saw through the greed and endless desire of the human heart. Not only did someone take away all the treasures, but he also wanted to take the divine devil palace for himself and scrupulously demanding. However, the interesting thing was that more and more contenders appeared later. They began to kill each other, and experts continued to fall. My consciousness also continued to mature over the endless years. I began to understand that free giving could not satisfy people's greed. So I began to collect the strongest experts who had fallen from all realms since ancient times to guard the divine devil palace. Until now, I haven't found anyone who was qualified to guard the palace, until you appeared. Lucian could not help but frown. Haven't all the treasures in the demonic palace been taken away? The godly devil hall's ability to generate and attract treasures is 100 times stronger than Hongming. However, the prerequisite is that you have to take away all the treasures in the demonic palace before new treasures will appear in the 9th hall. Otherwise, just like the first 5 levels, you can only use some of the surrounding materials as a reward. Lu Qin now understood that the divine devil palace would only nurture or attract other treasures after he passed the 9th hall. He was unlucky and came at the wrong time. Lu Qin, you can't re-enter the divine devil palace after passing it. However, the treasures in the 9th hall are of extremely high levels. They are treasures that can change the fate of thousands of races. If no one guards them, it might bring about an unimaginable disaster. Although I can see through people's hearts, I don't want to bring about destruction. There is evil and good in this world. It is precisely because I have seen too much evil that I cannot let the divine devil palace fall into the hands of those with evil intentions. If you agree to guard the 9th hall, then I am willing to give you an additional treasure of the 9th hall. If you are unwilling, I will not force you. Until someone reaches the 9th hall, you can choose to pass the position of the divine devil palace master to him, or you can defeat him and take away his rights. Lu Qin thought for a moment and said, since I don't need to die, it won't stop me from leaving. I can even get another treasure. This deal is not a loss. However, I have a condition. Lu Qin said. What? I will choose the qualifications of the person who rushes the hall. Of course, you are already the master of the divine devil palace, so you naturally have the right to decide. However, if you are too lazy to find a successor, I can help you. Lu Qin smiled slightly. Since that's the case, then there's no problem. Lu Qin, you can't be thinking of letting your son rush into the hall, right? The old man suddenly asked. You have to think carefully. Ever since there were guards from the various halls, other than you, the others will continuously charge into the halls under the temptation of the treasures in the divine devil palace until they die. The successor of the divine devil palace is not something that anyone can do. What you give might be an opportunity, but it might even be a disaster. Lu Qin nodded. He would consider this carefully. All right, since you have already agreed to become the master of the divine devil palace and guard the 9th hall, then according to the agreement, I will give you 2 treasures of the 9th hall. With that, the old man raised his hand and 3 items appeared, floating in front of Lu Qin. Didn't you say there were 2? Why are you giving me 3? Lu Qin's little heart thumped. Don't think too much. Choose 2 out of 3. It can't be. Don't you know that I hate multiple choice questions the most? I am the master of the divine devil palace. Can't you bribe me? Lu Qin shook his head. Ha ha! Lu Qin, you are much more interesting than the previous people. Hurry up and choose. It seemed that the old man did not intend to open the back door, so Lu Qin could only choose the treasure seriously. Do you have any suggestions? I don't even know what these treasures are for. Of these 3, you will definitely choose this one. The old man raised his hand and a scroll flew in front of Lu Qin. 9th transformation of the divine devil. You won't miss it, right? Lu Qin sucked in a breath of cold air. The 9th transformation of the divine devil was actually kept by the divine devil palace. Even if he did not want any other treasures, Lu Qin would definitely choose the 9 transformation of the divine devil. That's great. All 8 life reversal of the divine devil are complete. Lu Qin grabbed the scroll, his hands trembling. As for the other 2, this is the Star Sea Map. With the Star Sea Map, along with your God's Descent, you can teleport anywhere you want, be it the Jiuqian or outer space. The scroll slowly unfolded in front of Lu Qin. The Star Sea Map was dotted with stars, and the endless stars glowed with faint starlight. The Star Sea Map was definitely a good thing. Lu Qin could not wait to take it. The 3rd treasure looked like a puddle of mud, and its grade was obviously not high. He did not know if the old man had taken it out to make up the numbers. The 3rd one, infinite substitution. Infinite substitution. Yes, it can replace anything, but it can only be used once, unless the soul disperses without a trace. Otherwise, it can be replaced once, ignoring any array obstruction, and even life and death. Lu Qin was stupefied. How could this ordinary-looking lump of mud be so powerful? After pondering for a long time, Lu Qin looked up at the old man and said with difficulty, "Is there really no way to take all 3? Chapter 15:21. Lu Qin, when it comes to greed, you don't seem to be any worse than the others. Old Back shook his head. Lu Qin chuckled. Old Back, don't be so stingy. Didn't you give it to me for free before? Make an exception this time. No, it takes a long time to nurture and collect treasures. I have to keep at least 1 item. Otherwise, if someone breaks into the Divine Demon Temple and I can't take it out, I'll lose face, Old Back said ruthlessly. Lu Qin shook his head. It seemed that Old Back did not intend to give in. All right, then I'll choose another one. Lu Qin looked at the Star Sea Map and Myriad Substitute. After hesitating for a while, he said, Myriad Substitute. This thing could save his life, so he definitely wouldn't lose out. As for the Star Sea Map, he could just spend some effort and do an interstellar jump. Old Back threw the piece of mud to Lu Qin. Wise choice. After passing through the Divine Demon Temple, Lu Qin didn't stop and entered the Jiuqian splitting heaven-holy land. The 9 transformations of the demonic and divine are finally complete. Lu Qin let out a long sigh of relief. At this point, except for Heavenless God and Demon, he had collected all the life-reversing sets. Thinking back to the process of obtaining the life-reversing set, there was talent and opportunity, but most of it was to complete the seemingly impossible missions. Lu Qin couldn't wait to learn the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine. After learning it, Lu Qin's body suddenly erupted with a biting cold black mist, crazily spreading throughout the splitting heaven-holy land. Lu Qin clearly felt that all the life-reversing sets in his body were undergoing an unknown change at this moment. The godly demon, Limitless Sword, automatically appeared without Lu Qin's summon. The 3 layers of dual-colored mist around it merged together. The sword's body rippled like the surface of a lake. The ripples flowed around the black and white sword. Boss, you finally collected all 8 pieces of the demonic and divine set. Limitless voice sounded. I haven't felt like this in a long time. Lu Qin hurriedly asked, Limitless, what changes have you undergone? My attributes have all been improved. At the same time, any non-divine level skills that I use as a base will all be upgraded to divine level combat power. Lu Qin's eyes widened. This is too scary. Ferocious tiger descends the mountain. Great ravagers sweep. Suppressive firepower. True fire mystic ice sword. Single sword severing the heavens. And so on. As long as he used the limitless demon god sword, his strength would increase explosively. Originally, Limitless Sword's advantage was its ability to devour equipment and its own outstanding material. It was not until Lu Chen obtained the demon god's soul that it gained its own skill. But now, the limitless sword finally displayed its abnormal ability. Then if I were to get the heavenly demon god, wouldn't you be invincible? I don't know either, but I'm sure he'll be stronger than he is now. Lu Chen nodded. The limitless godly demon sword had finally come to fruition. Other than the godly demon limitless sword, the most important thing was the transformation of godly demon symbiosis. After activating the demonic and divine symbiosis, the space instantly split into two, with Lu Chen as the center. The surrounding area became half bright and half dark. The white hair on his back grew longer, and the fox ears completely disappeared. Lu Chen's attributes had increased by 9 times. His speed and agility had reached unprecedented heights. The dragon god form no longer revealed any external changes. In other words, others would not be able to see that Lu Chen was wearing the dragon scale armor, but Lu Chen already possessed the defensive power of the dragon scale armor. The emptiness of gods and demons' arm also removed its demonized external appearance, but its attack and defense had increased by quite a bit. This is just the god form. There's still a demon form. Lu Chen felt the changes in the demonic and divine 9 transformations. With a thought, his appearance changed again. This time, Lu Chen's body directly mutated. First, it started with the emptiness of gods and demons' arm. Both arms quickly demonized and expanded, followed by the body. The bloodline of the mutated dragon species caused Lu Chen's body to turn into a giant dragon. "I've become a dragon!" Lu Chen almost exclaimed. However, before he could rejoice for a while, Lu Chen suddenly realized that something was wrong. On the dragon head, fox ears appeared. Damn, why are the fox ears still there? Wait, what's this? Spider legs. No claws. Devil horns. Tiger eyes. Why can there be wooden horns on the devil horns? No, didn't I already refine this thing? Wait, don't. No. Lu Chen was shouting when he realized that his head had indeed fallen off. The head of an unknown species was floating next to the dragon body. Lu Chen looked at his body with a hopeless expression and said sadly, "So, I've already walked through the 9 heavens, but in the end, I still can't get rid of you? Damn." What made Lu Chen even more sad was that the demon form was surprisingly strong. The initial enhancement of the demon form was only half of the god form, but with the passage of time, the upper limit of the demon form's enhancement could reach twice that of the god form. Lu Chen originally thought that such an ugly image would not be used, but now that he saw the upper limit, his heart was bleeding. It would be a pity not to use such a strong skill. Allow me to curse. Damn it. Overall, the 9 transformations of gods and demons' coexisting state had both the god form and the demon form, each with its own characteristics. The god form combined all the functions of the dragon god form and the higher void form, and its appearance did not change. The demon form could also use these skills, but it dug out all of Lu Chen's previous forms. Forget it. I don't think there will be many situations where I need to use the demon form. Lu Chen comforted himself. Other than that, the celestial demon heaven I changed again. The celestial demon heaven I was half black and half white. On the black side, the vision was extremely clear. If one looked into the distance, as long as one could sense the spiritual energy in the area, no matter how far it would be clear at a glance. It was as if Lu Chen was there. On the white side, there were thousands of spiritual threads. Countless spiritual threads were within reach. When Lu Chen raised his hand, the spiritual threads fluctuated like ripples on the surface of a lake. Now, as long as he opened the celestial demon heaven eye, he could observe both the spiritual energy world and the real world at the same time. Although Lu Chen had only obtained the last transformation of the 9 transformations of gods and demons, its significance was no small matter. Other than God and demon Wu Qian, he had collected 8 pieces of the life reversing set. The abilities of the life reversing set had all increased, and some had even undergone a qualitative change. He let out a long sigh of relief. Now, only God and demon Wu Qian is left. Speaking of which, divine grace catastrophe and 10,000 demons purgatory still haven't appeared. In other words, the 2 strongest techniques of the life reversing set are still with God and demon Wu Qian. I wonder how powerful these 2 skills will be. Could God and demon Wu Qian be in the 9th heaven? Lu Chen had many guesses, but he couldn't confirm the answer at the moment. The only way was to go to the 9th heaven personally to take a look. Just before he was about to go to the Jiuqian, Lu Chen remembered that he still had something to do in the 8th heaven. Oh, right little show, and the rest got the heart of the external demon. Now, Xiao Min's resurrection still lacks 2 medicines, the wings of the godly phoenix and the blood of the war god. The godly phoenix was the mother of all phoenixes. He had only heard of it, but had never seen it. The blood of the war god needed to be obtained from the strongest war god in the 8th heaven. Currently, the war god in the 8th heaven had always been owned by the 8 supreme gods. He didn't know who the strongest war god was. Chapter 1522. Lu Chen came to Bone Demon's world of faith. The gods had fallen, and now the order of the 8th heaven had been rebuilt. Yu Ming and the others were busy expanding their world of faith, so he hadn't seen them for a long time. Lu Chen wanted to go to the wooden house on the snow mountain, but he found that there had been an avalanche here, turning it into a sea of snow. It seems that Bone Demon hasn't cared about this world for a long time. Lu Chen shook his head, not knowing where to find Bone Demon. Looking at the sky, Lu Chen found that at the foot of the snow mountain, thousands of undead were holding a sacrificial ceremony. Sacrificial ceremony? Wasn't that Bone Demon? Immediately, Lu Chen flashed and arrived in the sky above the ceremony. As soon as he arrived at the ceremony area, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and white light appeared. Thousands of undead below saw this scene and knelt down. The God of Bones has arrived. God of Bones, please bless these newly reborn undead. The Goddess of Bones is here. Pray for blessings. A beautiful woman descended along with the white light, incomparably sacred. Who dares? Brother Quang, why are you here? Why didn't you send me a voice transmission? As soon as Bone Demon saw Lu Chen, she seemed to have changed into a different person. The surrounding divine light was gone, and she hurriedly flew in front of Lu Chen, looking shy. Lu Chen smiled slightly and touched Bone Demon's head. It's only been a few years, and you're already a 7-star intermediate deity. This action stunned the group of undead. Their mouths were agape, and their expressions were sluggish. A person who didn't even get a new life was touching their goddess of bones. Most importantly, the goddess had no intention of resisting. Instead, looking at her shy expression, she was clearly happy from the bottom of her heart. What's going on? Who the hell is that guy? Why is he so intimate with the goddess of bones? Why does the goddess of bones look like a little girl in front of that person? How is this possible? Lu Chen didn't care about these people's comments, but Bone Demon was a little unhappy. Rude. How dare you talk about the Celestial Emperor? Celestial Emperor. The group of undead's heads buzzed. The goddess of bones was angry. This man was the Celestial Emperor. Lu Chen smiled. What heavenly emperor? I don't even know what level I'm at right now. I'm just a mortal. Bone Demon, you don't have to be so fierce to them. Big Brother Quang, that won't do. How can anyone disobey you in my territory? Gumei pouted. Forget it. By the way, I have something to discuss with you. Let's find a quiet place. All right, Big Brother Kwong, come with me. With that, the two of them disappeared on the spot. The undead could already feel their worldview crumbling. Wait, that man said he's immortal. Is that true? How can a mortal be so revered by a god? Definitely not. Didn't the goddess of bones say that he's the celestial emperor? That means that his status is even higher than the goddess of bones. Didn't you hear the goddess of bones call him Brother Kwong? He should be the goddess of bones' brother. Lu Chen didn't hear these people's discussion. Otherwise, he would be speechless. Gu Mei brought Lu Chen to an ice lake. Big Brother Kwong, I'm sorry. I've been keeping the wooden house for you before, but I've been too busy recently and didn't have time to take care of it. Lu Chen smiled. A large number of gods have fallen in the battle beyond the heavens. You'd better seize the time to conquer more worlds with faith. This time, I just want to ask, who has the title of war god that you mentioned before? Big Brother Kwong, I'm not sure. In fact, the 8 supreme gods have already decided on the war god for many years. Even if it's the war god battle, it's just a formality. After all, who can challenge the 8 supreme gods? Lu Chen nodded. How long until the war god battle? The war god battle happens once every 100 years. The latest one is about 4 years away. Lu Chen thought about it. 4 years was too long. He'd better go and get the war god's blood directly. Big Brother Kwong, why are you asking this? Gumei asked curiously. I want to help a few friends reconstruct their bodies and revive my ghost pet. Right now, I'm still missing 2 herbs. One is the divine phoenix wings, and the other is the war god's blood. So it's like this. Big Brother Kwong, I heard that the divine phoenix wings appeared in the western heaven, Holy Land 2 years ago. I don't know if they're still there. As for the war god's blood, Big Brother Kwong, you're not going to find the 8 supreme gods to get their divine blood, are you? Lu Chen said, Xiaomin and the others need the war god's blood. This time, I can only ask the 8 supreme gods to help. Big Brother Kwong, these years, the 8 supreme gods have been increasing their strength. Last time, you said that if the 8 supreme gods dared to violate your promise, you would kill them. This has greatly weakened the prestige of the 8 supreme gods. Now, the 8 supreme gods are in a similar situation. They've been advancing and retreating together for many years. If you want to take one person's divine blood, I'm afraid they'll join forces. Lu Chen slightly frowned and said coldly, whether they join forces or fight individually, they have to give you the war god's blood, whether they want to or not. Where are they now? 3 years ago, they went to Polar Star. Polar Star? Lu Chen said in surprise. Why did they go to Polar Star? Maybe it's because of you. Bone Demon said. Lu Chen thought for a while. It wasn't hard to understand. After all, after he came out from Polar Star, his strength increased sharply. Lu Chen thought for a while and said, Bone Demon, can the people of the 8 factions still contact the 8 supreme gods? The 8 factions are far from what they used to be, but they should still be able to. And then I'll ask Brother Nightmare to inform the 8 supreme gods. When I get the divine phoenix wings from the western heaven, Holy Land, I'll come over to get the war god's blood. Big Brother Kwong, do you want me to accompany you? No need. Now is a great opportunity for you to increase your world of faith. Don't miss it. Lu Chen smiled and said, within the 8 layers of heaven, there aren't many who can threaten me. Lu Chen directly went through the Jiutian passage, opened by the 8 supreme gods, and came to the outer space. Sigh, if only I had the star sea map, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Lu Chen was still brooding over the star sea map. The 4 beasts were not averse to long-distance travel. As long as Lu Chen stopped, the four beasts would immediately start fighting. Little Furball, if you bite me again, I'll tell Dad that you've been wanting to eat him for a long time. The little beast shouted loudly for fear that Lu Chen wouldn't hear it. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Little beast, if you roast me again, I'll tell Boss that you've given birth to so many grandchildren outside. I can't even speak of some species. Xiao Yuan rushed forward and shouted, "Come and hit me, come and hit me." "Come on, come on, come on." Rhubarb shouted with all his might. The only normal one was the little golden carp. At this time, it was in the water and had disappeared without a trace. Lu Chen held his forehead with a face full of despair. "I say, the four of you, can't you be a bit more obedient? If you can't bear it, you can learn from the little golden carp." Lu Chen frowned and looked at the four living treasures. Their identities were frightening, but in fact, none of them was easy to deal with. They had been fighting since childhood, but they still hadn't had enough. Under Lu Chen's command, the four beasts finally behaved. "Boss, it is said that the Western Heaven Holy Land also has space-time turbulence. We have to be careful or we might encounter an ancient god," Rhubarb said. Lu Chen frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, his face became dignified. Suddenly, Lu Chen asked an irrelevant question. "Is the little beast's private life really messy outside?" "Messy, very messy," Rhubarb, the little furball, and Xiao Yuan said almost in unison. Chapter 1523. Lu Chen's eyes showed a trace of envy. It seemed that the little beast had grown up. With several buffoons accompanying him, Lu Chen did not feel lonely. The group set off for the Western Paradise, Holy Land. The Western Paradise, Holy Land, was located on the west side of Shanghai. When Lu Chen and the others arrived here, they found a small star field in front of them with a faint spiritual barrier. "Boss, this is the Western Paradise, Holy Land." Lu Chen asked, "What's going on with this spiritual barrier?" "It's naturally formed by the overflowing spiritual energy of space-time turbulence." Rhubarb was, after all, the dark demon ancestor from outer space. Lu Chen thought for a moment. Pangu and 9 Nether seniors could enter and exit from space-time turbulence, and his strength was no longer under them. Therefore, space-time turbulence was not too much of a threat. The key was to find the divine phoenix. "Rhubarb, what kind of place is the Western Paradise, Holy Land?" Lu Chen could not help but be curious. "Boss, it is said that the Western Paradise Holy Land is the oldest place in the universe. There is even a saying that the Western Paradise Holy Land appeared before the chaos. If this saying is true, then the strength of the gods living here is no small matter. It's just that I don't know the truth. No one even knows whether there are gods living here. At least, I have been in outer space for so many years, and I have never heard the people of the Western Paradise Holy Land take action." Lu Chen frowned. What was the Western Paradise Holy Land like? In any case, he had to go here. According to Rhubarb, there are a lot of turbulence here. "You guys come back first." Lu Chen called back his battle pet and stepped into the Western Paradise Holy Land. As soon as he crossed the spiritual barrier, Lu Chen was shocked by the scene in front of him. There were no stars here, only lumps of light like twisting bubbles. Although the Western Paradise Holy Land was only a small star field in the west of Shanghai, it was obviously not an easy thing to find the divine phoenix here. When Lu Chen was at his wit's end, a low voice suddenly came from the surroundings. "Lu Chen, you finally came." Lu Chen looked around in surprise. Rhubarb had not met anyone from the Western Heaven Holy Land for thousands of years in the outer heavens, yet he had met one the moment he arrived. At this moment, a figure slowly appeared in front of Lu Chen. This person's appearance was similar to a human's. He had a bun on his head and wore a golden kasaya. Of the 8 overgods, there were also Buddha-type overgods, but compared to this one, they gave off a completely different feeling. Lu Chen looked at this person in astonishment. Senior is primordial Buddha god. That person's expression was serene as he smiled. It seems that you still remember me. Senior, is this Western Heaven Holy Land your territory? It can't be considered a territory. It's just that there aren't many people here who disturb me. I'm used to comprehending the Tao here. The Buddha said, speaking of which, I don't remember how long I've been here. Back then, the gods and Buddhas had said that they might meet again in the 8th heaven. He didn't expect it to be true, listening to the words of the gods and Buddhas. It seemed that there were many hidden experts in the outer heavens. The gods and Buddhas had a friendship with Lu Chen. The 6 paths of illusory realm helped Lu Chen break through to the Emperor realm. Lu Chen naturally respected the gods and Buddhas. Senior gods and Buddhas, I'm really sorry to disturb your cultivation. It's just that my friend needs the divine phoenix to ride the wind. So the gods and Buddhas smiled. This universe is vast. No place can be said to be anyone's private territory. You don't have to apologize. The divine phoenix can pass through uncontrolled turbulence. If you want to search one by one, I'm afraid that you may not be able to find her even after hundreds or thousands of years. Lu Chen hurriedly asked, Senior gods and Buddhas, can you show me the way? If you can answer 3 of my questions, not only will I help you find the divine phoenix, but if I ask her to take a few of her wings, she won't be so stingy. Lu Chen's usual style was that if he could solve it without resorting to violence, it would be best not to. Moreover, without the guidance of the gods and Buddhas, he couldn't even find the divine phoenix. Senior gods and Buddhas, what are your questions? The primordial Buddha smiled slightly. First question, how do you view good and evil? Lu Chen frowned and thought for a while before saying, in the past, I thought that the good I saw was good and evil was evil. But now, it seems that the good and evil I understand is different from before. Oh, how is it different? The primordial Buddha seemed very interested in listening. Lu Chen raised his head and looked at the primordial Buddha. Good and evil come from the same source. Some good is actually evil, and some evil is actually good. Different standpoints and different situations lead to different outcomes. The spiritual martial apothecary killed his master to break free from the Jiutian shackles. The king of the wild monsters killed players to change his fate. The king of hell started a war against the Yang world because he couldn't accept the lack of resources in the netherworld. The various races fought to obtain more opportunities for their people. Lu Chen had encountered too many such examples along the way. As Lu Chen grew to this day, his horizons became wider and wider. Wild monsters, races, outer space. When he looked at the people and things of the past from the perspective of all living beings, his understanding was completely different. The primordial Buddha nodded. Those who control the heavens and earth should see all living beings as equals. The gods cut off their ties with the mortal world and only pursue the heavenly Tao. In their eyes, all living beings are equal. But you have experienced thousands of tribulations and immersed in the mortal world, but you have seen through good and evil and see all living beings as equals. That is rare. All right, then the second question. If I tell you that you or your family will die in this trip to the 9 heavens, will you still go? Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Senior gods and Buddhas, this can't be the result of some divination. Right? You should know that I don't believe in such things. The primordial Buddha smiled. Everything has its cause and effect. Why don't you ask yourself, instead of the heavens? Let's not talk about whether you believe it or not. Just based on this, you can tell me your answer. The gods and Buddha's answer was ambiguous, neither yes nor no. Lu Chen frowned and could only answer. But this question was really difficult for Lu Chen to answer. After a long silence, Lu Chen finally said, yes. The primordial Buddha nodded. To find the final answer? No, compared to my family, the answer is not important. But knowing that my father is in trouble, how can I not save him? As for the result, all I can do is to do my best to protect them. The primordial Buddha said, yes, as expected of your character. Then, the third question. If you pass through the Jiutian, all your questions will have been answered and all your grievances will have been settled. But outside the Jiutian, there are even more incredible challenges. I will go. This time, Lu Chen answered without hesitation. I am not different from many people. I also want to reach the peak of martial arts. This time, the calm primordial Buddha suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Good. Very good. Lu Chen, remember your answer today. I hope we will meet again in the future. I have finished the 3 questions. Divine Phoenix. The primordial Buddha called out. Beside him, an incomparably huge phoenix covered in flames appeared. Chapter 1524. Senior Buddha, the godly phoenix is your battle pet. Lu Chen widened his eyes. The primordial Buddha smiled. You can say so. However, the relationship between me and him is similar to the relationship between you and your battle pet. We can't be considered as the main pet. With that, the primordial Buddha smiled at the godly phoenix. Little guy, he wants your wings. Can you trouble him? The godly phoenix spoke. You have already agreed to it. How can I not agree? Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. The relationship between them was really like him and the little beast. The godly phoenix pecked off 5 wings. The fiery red wings floated in front of Lu Chen. Lu Chen raised his hand and caught it. Well, Lu Chen, I have already given you what you want. If there is nothing else, I will go and cultivate. Lu Chen nodded. Thank you, Senior Buddha, for fulfilling my wish. However, although Lu Chen thanked him verbally, he didn't leave directly. Still not leaving? The Buddha looked at Lu Chen's hesitant look and asked, Do you have any doubts? Yes, Senior Buddha, I want to know about the god and demon Wu Qian. Lu Chen sighed. Until now, everyone told me that the god and demon Wu Qian doesn't exist. However, since there is the god and demon life reversing suit, how can there be no god and demon Wu Qian? I don't understand. The Buddha smiled. When you understand, you will naturally find it. Lu Chen also had a headache. The Buddha often spoke in riddles with him. Perhaps this was his habit. Senior Buddha, are you an ancient god? Since I am still alive, I shouldn't be considered an ancient god. However, Pangu and the others should know me. Lu Chen nodded. In that case, the primordial Buddha was also an ancient god. However, he was different from Pangu and the others. He still existed in this world. Seeing that the Buddha had closed his eyes, Lu Chen knew that he had to leave. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. Lu Chen cupped his fists and turned to leave the Western Paradise. After passing through an unknown planet, Lu Chen took a short break and ate a simple meal. But at this time, he seemed to be preoccupied. Dad, are you thinking about the 3 questions of God and Buddha? Lu Chen nodded. According to the gods and Buddhas, there are stronger challenges beyond the Jiutian. Dad, I thought you were worried about the second problem. The little beast said, strangely. Oh, you said that one of the closest relatives must die. Although I'm a little worried. The feeling that the gods and Buddhas give people is different from those of the oracles and celestial masters. I can't possibly stop moving forward just because of this sentence. On the other hand, the third question makes me feel that the ninth heaven is not the end of the Jiutian civilization. This surprised me. After thinking for a while, Lu Chen shook his head. Forget it. Let's not think about it anymore. Let's go get the war god's blood first, then go to Jiutian to take a look. Maybe we'll find out then. Lu Chen compared the star chart. Little beast, we don't have time to waste. Let's go. Aren't we not far from Polar Star? Dad, can't we rest for a while? There are so many mysterious species in this world. The little beast looked at the surrounding forest with some reluctance. There's no time. Let's not go to Polar Star. Let's go to the 8 galaxies first. Lu Chen said, these guys have found something in the 8 galaxies. I'm also very curious about what they found. Since they're not here, let's go take a look. Go to the 8 galaxies? The little beast heard Lu Chen's plan and was instantly interested. It did not even want to know about the mysterious species. Lu Chen looked at their route and chose the Myriad Spirits Galaxy, which was the closest to them. At this time, in the Myriad Spirits Galaxy, a few overgods were cultivating. When Lu Chen appeared in the Myriad Spirits Galaxy, he was surrounded by a few people. However, when these overgods saw that it was Lu Chen, they could not help but be stunned. Lu Tiandi, what are you doing here? The leader of the Myriad Spirits clan subconsciously distanced himself from Lu Chen. This is the main star of the Myriad Spirits Galaxy. It's our place of cultivation. Lu Chen snorted coldly. This is not your territory. Why can't I come? According to you, if I randomly point at a star and say that it belongs to me, Lu Chen, you can't step into it. You're twisting words and forcing logic. The Myriad Spirits Galaxy protects us spiritual gods. This is something everyone knows. Another overgod said loudly, Lu Chen, you trespassed here. Do you want to openly make an enemy of the 8 juggernauts? Lu Chen sneered. Your 8 juggernauts are now on Polar Star. They can go to Polar Star, but I can't come to the 8 galaxies? What kind of bandit logic is this? I'll be blunt this time. If you want to inform your masters, do as you please. However, if anyone dares to stop me, don't mind me and kill him. With Lu Chen's strength, he could already defeat the demon-sealing battle god 7 years ago. How could these overgods be a match for Lu Chen? Unless the 8 juggernauts joined forces, they definitely did not have the guts to stop Lu Chen. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lu Chen walked right out of the encirclement, but no one dared to stop him. Very soon, Lu Chen realized that someone was following him from behind. It should be those overgods. However, Lu Chen did not mind. If they wanted to follow him, so be it, as long as they could keep up. Celestial Eye of Heaven. The celestial eye appeared on Lu Chen's forehead, and he saw the entire planet clearly. The spiritual energy here is even more abundant than Polar Star. The spiritual energy fluctuations, they're a little abnormal. Let's go over and take a look. At the same time that he activated the celestial eye, Lu Chen also discovered that a few fine spiritual threads were cautiously following behind him. This was probably some kind of tracking technique that those overgods were using to follow him. Lu Chen sneered. With a flick of his finger, the spiritual threads behind him immediately broke. Then, in a flash, he had already appeared thousands of miles away. A few people walked out of the forest behind him and looked at each other. He realized that we're following him. He actually cut off my 1,000 threads of spirit entanglement. What is his current level of strength? Lu Chen had no time to pay attention to these people. In a flash, he was already in front of a waterfall. It's somewhat similar to Polar Star's waterfall. There's actually a defensive array outside. Looks like this is where Kong Gu comprehended the Tao back then. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. With a slash of his sword finger, a sword or a shot out of thin air. With a loud boom, gigantic Ravager slammed into the defensive array and erupted with an astonishing spiritual chi ring. It spread out in midair and swept through thousands of acres of forest. Seeing that the defensive array was still intact, Lu Chen continuously activated the sacred lotus sword heart, suppressing fire, and other skills. These skills were originally not at the level of divine skills, but after the upgrade of the celestial demon, Limitless Sword, these ordinary skills were upgraded to the level of divine skills, and the damage of all the skills had greatly increased. After a few moves, the defensive array was directly shattered by Lu Chen. Lu Chen sneered and stepped into the water curtain of the waterfall. As soon as he entered the water curtain, Lu Chen saw the stone tablet. Spiritual emptiness, wheel of life and death, see through the Tao of heaven. Comprehend the Tao of heaven, master heaven and earth, gods and demons are ants. Seeing these two sentences, Lu Chen frowned deeply. So the stone tablet should be engraved with words, not just one sentence? Then the other sentence on Polar Star should be gods and demons. Chapter 1525. On the platform behind the water curtain, in addition to the stone, there was a black hole portal. I heard from Bone Demon that there is a master's gate here. It seems like this is the portal. Lu Chen came to the portal, hesitated for a moment, and stepped in. Inside the portal was an independent starry sky. Lu Chen floated in the air and looked around blankly. There doesn't seem to be anything special. Even the spiritual chi is so thin that it's almost invisible. Lu Chen frowned. Is it because I'm not a spiritual god? The myriad spirit star group could enhance the combat power of spiritual gods, but it had no effect on Lu Chen. Therefore, this possibility couldn't be ruled out. Lu Chen carefully sensed the surroundings. After confirming that there was nothing special, he was ready to leave. When Lu Chen turned around, he suddenly stopped. He frowned, thought for a moment, and suddenly turned his head to look in front of him again. Although the spiritual chi here was thin, it wasn't completely absent. At first glance, these spiritual chi threads were far less complicated than the spiritual chi of the outside world. However, after careful observation, Lu Chen suddenly found that these spiritual chi threads formed two words. They seemed to be the Chinese characters for Heavenly Gate. It can't be a coincidence. Lu Chen looked dignified and didn't dare to be sure. Not long after, Lu Chen left the Myriad Spirit Star Group and went straight to the God Shine Star Group. In the God Shine Star Group, Lu Chen found that inside the Master's Gate, the spiritual chi threads formed two words again. It was the two words, extreme number. This. Lu Chen widened his eyes. One was a coincidence, but two was a coincidence. Lu Chen quickly left the main star of the God Shine Star Group and went to the main star of the Demon Area Star Group. On the main star of the 8 Systems Star Group, Lu Chen found a total of 16 words. Because the order was different, Lu Chen had to rearrange them several times. He looked at the words he wrote on the ground in shock. Those above the extreme number open the heavenly gate, all creatures awaken, and the wind and clouds rise again. Rhubarb, little beast, little green. What does this sentence mean? Lu Chen was at a loss. Is this the second sentence on Polar Star? The little beast also wore a serious expression. I think it said that you can open some heavenly gate, and all living beings will awaken. Lu Yi thought about it carefully and said, but the problem is, Boss has already opened the gate of heaven, or can Boss open the gate of heaven? What did all spirits refer to? What does the revival of all living beings mean? Rhubarb frowned. Boss, this sentence seems to have the same meaning as the Buddha's third question. Could the Buddha be referring to the challenge above the Jiuqian? The little beast said. Did the 8 overgods notice this? Did they go to Polar Star to seek answers as well? The series of questions left Lu Chen somewhat confused. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chen said, "Let's go to Polar Star first and ask the 8 supreme gods." On Polaris, Lu Chen arrived in front of the curtain of water. He saw that the 8 overgods were currently training here. After cultivating for a moment, Ancient Kong opened his eyes and said, "We have already checked Polar Star thoroughly. There is nothing special about it. I think we should return to our respective star systems to cultivate." Nine-tailed demon god also said, "It is really strange. The Polar Star stele clearly states that the human sovereign is the extreme number. That solipsistic actually broke through here. It is really puzzling. It is indeed unimaginable." Life god Hong Meng said, "This Polar Star proverb is just empty talk. Since it is the extreme number, why did it allow Lu Chen to break through?" The Buddha deity stood with one palm in front of him and sighed. "Polar Star is the Emperor's guardian star after all. Perhaps there are some things that we cannot see through. Solipsistic broke through here, but we did not gain anything here." At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the 8. Lu Chen was already standing in front of the 8. Lu Chen came at the right time. He more or less heard some of the 8 supreme gods' conversation. He could not help but feel a little disappointed. It seemed that these people did not see the words that appeared in the 8 star system's Sovereign's Gate. They were only here to look for clues about Lu Chen's breakthrough. Lu Chen was also speechless. They did not cultivate on their own guardian star and insisted on coming to Polar Star. He did not know what these people were thinking. When the 8 supreme gods saw Lu Chen, they all became alert as if they were facing a great enemy. "Lu Chen, you are here for the war god's blood. Hey, you guys, how is your cultivation?" Lu Chen looked at the 8 of them with a smile that did not look like a smile. The 8 supreme gods did not intend to answer Lu Chen's question properly. Konggu said warily, "Lu Chen, don't go too far. You want our god's blood. The 8 of us together may not lose to you." Lu Chen smiled. "You guys really think too highly of yourselves. Who hasn't shed blood in a fight?" Buddha god Mukong said sternly, "In these thousands of years, the only one who could make us bleed was the demonic war god." Nine-tailed demon god narrowed her eyes. "Lu Chen, we had just entered the sovereign realm. Now that our cultivation has increased greatly, do you really think we are afraid of you?" Lu Chen stopped smiling. He was facing the 8 supreme gods, or rather, the 8 sovereigns, alone. He was not afraid at all. "My friend wants to use the war god's blood. I am now discussing with you. Of course, if you insist on fighting, I don't mind either." Speaking of which, I have encountered many pursuers in the 8th celestial layer. They were all ordered by you, right? Now that I have collected all 8 pieces of the life reversing set, don't you want them? You... Konggu stared at Lu Chen with wide eyes. "You have also found the 9 transformations of the demonic and God." Lu Chen sneered. "That's right." The 8 of them exchanged glances. Hong Meng narrowed his eyes. "Everyone, we are unable to enter the 9th celestial layer. This means that our strength has not reached the requirements. Although we have broken through to the supreme God realm, you should have clearly felt that in the 8th celestial layer, it is very difficult for us to improve our strength. We can only continue to strengthen our foundation and increase our strength. And if we want to enter the Jotian and increase our strength, then our hope is the life-reversing set. The 8 of them did not doubt this point. The 8 of them looked at Lu Chen at the same time. The owner of the 8 pieces of the life-reversing set was standing in front of them. Lu Chen saw the look in the eyes of the 8 people and snorted coldly. How interesting. I don't want your lives, but in the end, you want my life. Very well. Today, there will be no more supreme gods in the 8th celestial layer. Boom, 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 boom. The 8 supreme gods erupted with terrifying spiritual energy at the same time, flattening the waterfall. The rubble collapsed. The riverbed collapsed. Lu Chen, do you think that if we weren't in a hurry to find a way to enter the Jotian, we would have tolerated you for so many years? Do you really think that Kong Gu couldn't kill the demon sealing war god? Do you really think that the 8 of us together can't kill you? For so many years, no one has dared to look down on us like this. Today, you will pay the price for your arrogance. Since you have delivered yourself to our doorstep, then today, the life-reversing set will stay, and you will die. Chapter 1526. Lu Chen coldly snorted. After saying so much, you still want to snatch the demon god defying fate. So all these years, the ones who have been giving me special care are your arrangements. Hong Meng's eyes flashed fiercely. So what if it is? The weak are prey to the strong, and the strong are respected. This is the law of survival in this world. Isn't it all thanks to the demon god defying fate that you can reach where you are today? If we get the demon god defying fate, we can definitely enter the 9th heaven. The Supreme Grim Reaper said in a deep voice, "We didn't expect that a mortal like you could grow to where you are today. But if you think that we are really afraid of you, then you are wrong. Not to mention the mad demon god of war, the 8 elements together can suppress everything." Lu Chen had personally admitted that he had collected all 8 parts of the demon god defying fate set. The 8 supreme gods already knew that this was their last chance to snatch the demon god defying fate. At this moment, they finally revealed their true nature. Suddenly, Lu Chen turned his head and jumped several times to a barren planet in the distance. God descends. Wanna run? Do you think you can? The 8 figures disappeared at the same time and quickly caught up with Lu Chen. After arriving at this planet, Lu Chen did not continue to run. He coldly said, "I don't plan to run. I just don't want you to destroy Polar Star. Looks like you have already torn off your original faces. Very well, to be honest, I have long disliked you guys," Lu Chen coldly said. "Previously, I only wanted some war god's blood and did not intend to kill the 8 of you. But now," Lu Chen slightly narrowed his eyes, "I have changed my mind. All right, then we will let you help us enter the 9th heaven." Hong Meng angrily shouted, "Myriad World Shadowstone, I want to let everyone see if the solipsistic emperor is worthy of being Lu Tiendi. A mere mortal dares to defy the heavens. We want everyone to understand that mortals are ultimately lowly ants." On Earth, the Jotian official video that had been off the air for a long time suddenly showed a new image. In the image, 8 supreme gods were surrounding a human male. It was none other than Earth's god of war, Lu Chen. With the high traffic on the official website, even if there was no notice, many people would have seen this scene immediately. No, this isn't the 8 overgods of the 8th heaven. Who were they attacking? Wait, it's Mad God. What's going on? It's the 8 paramount gods. They're trying to kill Mad God. Countless phones were ringing madly as people were relaying this shocking news to each other. All the major TV stations immediately switched to the official video. We still don't know why the 8 paramount gods are attacking Mad God, but it's not difficult to guess from some of their words that the 8 paramount gods are here for Mad God's life, reverser suit. Mad God and the 8 paramount gods have already formed a grudge against each other in the 8th heaven. This will be the first time the 8 paramount gods are attacking at the same time. We've just received news that the 8 paramount gods want to snatch the life reverser suit and besiege Mad God. From the words of the 8 paramount gods, it's not difficult to see that they have a deep grudge against Mad God. Both sides have yet to enter the 9th heaven. This means that Mad God is in danger with the 8 paramount gods joining forces. 8 paramount gods are attacking the Mad God together. The Mad God is alone. Run. A host said anxiously, now is not the time to be a hero. Even if Mad God can defeat Ancient Kong alone, the situation is completely different if the 8 paramount gods join forces. Mad God, you are the guardian of Earth. Nothing must happen to you. Almost all the races in the universe, which had just experienced a few years of peaceful development, were attracted by this sudden battle. Mad God and the 8 paramount gods had both been quiet for 7 years. Suddenly, a great battle broke out, which was beyond everyone's expectations. The intensity of this battle, before it even started, was already frightening. Lu Chun snorted coldly in his heart. The 8 paramount gods used the Shadow Stone to broadcast the battle, which was nothing more than to restore their own reputation and, at the same time, suppress their own prestige in the Jotian. Unfortunately, he had never cared about this. If you want the life reverser, just come and get it. Lu Chun sneered. He raised his hand, and the infinite sword of the celestial and demon appeared in the void. At the same time, the 8 paramount gods all activated their respective states. The paramount gods of God, demon, spirit, Tao, Buddha, life, and death, just by activating their states, already caused the sky and earth to change color. Soil and stones flew everywhere, and the earth cracked open. Huge, ancient gods of their respective pantheons appeared behind them, and some directly revealed their true forms. Ninetails transformed into a huge white nine-tailed beast. Hong Meng transformed into a huge towering tree. Its roots instantly covered the entire world and extended into the starry sky. The Grim Reaper's scythe appeared behind Solitary, and his body merged with the Grim Reaper. The 8 paramount gods transformed into gods. 8-colored spiritual energy divided the sky into 8. They floated in midair, their huge figures looking down on the vast earth. Lu Chun looked particularly small in front of the 8 paramount gods. He looked up at the sky, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. 9 transformations of the celestial and demon symbiosis. This time, Lu Chun used the real 9 transformations of the celestial and demon. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chun released a terrifying amount of spiritual energy. Amidst the raging spiritual energy storm, Lu Chun's white hair and robe fluttered in the wind. With the front of him as the center, one side was white, and the other side was black. Dragon god form, virtual form. Lu Chun's left and right arms demonized, covered in golden dragon scales. The god-slaying spear, limitless sword, and magic god staff floated beside him. Lu Chun looked up at the 8 gods and said coldly, 8 paramount gods, right? Then, let's settle the old and new grudges today. You still dare to be so arrogant in front of us? Hong Meng said angrily. Do you really think I won't pursue the grudge of cutting my roots? This is where you, the solipsistic, will fall. Paramount God technique, primordial world. With a boom, the entire earth was instantly shattered by countless vines that shot out from the ground. From the image stone, one could see that it wasn't just a few thousand miles or tens of thousands of miles. The entire surface of this planet was instantly shattered. Heavens, a paramount god's technique, and a planet was destroyed just like that. This is too terrifying. Mad God, be careful. In the primordial world, Lu Chun had almost no chance of dodging. However, Lu Chun didn't plan on dodging either. Lu Chun shouted, "Hongmeng, the first person I want to kill is you." Godly technique. Tiger descends the mountain. Godly technique. Sacred lotus sword heart. Godly technique. Firepower suppression. These three techniques were commonly used by Lu Chun in the past. Although their levels weren't high, their effects were very good. Together with Lu Chun's attack power, they could be used until now. However, these three great skills were all being used by the limitless sword of the demonic god. In other words, these three techniques had all evolved to godly technique level. Instantly, countless sword chi and spiritual bullets exploded on the ground. In an instant, the entire planet was turned into ashes. After the planet was destroyed, Hongmeng's complicated roots were finally exposed. Lu Chun snorted coldly. "Hongmeng, let's see how you can hide." Li Muhua stared blankly at the television and turned to look at Beishue Gufei. "Gufei, you said that you will surpass me one day?" Beishue Gufei swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said awkwardly, Who did you hear that from?" "I have never said such irresponsible words." Chapter 1527. Facing Hongmeng, Lu Chun did not show any mercy. He directly destroyed this uninhabited planet and broke through the roots of the divine tree. However, the divine tree did not lose its vitality after losing the soil. Instead, it became more aggressive and rushed toward Lu Chun like a rolling wave. Lu Chun snorted and grabbed the god-slaying spear. Rapid shadow spear. A ray of light cut through the vines and headed straight for Hongmeng. At the critical moment, a thick wall made of vines was erected in front of Hongmeng. Before Lu Chun could come into contact with the wall of vines, someone behind Lu Chun shouted again, "Sea of Stars!" Spirit God Kong Gu had already made his move. A sword light swept out and slashed toward Lu Chun. Lu Chun swung the sword in his right hand. A 10,000-meter-long sword chi swept out and collided with Sea of Stars. The two sword chi collided, and a ring of energy exploded in the starry sky. It extended for thousands of miles. "You want to touch Hongmeng? Dream on." Death God waved his scythe and shot a ray of black spiritual energy toward Lu Chun. Undead dragon soul. In the process of flying, the black gas transformed into a huge divine dragon and instantly pounced over. 9 dragons destroy the world. Lu Chun shouted and used 9 dragons destroy the world. The 9 dragons collided with the black dragon. Suddenly, the 10 giant spiritual energy dragons collided with each other, causing a series of spiritual energy explosions. Death God and Spirit God's 2 attacks did not completely block Lu Chun. Lu Chun's 9-spear rapid shadow spear still shot toward Hongmeng. With a loud bang, a huge hole appeared in the vine shield formed by the Hongmeng divine tree. Hongmeng looked at Lu Chun's spear and shouted, 10,000 world spirit vein. The vines intertwined and formed an extremely thick arm that collided with the 9-spear rapid shadow spear. Boom, boom. A white light flashed in the starry sky as if a planet was destroyed. Immediately after that, Hongmeng was instantly blasted flying, and he pierced through a star not too far away. Upon seeing this, the 7 supreme gods' eyes widened in fury. Ancient Kong and Grim Reaper's joint attack, coupled with Hongmeng's Hongmeng Divine Tree's protection and the myriad spiritual veins attacks, Lu Chun still managed to gain the upper hand. At the same time, countless people from all over the universe witnessed the battle. In the face of three paramount gods, the solipsistic was still as domineering as ever. If he wanted to kill Hong Meng, no one could stop him. This is Lu Tiandi's true strength. It's too terrifying. Even the three of them working together couldn't block it. Why does Lu Tiandi give me the feeling that he's stronger than when he fought Mad Demon War God? Gods have limits, but mortals don't. I don't even want to transcend the tribulation and become an immortal anymore. Netherworld and the others exchanged glances. Netherworld could not help but sigh. Can you imagine that our team actually found such a fellow to form a temporary team with 30 years ago? Withered Claw could not help but shake his head. Who would have thought of that? Even in the entire eighth heaven, who else could be like Brother Lu Chen in the past tens of thousands of years? Bone Demon, you have a good eye. Bone Demon smiled. Actually, when I chose him back then, I just randomly found someone. Who would have thought that the random person I found would be Lu Tiandi, who shook the entire eighth heaven today? If it were not for the undead tribe's special characteristics, Lu Chen would probably have been separated from them after that hunt. It could only be said that the three undead tribe members and Lu Chen were indeed fated. Just as Lu Chen repelled Hong Meng, a figure suddenly appeared from an unknown distance in a flash. Hong Meng's mouth was bleeding, and he was furious. Lu Chen, I must kill you today. Myriad spiritual force, triple thunder technique. Originally, there were no weather changes in the galaxy. However, at this moment, countless spiritual forces gathered and formed three lightning bolts. Hong Meng held the three lightning bolts in his hand as if he was holding a long whip, and he waved it toward Lu Chen. God's advent. Lu Chen instantly dodged. The triple thunder technique hit Lu Chen's original position. Instantly, the space shook, and lightning shot in all directions. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. The power of the triple thunder technique could not be underestimated. Everyone, let's fight for the life reversal of gods and demons today. Nine Tails shouted, and at the same time, her figure rushed toward Lu Chen, who had just appeared. Supreme demon blood, agility, and swiftness. Nine Tails' speed burst out in a short time. Lu Chen used God's advent several times in a row, but he could not avoid her. What a fast speed. Lu Chen, it's too late for you to know now. Nine Tails instantly appeared in front of Lu Chen and clawed at him. Your emptiness of gods and demons' arm. I want it. Lu Chen snorted. You think you're worthy? Void guard. With a loud bang, Nine Tails' claw grabbed Lu Chen's arms, and both of them were sent flying at the same time. Just as Lu Chen regained his senses, Nine Tails was already in front of him again. Pray that I've set my eyes on will not rest until you're dead. You can't escape. Your defense is strong, so I'll let you have a taste of this move. Supreme God skill, Demon Fox Heaven Ripping, Mahavarakana Attack Curse. The Buddha God chanted, and Nine Tails' claws flashed with golden light. This should be a skill that strengthens attacks, but this skill was added to Nine Tails' body. When Lu Chen saw the other party attack, he already knew that the attack power of this move was not to be underestimated. This was an attack of the Supreme God level. Now that it was enhanced by the Supreme God level, the power was even more terrifying. Dao Sec's black armor, spiritual energy turbulence. At the same time, the Dao gods activated their intense skills, and Lu Chen suddenly felt his spiritual energy drop by at least a third. Solipsistic, die. The Supreme God Tian Guang roared. Black Heaven God language, demon-slaying heavenly fire. At this moment, a sword energy shot out from behind him. Ancient Kong had used his killer move again. The Grim Reaper's scythe suddenly appeared beside Lu Chen, and it looked like it was going to cut Lu Qin in half. The gods, demons, Taoists, Buddhas, demons, and life and death, the 8 supreme gods, attacked at the same time. Mu Sheng grabbed Lu Yao's hand, so nervous that she could not speak. Lu Yi also clutched Bei Shui's arm tightly, her face pale, and she muttered, "Brother." Lu Yao stared at the screen. In this situation, could father still block it? With a loud bang, the LCD screen seemed to have been shattered by the explosion, and the entire screen turned white. On the official website, the bullet screen was quickly refreshed. The screen turned white. Did anyone see what happened to Mad God just now? The 8 juggernauts are too much. As juggernauts, they actually ganged up on one, and they even joined forces. Why did the screen turn white for so long? Was the Shadow Stone destroyed? Finally, the strong light gradually dissipated, and people's vision gradually returned to normal. The galaxy returned to darkness again. At this moment, the 8 juggernauts were still strong, and they looked indifferently at the gradually fading white light. Solipsistic is just SOSO. Mortals are mortals after all, and he dares to challenge the 8 of us. He must be tired of living. Where is he? Don't tell me he was annihilated by our combined attack. However, before they could finish speaking, the 8 juggernauts' gazes became a little different at the same time. The white light in the center of the battlefield gradually dissipated, and the figure there became more and more obvious. Lu Qin, who had shed the emptiness of gods and demons' arm and the dragon god form, was wearing a black and white Pisces suit. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his forehead was looking at the sky with half black and half white eyes. At this moment, Lu Qin's eyes were slightly closed, and the surrounding spiritual energy was tumbling. Hong Meng narrowed his eyes slightly. This guy is not dead. Don't worry. Even if he's not dead, his strength is probably severely damaged. Didn't you see that his dragon god form and virtual form have been destroyed? This means that his strength must have been greatly reduced, Grim Reaper said with certainty. Chapter 1528. Seeing Lu Qin's current state. Everyone thought that Lu Qin must have been seriously injured by the attack just now. Otherwise, why did Lu Qin's famous higher void form and dragon god form disappear? However, in the 6th heaven, Li Wei frowned and said to her sister, Yao, where are Lu Qin's ears? Ah, sister, are you talking about Lu Qin's fox ears? Yeah, could it be that his ears were knocked off? Even if Lu Qin was seriously injured and lost the ability to open the higher void form and dragon god form, how could his fox ears be gone? That thing seems to have nothing to do with strength. It's just a feature that will appear when gods and demons coexist. Li Wei suddenly said, Something's not right. Sister, what's wrong? Didn't Lu Qin just say that he has collected 8 pieces of life reversal of gods and demons? Then the 9 transformations of gods and demons is also complete. Maybe it's not that Lu Qin lost the emptiness of gods and demons' arm and dragon god form, but this is Lu Qin's new form. At this moment, Lu Qin opened his eyes slightly. He looked at death with a smile that is not a smile. Was that your combined attack just now? It seems quite powerful. Death laughed. Lu Qin, don't try to be brave. You can't even maintain the higher void form and dragon god form. It can be seen that you are now a waste. Lu Qin curled his lips and sneered. Oh, is that so? Since you think I'm a waste, why don't you deal with me? Aren't you death? You should be happy to kill people, right? Buddha God slightly narrowed his eyes and shouted, World, cleansing heavenly eye. No, his combat power is stronger than before. Buddha God suddenly widened his eyes. This is what's going on. Lu Qin shook his head regretfully, as expected of one of the 8 supreme gods. It seemed that his plan to trick them had failed. Lu Chen said in a strange tone, "Everyone's strength is outstanding. You actually managed to force me to use my second strongest form. TSK, TSK, TSK. As expected of the 8 overgods. No, the 8 sovereigns. However, with your current strength, I'm afraid you'll still have to work hard for tens of thousands of years before you can reverse fate." Lu Chen's mocking words instantly exploded on Earth's internet. Holy shit, is this mad god's new form? He blocked the combined attacks of 8 overgods, but he's still only the second strongest? Has anyone seen Mad God in his strongest form? The Mad God is indeed the Mad God. He's so arrogant, but I really like it. After being mocked by Lu Chen, the 8 overgods' faces alternated between green and purple. The 8 of them had lived for thousands of years. When had anyone ever mocked them like this? It's the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic god. Hong Meng suddenly thought of this. It's said that the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of gods and demons actually has 3 forms. The symbiosis of gods and demons, the god form and the demon form. Judging from Lu Chen's current situation, it's possible that he's in the god form. The Grim Reaper gnashed his teeth in anger. Just now, he had almost fallen into Lu Chen's trap. In a one-on-one fight, he still had some self-awareness. He was no match for Lu Chen. How could he tolerate being treated as an idiot in front of all the races in the universe? Everyone, if we want to enter the 9th heaven, the reverse fate is our last chance. So this time, we must kill Lu Chen. The Grim Reaper said, "I think we shouldn't waste any more time. Use that move." QB narrowed her eyes and said, "To be able to block my strongest attack with the blessing of the Buddha God, ordinary skills can't defeat this guy. We can't keep any more trump cards." Hong Meng said in a deep voice, "Damn it, how can his attack and defense be so high? After we broke through in the 8th heaven, our improvement was limited, but this guy is much stronger than when he fought with the demon-sealing battle god." Tian Guang said, "He's different from us. He's not affected by the godhood. Besides, he has also collected the reverse fate, so it's not surprising that his strength has increased. Since that's the case, let's kill this guy as soon as possible." The 8 of them understood tacitly and attacked at the same time. Lu Chen quickly used the sacred lotus sword heart to block the 8's attacks. However, just as he was about to counterattack, he realized that the 8 of them were connected by spiritual energy. At the same time, a black fog gathered above their heads and shrouded Lu Chen's head. "Ha ha ha, Lu Chen, do you think we don't have any ability and only know how to talk?" Hong Meng laughed. "Next, we'll show you the true strength of the 8 of us." Immediately after, the 8 of them spoke at the same time. "Infinite 8 directions, all origins return to one, heaven and earth chaos. All spirits listen to my command. Supreme combination technique, heavenly origin, return to one." The black fog above their heads was like an aurora shooting straight at Lu Chen. Lu Chen tried to use God's Advent to dodge, but he realized that God's Advent could not be activated. In other words, he could only take this move head-on. There were only 8 elements in the 8 heavens. Apart from the polar star, the 9-star clusters only protected 8 god systems. It could be seen that the 8 elements were related to the god's origin. Now, with the 8 elements working together, the power of this attack could really destroy heaven and earth. Facing the supreme god-grade combination technique, Lu Chen's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He roared, "Infinite divine demon sword, ultimate void." The infinite divine demon sword erupted with black and white fog, like a river bursting its banks, filling the galaxy. Lu Chen turned into a white light and shot straight to the top of the sky. The supreme God-grade combination technique. Heavenly origin returned to one, and ultimate void collided violently. The sky shook, and the nearby stars and satellites were instantly turned into ashes, disappearing into the galaxy. Countless pairs of eyes were staring at the projection stone, and the screen instantly turned white. Of course, this time, it was no longer a temporary white screen. Instead, the myriad worlds projection stone, which was known for its sturdiness, had been completely destroyed. No way! Isn't the myriad worlds projection stone indestructible? Isn't this killing us? What's the result? This attack is too terrifying. Just now, I saw the surrounding stars disintegrating and disappearing in the aftermath of the spiritual energy. I just want to know if Mad God is still alive. However, at this time, unless one was present on the battlefield, no one would know the result of the battle between Mad God and the 8 gods. Quick, go to outer space. Netherworld shouted. Withered Claw and Bone Demon hurriedly teleported to the passage to outer space. In front of the passage to outer space, a large number of Jotian gods swarmed out. When they arrived in outer space, they found that a large number of alien beasts guarding outside the passage were also rushing in the direction of Polar Star. The battle just now had shocked all the alien beasts. Fortunately, this time there was no major battle between the two sides. The Jotian gods and the alien beasts went their own ways, frantically jumping in the direction of Polar Star. The earliest batch of Jotian gods, the 8 gods who were stationed in the 8 constellations, had arrived in the vicinity of the battlefield in a few hours. Now, there were no more stars in the surroundings, only an empty, starry sky. Then, someone discovered the broken roots of the Hongmeng divine tree, floating in the space. Then, they saw 9 figures floating in the space, not far away. Quick, go and see if Lu Chun is still alive. We must not let him live. Just as they were about to rush over, thousands of figures suddenly blocked their path. It was the alien beasts that blocked them. One of the Supremes from outer space said coldly, "If you dare to touch Lu Chun, I will kill you." Chapter 15:29. The chief gods instantly became vigilant. The other party had the advantage in numbers, and they were clearly at a disadvantage. However, Lu Chun was floating nearby, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Once they missed this opportunity, they didn't know if there would be another one in the future. This is a Jotian matter. Don't interfere, one of the chief gods said in a low voice. However, the leader of the strange beasts was clearly not one to be fooled. A Jotian matter? Look at where you are now. Since you are in outer space, it's not your place to act impudently here. The chief god narrowed his eyes. Lu Chun killed your mad demon war god. Why are you protecting him? He had a fair fight with the mad demon war god, and he was stronger. If he won, he won. We accept it wholeheartedly. He's much better than these supreme gods who only care about digging and not burying. The leader of the strange beasts said. Besides, he has already set the rules. The Jotian gods are not allowed to wage war against outer space. If he dies, then wouldn't you have the chance to break the rules? Men, go and check on the 9. The strange beasts from outer space took advantage of their numbers to check on the 9 and brought them back. Lu Chun is not dead yet. The spiritual energy in his body is in chaos, probably caused by the recoil. 5 of the 8 supreme gods are seriously injured. 2 of them have injuries that are hard to determine, and 1 has died. After this news spread, the Jotian gods were shocked. You're lying. How could one of the 8 supreme gods have died when they joined forces? The chief god shouted angrily, I'm warning you, hand over the 8 supreme gods. Otherwise, even if we use all our forces, we won't let you take the supreme gods away. The leader of the strange beasts pondered for a moment before saying, "We've already given you the bodies of the 8 supreme gods, but it's impossible for us to give you Lu Chun. Now, return to ninth heaven. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. If you agree, we'll return the bodies of the 8 supreme gods to you. If you don't, we won't be afraid of you." The chief gods looked at each other. This was the best outcome they could hope for. After all, this was the outer world. If they were to really fight, they would definitely not benefit from it. Furthermore, if the otherworldly beast army were to regroup, then other than the mad devil war god, the 8 paramount gods, and Lu Chun, the otherworldly beast army would still be stronger than them. After weighing the pros and cons, the 8 deities had no choice but to accept the other party's terms. Seeing that the main god had agreed, the leader of the mutated beasts gave his subordinates some instructions. Not long after, a group of strange beasts brought the 8 overgods to the front of the gods' camp. "You can all scram now," the leader of the mutated beasts roared. The deities were furious, but they didn't dare to stay any longer and left the area. The leader of the mutated beasts looked at Lu Chun and said, "We can't stay here any longer. Give him the life-sealing pill first, and then we'll leave." Lu Chun slowly woke up and found himself in a strange world. At the moment, he was lying on a soft pile of licorice. Above his head was the dome of the cave, surrounded by the sound of spring water. When Lu Chun turned his head, he saw a clear mountain spring flowing not far away. Lu Chun came to the side of the mountain spring and drank a few mouthfuls of the spring water. He felt refreshed and sweet. "Where am I?" Lu Chun was a little confused for a moment. "Little beast." Lu Chun called out Little Beast and the others and asked them about what had happened earlier. Little Beast told Lu Chun what had happened. "What? The mutated beast saved me?" Lu Chun was a little confused. "Why did they save me?" "Dad, I didn't expect it either. But if you had fallen into the hands of the 8 deities, you definitely wouldn't have ended well. Also, these mutated beasts did help you recover. Rhubarb, do you know what happened?" Rhubarb said, "It should be because you promised the armistice agreement. As for whether there were other reasons, I don't know." At this moment, a sound came from the door. A few giant beasts transformed into human form at the entrance of the cave and slowly walked in. "Celestial Emperor has woken up." A beautiful woman with almond-shaped eyes walked in front of Lu Chun with a smile. "As expected of Celestial Emperor Lu, you actually recovered from such serious injuries in 1.5 months." Lu Chun was surprised. "I was unconscious for 1.5 months. Why? You think it's too long?" He. The power of heaven's origin unification is enormous. It contains the 8 great origin powers of the universe's deities. It's enough to destroy heaven and earth. You're lucky to be able to keep your life." The woman said with a smile, "I can only say that the life-reversing God-Fiend set is indeed a treasure that can change the world." Lu Chun looked at the woman and said, "Are you a mutated beast?" The woman smiled. "Mutated beast is what you call us. We are also made up of 10,000 races. Maybe you don't like our appearance, so you gave us such a terrible name." Lu Chun frowned. "Then who are you?" "I'm just an unimportant person. That's all. Your battle with the 8 overgods was simply too big of a commotion. We just happened to be passing by, so we decided to save you." Although Lu Chun still had some questions, it wasn't the right time to ask. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for saving my life." The woman giggled until her entire body shook. "Oh, my Celestial Emperor Lu actually thanked me. I'm really flattered. However, since you said it was a life-saving grace, isn't the word thank you a little too perfunctory?" Lu Chun was a little embarrassed. What does Miss want me to do? As long as it doesn't go against my standards, I'll do my best to help. The woman paced back and forth in front of Lu Chen, muttering, "A favor from Celestial Emperor Lu. You have to make good use of it." What he said made Lu Chen a little flustered. "Oh, right. I've read some stories of your human race. Isn't it popular to marry someone?" Lu Chen almost vomited blood and died. Seeing Lu Chen's embarrassed look, the woman couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Look at how serious you are. I'm just joking. In pursuit of martial arts, Celestial Emperor Lu has never been interested in women. I've heard about this a long time ago. How can I force him?" Lu Chun was confused. He stammered, Where did you hear this from? Although Jiuqian and Outer Heaven haven't fought a large-scale war in recent years, with the opening of the Jiuqian Passage, many people from the Jiuqian have come out to train. Naturally, we've heard about it, the woman said. Lu Chen shook his head. This woman's way of doing things was a little wild. It was best not to provoke her. Anyway, if Miss needs my help, just come and find me. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Seeing that Lu Chen was about to leave, the woman hurriedly grabbed Lu Chen's hand. "Hey, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" "I want to reconstruct my friends' bodies and revive them." "Revive your friends?" "Yes, to be precise, 3 spirit pets," Lu Chen said. Lu Chen had been a little careless in his battle with the 8 supreme gods. The power of Tianyuan unification had far exceeded Lu Chen's imagination. That was why both sides had suffered. However, Lu Chen had already obtained the divine blood of those 8 people. That meant that Xiao Min could be revived, Little Green, and the medicine boy could also be revived. Chapter 1530. Lu Chen specially returned to Jiuqian and went down to the 2nd layer of heaven to bring the medicine boy over. He hadn't seen the medicine boy for a long time. When he heard that there was a chance to be reborn, he still hadn't reacted. He didn't say a word along the way and looked dazed. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. "Little Tong, you weren't like this in the past." Little Green said, "Boss, don't joke about Little Tom. He must be very nervous right now." "Actually, I'm also very nervous right now." As he said that, Little Green's eyes started to tear up. "We never thought that we would be able to be reborn as normal people one day." Lu Chen realized that this matter was extremely important to Lu Yi, the medicine boy, and Xiao Min. He didn't even have the mood to nag the medicine boy. Lu Chen stopped smiling and hugged Lu Yi's shoulder. "Silly girl, this is a good thing. Why are you crying?" "Let's go." That beast woman said that we need absolute silence to refine the pill. He found a world full of spirit energy for me. No one will disturb us. Let's go over now. Okay, on a green planet full of life, there were plants everywhere. However, there weren't any strong beasts. Currently, there were only some weak creatures. "Han Shi, this place is not bad." Lu Chen took a deep breath. The air was fresh and mixed with the smell of soil and plants. It made one feel refreshed. Of course, this is a new world full of life. It will help you refine the 9 revolutions soul rebirth pill. Lu Chen smiled and cupped his fists in thanks. "Thank you." Lu Yi had already prepared the chaos cauldron. Lu Chen raised his hand, and 8 drops of blood appeared in his hand. "Little Green, I don't know who the war god is now." Lu Chen said awkwardly, "It's okay, boss. I'll put the war god's blood on the godly phoenix wings. If the godly phoenix wings have the netherworld flame, it means it's effective." Lu Chen also did not know how to refine medicine. In short, if Little Green had a way, then it would be easy to handle. 8 drops of overgod blood dripped onto the godly phoenix wings, but the godly phoenix wings did not react. Lu Chen was a little anxious. "What's going on?" I've collected the blood of all 8 of them. There's no way I'm mistaken. At the side, the female exotic beast, who was watching Lu Yi's refining process, suddenly spoke up. Can I interrupt? Lu Chen looked at the woman and did not stop her. Seeing that Lu Chen did not object, the female beast continued. I'm also an alchemist. The woman said, the recipe for the 9 Revolutions soul rebirth pill is very ancient and has been passed down for a long time. However, the required medicinal ingredients are basically impossible to gather. I didn't expect you to actually gather them. Lu Chen shook his head. Don't tell me that's what you're going to say. No. What I'm going to say is that the blood of the god of war mentioned in the recipe symbolizes fearlessness and bravery. Only the blood of the god of war, recognized by the godly phoenix wings, can activate the fire of the netherworld. Only then can your friends have a chance to be reborn from the ashes. In my opinion, the 8 overgods are not brave enough to fight against you alone. Therefore, even if they have the title of god of war, their blood cannot activate the fire of the netherworld. Lu Chen frowned and thought for a moment. Then he said, Little Green, if activating the fire of the netherworld requires more than a simple title of god of war, then try my blood. With that said, Lu Chen cut his palm with his finger and blood seeped out. The moment Lu Chen's blood dripped onto the godly phoenix wings, the godly phoenix wings instantly ignited with blue flames. The raging flames soared, and the surrounding temperature suddenly rose. If not for the fact that they were using the godly phoenix wings, the wings would have been burned to ashes in such flames. This really works. Everyone was astonished. Little Green, quickly start refining. Lu Chen said urgently. Little Green nodded and placed all the ingredients he had prepared into the pill furnace. Underworld flower, reincarnation vermilion lily, heaven-mending stone powder, blood of the god of war, godly phoenix wings, heart of the outer demon. Seeing Lu Yi place the ingredients one by one into the cauldron, she turned his head to look at Lu Chen. The difficulty of obtaining each of these ingredients is unimaginable. Moreover, these ingredients are completely useless to you. I've never seen a beast tamer or spirit tamer go to such an extent for a ghost pet. Lu Chen smiled slightly and looked at Lu Yi, who was currently refining pills. The eyes of the medicine boy beside her were filled with gentleness. In my opinion, they are no longer ghost pets. They are the people closest to me. On this journey, they have done too much for me. Of Lu Chen's 3 ghost pets, Xiao Min had followed Lu Chen the earliest. In the first 4 levels of consciousness transfer, she had blocked countless fatal attacks for Lu Chen. Afterwards, she had even risked her life to save Lu Chen. The medicine boy had been diligently helping Lu Chen grow ingredients in the wild monster army. If not for him, with the speed at which Lu Chen consumed pills, Lu Chen wouldn't have been able to support himself. As for Lu Yi, there was no need to talk about her. She was already Lu Chen's right-hand woman and was indispensable. Lu Chen was looking at Little Green and the medicine boy, while she was looking at Lu Chen. Everyone said that Solipsistic was arrogant, ruthless, and didn't show any mercy. However, who would have thought that he was actually such a righteous person? No wonder you couldn't hold on. She said thoughtlessly. You care about too many things. The refining process required several days. Lu Chen couldn't help Lu Yi and could only wait patiently on the side. The 4 beasts were also very nervous. Their relationship with the ghost pets was like brother and sister. With little Furball's strength, other than Lu Chen, little Furball listened to Lu Yi the most. Only Lu Yi could make these fellows stop fighting. Can Xiaomin revive? I miss her. Rhubarb rarely didn't cheer from the side. Big Sister Green said that Xiaomin might only remember a portion of her memories after reviving. She wouldn't have forgotten us, right? Little Critter said nervously, I don't think she'll forget me. Xiaomin and I met the earliest. As for you guys, if she forgets, then forget. As long as she can revive, anything is fine. At worst, we'll just rebuild our relationship. Rhubarb rolled his eyes at Little Critter. After the Joqian, the sky suddenly turned dark, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. Hanshi looked at the sky. The heaven and earth anomaly has reached its final moment. Little Green put a ball of white light into the cauldron. This was Xiaomin's remnant soul that she kept. Xiaomin's situation was special, so she needed to refine and refine at the same time. The clouds in the sky rolled, and the thunder grew louder. Luchun, this kind of heaven-defying pill, will definitely send down a pill tribulation. Pay attention and help Miss Green block it, Hanshi said. Luchun nodded and flew into the air. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Dozens of heavenly lightning bolts landed on Luchun's body. Following that, even more heavenly lightning came rolling. Luchun didn't move like a mountain. Little Green, focus on refining. Call me for the pill tribulation. Hundreds of heavenly lightning bolts fell. Suddenly, Lu-Yi raised her hand, and the cauldron lid opened automatically. A girl slowly rose from the chaos cauldron. This girl looked to be only 6 or 7 years old. She opened her large eyes and looked blankly at everyone in front of her. Chapter 1531. Luchun hurriedly descended from the sky. Luchun, Little Beast, Rhubarb, and Xiao Yuan squeezed in front of the little girl. Little Furball lay on top of Luchun's head, and 10 pairs of eyes stared at the little girl. She really looks exactly like Xiaomin. Nonsense! She's not a puppet. This is Xiaomin's former appearance. She's a living person now. Does she still recognize us? The girl in front of him was as pretty as carved jade. She had a rosy little face, thick eyelashes, and a pair of big and round eyes. Suddenly, Xiaomin frowned. Who are you? Why are you looking at me like that? Then, Xiaomin looked at Little Beast. Are you my father? Everyone was a little disappointed. Lu-Yi had said that Xiaomin might lose a lot of her memories. Now, it seemed that she might have lost most of her memories. Are you my father? Xiaomin looked at Little Beast with her big eyes. Do I have a father? I don't know why, but I feel very sad when I think of my family, but I feel very close to you when I see you, as if you're my family. Hearing this, Luchun felt a twinge of pain in his heart. Xiaomin still remembered that her parents had passed away, so she mistook them for her own family. It would be good to let Little Beast be Xiaomin's father, so that he wouldn't be idling around all day. Little Beast smiled and pointed at Luchun. Silly girl, I'm your big brother. He's your father. Luchun was a little taken aback. This kid refused to be a father and insisted on being her big brother. You're my father? I feel like you're Xiaomin's father. Facing Xiaomin's expectant eyes, Luchun took a deep breath. Although he was unwilling in his heart, he was a guy who had been single for decades. Why did he have to become a father again? However, Luchun couldn't bear to refuse Xiaomin. He smiled and said, Silly girl, you don't even recognize your father. Of course, you are my father. These are the clothes your brother wore when he was young. Put them on first. After all, Luchun had rich experience in being a father. He deftly helped Xiaomin put on Xiaomin's old clothes. He touched Xiaomin and said, How come you don't remember anything after sleeping? I still have an elder brother at home. When we get home, I'll take you to see him. Creak, creak, creak. Harry Ball waited for a long time, but Xiaomin did not mention him. He anxiously stood on top of Lu Chen's head and tried to attract Xiaomin's attention. You are Little Furball? How do I know your name? Everyone turned pale with fright. Xiaomin actually remembered Little Furball's name. Even Lu Chen didn't have such treatment. Roar. Little Originator looked at Xiaomin and appeared particularly well-behaved. Xiaomin frowned. Is this a white tiger? I'm not afraid of it at all. Little Originator lowered its head in disappointment. It seemed that Xiaomin didn't recognize it. Lu Chen smiled. Little Originator, you don't have a fixed form. You started to use this white tiger form when you were at the 5th layer. It's normal that Xiaomin doesn't remember it. When Xiao Yuan heard this, he immediately felt relieved. Xiaomin. No, I didn't know how to speak at that time. Rhubarb suddenly said unwillingly, woof woof woof. After barking a few times, Rhubarb looked at Xiaomin expectantly. Xiaomin looked at Rhubarb and immediately hid in Lu Chen's arms. Dad, what is this? It looks so scary. The little beast couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, Rhubarb, weren't you very confident before? Xiaomin is actually afraid of you. Ha ha ha. Rhubarb's face darkened as he tried to explain. What do you know? It's because my image has changed too much. If it was the original me, Xiaomin would definitely remember it. Xiaomin, Louie came over. Sister Lu? Xiaomin directly called Little Green's name. Louie smiled. It's great that you're back. We all miss you very much. Miss me very much. But I don't remember the past. It doesn't matter. Even if you don't remember the past, we still have a long way to go. We will have more memories in the future. Xiaomin nodded heavily. Lu Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. Xiaomin was finally resurrected. Furthermore, she was completely resurrected in the form of a human. The first ghost pet that he had subdued finally had a good result. Little Green, you and the medicine boy? LVE smiled faintly and opened her palm. 2 transparent red pills were suspended in her palm. She gave one to the medicine boy. Lu Chen nodded his head in relief. Hurry up and eat. Lu Yi put the pill to her mouth. Suddenly, tears fell silently, and the pill didn't enter her mouth. Little Green, what's the matter? Lu Chen asked curiously. You guys are just rebuilding your bodies. There's nothing to worry about. Boss, if we are resurrected, then we won't be your ghost pets anymore. Lu Yi was already crying. I don't want to leave you. Lu Yi cried and put her head on Lu Chen's shoulder. Boss, I don't want to rebuild my body anymore. I don't want to rebuild my body either. The medicine boy walked to Lu Chen's side with tears in his eyes and hid his face on Lu Chen's waist. Lu Chen's throat tightened and his eyes reddened. He hugged Little Green and the medicine boy and said with a choked voice, Don't mess around. Who said that you guys would leave me? Boss, we aren't in spirit form. You can't always bring us along. You don't know how to plant herbs, and you don't know how to refine medicine. Every time you fight, it's so dangerous. How can I heal you if I'm not by your side? That's right. Look, you don't know how to refine weapons. Mu Long was willing to help you, but didn't you still leave him in the 7th layer of heaven? You have so many friends and relatives. Look at how many years you only returned to Earth once. Little Beast's eyes were red as he watched from the side. He said with a sobbing voice, That's right. My brother Lu Yao is already over 30 years old. Dad only went back to spend 7 years with him. And those Zhouqian friends, I reckon that if Dad doesn't descend to the lower realm, he won't be able to see them in this lifetime. Han, she looked at Lu Chen as if he was looking at a monster. No way. The great emperor, Lu Tiandi, doesn't know how to refine medicine or refine weapons. If that's not it, then what does he know? Little Beast's face was full of tears as he said, "Fishing and cooking. Both of them are already immortal level." Hun, she almost fainted. Fishing and cooking. Lu Chen, you have time to learn fishing and cooking, but you don't have time to refine medicine or refine weapons. Lu Chen's face was also filled with black lines. It was originally a touching scene, but it suddenly turned into a meeting to expose his shortcomings. He helped Lu Yi and the medicine boy up and wiped away their tears. "Little green medicine boy, you can stay in any layer of heaven. You can also go to Earth. My home is your home. Wait until I pass through the 9th layer of heaven and save Father. I will stop walking. At that time, you can teach me how to grow herbs, refine pills, and refine weapons. Now, take the 9 transformation soul rebirth pill." Under Lu Chen's insistence, Little Green and the medicine boy took the pill. 2 golden lights descended from the sky and enveloped Lu Yi and the medicine boy. Not long after, the golden light faded. Lu Yi and the medicine boy were already different from before. Their figures were no longer in spirit form. They already had a physical body. Chapter 1532. Little Green, Xiao Min, and the medicine boy all had their own bodies. Lu Chen looked at the 3 of them with gratification. "Little Green, Xiao Min medicine boy, since you have been reborn, you can start cultivating as normal people. You guys follow me to the 6th heaven and learn the cultivation method of the Demonic Academy. You guys can cultivate on Earth for the time being. Wait for me to come back from the Joqian to pick you guys up. Boss, when did you go to the 9th heaven?" Little Green looked at Lu Chen worriedly. I am still worried about you." Lu Chen smiled. "Don't worry. I will definitely come back." "Well, let's go to the 6th heaven first." Demonic Academy? Lu Chen frowned as he looked at the plaque in front of the gate. "No way. It has already become an immortal academy. It has only been 40 years, and it has already become an immortal academy." It was forbidden to fly in front of the gate. From time to time, there were disciples coming in and out. Lu Chen only took a glance and could see that the aptitude of the disciples here was not weak. "Let's go." I sent a sound transmission to Etion and the others in a sea of clouds, but they did not reply. "Forget it. Let's go in and take a look." Lu Chen led the group and walked towards the gate. "Please wait a moment." A disciple stopped Lu Chen's group. "Who among you received the test notice from our academy?" "Sorry. Only those who received the notice can enter the academy. The others need to wait outside. In addition, please show me the notice." Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. "Test notice? What? You don't have the academy's test notice? Then, please stop. The academy's rules state that non-academy disciples cannot enter the academy." Lu Chen thought for a while and realized that these new disciples did not recognize him. His position as the dean was passed on to Yifan. Now he had nothing to prove his identity. However, the gatekeeper's attitude was not bad. He was polite and courteous. It seemed that the later deans of the Demonic Academy had done a good job. This little brother, the current Demonic Academy. "Oh, Immortal Academy. Who is the current head?" Lu Chen asked. "Our dean is Dean Xianyuan." The disciple said, "Xianyuan." Lu Chen had never heard of this name before. He then asked, "Are Sea of Clouds and Etion still there?" The man frowned slightly and his attitude changed. "What do you mean by that?" "The 2 mentors are the senior mentors of our academy. They are now at the peak of the human king realm and are preparing to enter the 7th heavenly layer. Of course, they are still here." Lu Chen was shocked. Those 2 fellows were also about to break through? Ha ha ha. "Little brother, I don't have any other intentions." It's just that I'm an old acquaintance of yours, so please pass on the message. Lu Chen thought for a moment. The two of them definitely didn't know that he was back, so he might as well give them a surprise. Just tell them that a friend wants to visit them. Sorry, I can't. The gatekeeper disciple sternly refused. I think you are here to cause trouble. Although our divine devil immortal academy has a rule that we treat everyone equally, it doesn't mean that you can come here to cause trouble. Lu Chen frowned. Little brother, why would I come here to cause trouble? Not cause trouble? Humph, the man snorted. You said that you are friends with our senior mentors. If that's the case, why don't you have their sound transmitting talisman? You just called me little brother, so I didn't argue with you at first. Seeing that you are still young, how old do you think you are? Lu Chen frowned. This little friend. Speaking of which, haven't you seen the statue in front of the 10 halls? Lu Chen still remembered that there was a statue of himself in front of the 10 halls. On it was written something like, a curse of not marrying. That statue is the statue of our divine Devil Immortal Academy's founder. It has been sealed for a long time. Lu Chen was a little depressed. He came to the demonic academy, but he was actually blocked outside. Lu Chen was blocked, and the gatekeeper disciple misunderstood Lu Chen, causing him to be a little emotional, which attracted many other disciples. Come to our divine Devil Immortal Academy to cause trouble? Humph, this is the first time I've heard of it after so many years. Friend, you just said that you are an old acquaintance of Master AC of Clouds and Master Etion. Then how could you not know that the two of them are already in seclusion in the Star Sky Illusion realm? Divine Devil Immortal Academy does not bully others, but that does not mean that we are afraid of trouble. The little beast looked at these people impatiently. You know who you are talking to? Who are you talking to? You are quite arrogant. Then tell me, who dares to behave atrociously in the Divine Devil Immortal Academy? The little beast said coldly, all of you have to call my father ancestor. Even if Master AC of Clouds and Etion came, he would still have to bow to my father. Chattering nonstop, all of your aptitude is barely passable. How come your knowledge is so poor to this extent? The Demonic Academy has been upgraded to an Immortal Academy. How come the entrance requirements have been lowered? If we want to break through this door, even if all of you from the sixth heaven came to stop us, you wouldn't be able to stop us. Lu Chen pulled the little beast. Forget it. They don't know either. Don't look at them from our point of view. After all, this is the Divine Devil Immortal Academy. If we force our way in, wouldn't it be like a flood rushing into the Dragon King Temple? The little beast's anger still hadn't dissipated. It muttered, Dad, don't be long-winded with them. A group of ignorant brats. Lu Chen cupped his fists towards the others. So Old C and Etion are in seclusion. No wonder. That's good. Sorry to disturb you. With that, Lu Chen was about to leave. At this moment, a sword chi came whistling from afar, directly exploding 3 meters away from Lu Chen's feet. A deep and loud voice sounded. Who dares to cause trouble in the Divine Devil Immortal Academy? Everyone looked towards the sky. It's Zhongxian Ji's Mabe Senior. Senior Mabe is already an 8-star human king. That sword chi, just now, this person didn't even have the chance to react. The Divine Devil Immortal Academy doesn't allow you to easily make a move, but Senior Mabe doesn't care so much. Ha ha. Come, teach this group of frogs at the bottom of a well a lesson. Mabe? Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. Very good. Finally an acquaintance came. Mabe instantly flashed behind Lu Chen's group. The Divine Devil Immortal Academy's rules are strict, but I'm not a member of the Divine Devil Immortal Academy. I advise you to go now, Ji. Before the word scram could be finished, Mabe saw Louis turn around and forcefully swallowed the half of the word. Senior Mabe. Louis looked at Mabe with a smile. Green, green, green. The little critter also turned around and looked at Mabe with a mischievous smile. Senior Mabe, what did you say just now? Small, small, small. Mabe instantly realized something. His eyes stared at the back figure in the middle of the crowd. Was it him? Was it that person? Why did he become shorter? Wait, the little white mouse standing on his shoulder. For a moment, Mabe's voice was choked with emotions. No way, it can't be you. You must be joking with me, right? Lu Chun slowly turned around with a smile on his face. Old friend, can you help me? It seems I can't enter the demonic academy. After more than 40 years, seeing that guy again, Mabe already shed tears. Can't enter the demonic academy. What a joke. He quickly rushed in front of Lu Chun and fiercely slapped Lu Chen's shoulder. Stinking brat, you're finally willing to come back and take a look. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.